If you ever feel like it's also Jover, just come over, hop into the stream at twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Live almost every day from sunny West LA. I'll cover daily news, so tune in now, see what I have to say.
Blast off, blast off. If you're unhinged, prepare to take a week off. Hasan, Hasan. I swear to God, please end this long pause. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now. Hasan, Hasan. I'm probably in the chat right now. Hasan, Hasan. Get it, Hasan is streaming. I'm just a gamer frog, of course I hate myself. If there's just one stun lock more, my hopes will go up on the shelf. You're just a debate perv, of course you hate yourself. Every thought to justify your own self-worth to someone else. Again, what do I always say? Lost in the sauce, you can't escape. How unhinged can one chatter get? Don't ban him, mods, they're our new pet. Show me the light and set me free from this black-pilled reality. Can I find hope? Can I debate for this top of the hour break? Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now. Hasan, Hasan. I'm probably in the chat right now. Hasan, Hasan. Get in, Hasan is streaming.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. Hasan Piker, this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. It's 72 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles. It is Wednesday, December 6th, 2023. That's right, we're about to reach 2024, the election year. Only in a couple days. It's a holiday season. I hope everyone's feeling jolly. Did your management able to get you the Avatar game early access from Ubisoft? I have not asked. I could ask. Probably not. But I don't know. Anyway, I'm live and alive, and this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about if you go on the Adam Freeland show, they're offering you a free Hezbollah t-shirt. Nick's sincere message to Hasan Piker and fans. I already watched this. He wanted me to promote it, and I've also started watching it, and I haven't finished it yet.
Because they don't really.
Bro, he's got some good fucking jokes. You know? Got some good jokes. My man's got some good-ass jokes in it. Pretty good. Pretty good. I also watched the Stavi Baby Netflix special as well, which was pretty fire. I found the truth that The Yard did copy Fear End by 2 months. The Yard podcast. Apple Podcast still has the old Fear and Malding podcast, and turns out The Yard's first episode is 2 months after the first Fear and Malding. No way. Let's go. But Fear and Melding came out like a sledgehammer made of toothpicks, whereas the Tales of the Old from the Laboratory and Stav episode were in the first 10. You know what's really funny? That they're talking about the Stav episode, and it's like, yeah, Stavros was in Los Angeles for me. Okay? He was in there. He was in LA for me. And then he went on The Yard because Ludwig stole him from me. Anyway, regardless, I checked also. It was Slime who called Ludwig's mom mean things, not Aiden. That's so funny. Taps wants you to go on and debate Michael Rappaport on Israel Palestine now. I would never do that. They mentioned you again in the latest clip. They said they challenged Michael Rappaport to debate you, or they will reduce his penis size by an inch and, in parentheses, kill him.
Oh,
Michael
yeah,
Rappaport, please come on the show. We'll bring you and Hassan on the same time.
Michael Rappaport, we celebrate a diversity of voices on the show.
We're gonna have an Israel-Palestine debate between Michael Rappaport and Hassan, and then at the end a style off judged by Mario Lopez.
Okay, I would do that. I'm not even kidding. I think that would be funny. I would do that for the content. Did you show Cutie this? I sure did. I would do that for the content. It's pretty funny. All right, whatever. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, man. I've lost it. About what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, but not much has really happened. Structured walks galore. Kaya did a poopy outside again on a walk last night, which was very good. She's been a very good girl. Other than that, what else? What else is going on? This morning I worked out. That's it. I freaking worked out. And there's really nothing else going on. I watched the Stavros Stavi Baby special on Netflix. That was pretty funny. Go show support. Stavros is supposed to be coming on the stream this week, one of these days. I want to have him on Chad Vice on Saturday, but if I can't secure that, then, you know, it is what it is. What is this interesting and intriguing conversation?
No, but
Oh, with Adam Friedland of what he was taught as an American Jew from birth to believe about Israel. That's so funny. Yeah, I know. Glenn Greenwald posting about Adam Friedland is not that shocking. Like, that's actually not surprising at all. Glenn Greenwald literally fucking loves Red Scare. He is such a massive Red Scare fan. He's been on Red Scare like multiple times, so that's not surprising. But yeah, I did a little bit of deadlifts this morning. I did some deadlifts this morning, but we were doing trap bar deadlifts again. However, instead of hitting the trap bar normally, it's a reverse trap bar, so you have to go lower than you normally would. But that's what I've been doing. What's your PR? I don't PR. Oh, I think I got it. Just can't tell. I don't really PR. However, the last deadlift I did that was like super heavy, I hit 12 for 4 plates on my top set, which is pretty good. I would say that's pretty good. You know, have you ever had someone lay on your stomach and listen to the noises? No, I have not. The insane conservative reaction to Grand Theft Auto 6. Maybe we'll take a look at that. Just want to send an appreciation YouTube post I found. The video is about your work as a streamer, and it's heartwarming to watch. I hope you watch this. The 2020 riots that made me a socialist, in parentheses, in HasanAbi. Oh my God, that's great. Please play the Nick Mullen transphobia / gravity bit is so good. I feel like if you're being accused of anti-Semitism, you should probably steer clear of boosting anything that can even be remotely construed as swastika shape. Are we ever going to see that client list? Republicans, media, corporations, Democrats blocking the Epstein client list? Yeah, this is like, normally I would shit on you, Megaphonics, because like it's another classic like Wall Street bets Elon Musk adjacent post that you sent me, and also it's paired up with like another thing that I don't like, which is like hypercritical analysis on symbolism. Okay. Oh, he replied with, oh, Elon is in there. Of course Elon's in there. This is a Megaphonics post. It clearly Elon has to be in there. Anyway, he responded with accurate meme. But this is the one time where I'm gonna give this to you. Okay, this one is pretty sussy. It's like a classic. I feel like this is like a very, very 4chan. See RFK talking about going on Epstein's plane? I did. It's insane that he just straight up was like, yeah, I did it multiple times with my family. I put my little children on the Lolita Express. Insane. God, American politics is so fucking boring overall. Holy shit. It's just like constant death and destruction, non-fucking stop. I hate it. I wish we could just like go back to the silly ass, stupid ass, dumbass bullshit. Arostovich says it might be Jover for Ukraine. Clip for later if you talk about Ukraine. Yeah, I'm going to. Wait, what? We messed up. We picked the wrong side. Alexei Arostovich seems to speak for NATO as well on Odessa. Wait, what? We picked the wrong side. Yeah, I don't know about that. We're gonna watch Trump town hall clips. Sure. Adam Friedland gives legitimately interesting accounts of what turned him against Zionism in this clip. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just start. Damn, I hate following boring politics for over 8. No, it's just like, here's the problem. Are you gonna cover Venezuela attempting to annex Guyana? Nah, not really. I know that a lot of people are very upset about it on Twitter, and people are like, wow, it's another socialist country doing imperialism. What now? And it's like, I don't understand what the fuck Venezuela is doing. Here's why. Sure, it's historically contested territory, let's say, okay? Sure, there's a little bit of a Western map making involved in this circumstance. Fine. But it's like, if I am a nation with like historic hyperinflation as a consequence of both sanctions and currency mismanagement, if I'm a nation with one singular product, oil, okay, who hasn't been able to diversify evenly and adequately in the time frame necessary, and now my economy is crippled, let me tell you what I'm not doing, okay? Putting up a referendum, a hyper-nationalistic one, mind you, okay, to be like, yeah, we should take over this contested territory, okay, which has its own oil. And for me, I'm like, brother, how about you figure out how to refine the oil that you have so that you can manage it to market levels, like when oil barrels are cheap. I don't fully comprehend what this decision is. Like, what are you doing? Like, fix your shit. Venezuela, Maduro, fix your shit, dog. People are starving. Okay? So, on the other side, it's like how Exxon captured a country without firing a shot. Guyana is poised to become Exxon's top global oil producer, where the company ends and the government begins is increasingly unclear. And I don't think that the alternative for Guyana is that, like, this is good. You know what I mean? I get that. But, like, what is happening in the world? And I know that, I guess ironically, one thing I will say, not to hand it to the fucking neolibs or whatever, but, like, this is a consequence of America's influence waning. Okay? This is a byproduct of America's global hegemonic power status eroding a little bit, due to its reliance or due to its interest in just only being a bunch of companies in a trench suit. You know, that's in a trench coat. Like, it's like you got 50 companies in a trench coat, and that's America, and then they're just only trying to max out over and over again with ferocity that is unmatched. And there's no other, like, legitimate interest in deal making at all. So of course, as these places develop to a certain degree, it becomes increasingly harder to oppress them. As there are new methods of communication, it becomes increasingly harder to, you know, shield the truth from the rest of the world. There's more opportunities for communication, yada, 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 right? And it becomes more arduous and a more costly task to consistently churn out that same unequal exchange. And then ultimately you arrive at a situation where your global influence is waned, and now you found all of these other countries that in the past you could, I guess, deal with. You are unable to deal with. You're spread too thin. You got your hands in everybody's meat and sauce, right? Got your fingies everywhere. You got your tentacles everywhere. And at a certain point, you can't hyper-focus on everything else. Now, in prior circumstances, at the very least, there was a counterbalance from, due to, I guess, the genuine revolutionary, because the material conditions were perfect for this, genuine revolutionary activity in the Western world, in the Eastern world, all around, right, globally. And then also that came with the culmination of the USSR. So there was at least like a counterbalancing act there in this multipolar world that obviously ended. And then came the 90s, like, accelerated neoliberalism, major growth period, major boon for a little bit. And then now we're in the ashes of that. So now you got all these other fucking countries running around. Yeah, I'm gonna watch this the ex-Zionist Shlomo Yitzhak explaining how we got out of Zionism video. It's a good video. Tar sands are harder to refine oil. A lot of the energy you put into getting the oil produce again energy as much as drilling oil. Just a side note. No, that's what I mean. It's like Venezuela, as far as I understand it, in the most, like, reductive terms, has had this issue of not being able to diversify its economy quickly enough, and also had major setbacks from agricultural developers, you know, the fucking chain store owners, the big agri producers that fucking despise socialism, obviously. So then what did they do? They literally did a coup. The Chamber of Commerce did a coup against Chavez back in the day. So in spite of all of those issues, ultimately, you have to make do, because the goal is to feed people, right? The goal is to feed your people. The goal is to educate your people. The goal is to feed your people. And if you don't do that, if you fail to do that, which I think due to circumstances both outside of his control and directly in his control, ultimately, why is this guy arguing with the bot? Maduro's failing on that front. They're failing on that front. Dollar store Raylan Givens has a message for the boomers. Who the fuck is Raylan Givens? What is that reference? I don't even know what that is. Did you see the hostage of dogs speak after the release? Yes, I did. What about the traditional position that our own homegrown tyrants are better than the Washington puppets? This is clear case of the paradigm. Maduro will never be worse than fucking ExxonMobil. Certainly, but you're talking about Guyana, which is not Venezuela. Like, there is no, like they said, yet. Like, it's just like, fix your own backyard, dog. What are you doing? Is my take. But I guess a lot of people are opportunistic, and they're seeing America spread far too thin and using it as an opportunity. This is something that every crippling nation does. It is the irredentist parachute. Okay? Russia, Vladimir Putin, Turkey with Syria. Okay? Not to the same degree, certainly, but it is definitely done regularly. When your fucking nation state's having, shitty times in its economy, then you just, you rip the cord and you're like, all right, we got to do stuff. Here's our enemy. This is a little bit different of that in that situation, but it's a variety of the same flavor. Okay. If Maduro cares about Guyana, he would fund resistance movements or something. Exactly. Because that's, at the end of the day, that's what big powers do. That's what regional leaders do as well. Okay? I'm not here to make an argument that it's good that Exxon is making light work of Guyana. Like, that's not what I'm saying at all. But if you're looking at this simply from the perspective of like Venezuela, it's a little bit different than Venezuela doing Venezuela shit inside of Venezuela when you're trying to do Venezuela shit outside of Venezuela, I guess. Especially when it's like so obvious. The major reasons here are not the reasons here are not like, saving Guyana. I don't believe that. I don't. Also, you should get your money up. And also, if you want to genuinely implement change, like, fund the resistance, which is what you're supposed to do in this situation. Not fucking annex the goddamn country and then be like, well, the British map makers decided that this is not ours, but we decided it is ours. I don't know. How the fuck did I jump to this? God damn it. We were supposed to do, I didn't even do my regular blast off yet. But yeah. Apple confirms after DOJ alleges that government of democracies allied with the U.S. use push notification data to surveil. What? Definitely think you need to read more into this, big fella. No, I certainly do. There's a lot more that I have to, there's a lot more reading that I must do on this issue, but overall, my immediate first reaction is don't do that. I don't believe that Venezuela is in a position right now to play the role of a liberator from the Western powers, like Western capitalist exploiters. You know what I mean? I don't think it's a good idea. I think they're taking advantage of I guess America dropping the ball on its global control a little bit. But overall, I think that not a good idea in general. Brazil's doing a bunch of backroom negotiations to basically tell Venezuela to back off on its threat to invade. I would suspect that there are actually at least socialist adjacent nations in the region that would probably play a better role of like negotiating it. Anyway, let me blast off. Imagine justifying imperialism. I'm I hate this conversation. I hate all of these conversations. Yes, dude. Yes, Venezuela is doing an imperialism. They're colonizing Guyana. They did it. They're doing it. Yes. Everyone's doing an imperialism. Everyone. Not to derail, but if you missed the Swedish Tesla strike is expanding with support blockades, yeah, I did talk about it briefly. Okay. All right. Venezuela did an imperialism. They did a no growth. Yeah. Shit. Okay. Anti-Semitism on campus hearing goes viral, which I fucking hate. Like, even stupid ass barstool heads have actually gotten a piece of this now. They're like talking about it, talking about how ridiculous it is or whatever. And very frustrating. It's such a stupid conversation. Anyway. There's a really funny reason why that soundbite looks so stupid, for the record. I just want to point that out, and I will get to it in a second. It's just all a distraction. Not that it matters. I think people are inevitably going to stop paying attention. It is how this works, usually. It's usually how this works. People stop paying attention. They don't give a shit. They lose interest, you know? Did you watch Nick Mullen's special? Did you like it? I was worried at the beginning, but he really hit his stride halfway through. I think he was nervous and had to warm up. I thought it was pretty good. The first half that I watched was good. When is World War III going to start? I don't fucking know. Hopefully it'll take me out when it does. So then I don't have to fucking deal with this shit no more. Okay. Alabama debates are happening today. We're going to be talking about that, obviously, which is silly, but Alabama debates tonight. In now. Oh yeah, we'll talk about Ukraine as well. Ukraine funding, Ukraine situation not looking too good. Yeah. Kevin McLoser's dropping out. Yeah, that stuff is whatever. That's not that interesting. Don't mean to derail, but have you covered the reports coming out that China is collapsing? Always, baby. It's collapsing tomorrow. It actually collapsed yesterday, but they hit it. I know that you probably have the capacity to just straight up go there, do research, or talk to a Chinese person, or talk to a bunch of Chinese people, or even talk to the Americans that are currently in China or routinely engage in commerce and live in China. Okay? But instead of doing that, how about I told you I found a new metric to ensure that we talk about how China is collapsing. By the way, the irony of the China is collapsing narratives that pop off on fucking pop off regularly on YouTube is that American economists don't agree. Like the perspective that like China is collapsing, the narrative is inevitably going to shift. The narrative is inevitably going to shift. Okay, because the reality is when you have a centralized planned economy, the ways of measuring success within the economy are going to be different. And this is like a fundamental thing that, weirdly enough, dogmatic capitalist thinkers refuse to recognize and don't even look back at. They don't even look back at their mistakes. Let me explain what I mean by this. For years and years, we talked about ghost cities. For years and years, we talked about ghost cities and how much of a failure it was. And everyone was like, why are they building so much? It's so stupid. It's so dumb. And part of the reason why they were building was because they wanted to keep putting people to work. They wanted money to keep flowing. Okay? The other reason why they were building these ghost cities, for those of you who don't know, used to be a big thing, which it was basically just cities, these major cities that were built that had no one in them, right? There wasn't enough people living in these cities yet. But they had built the cities beforehand, before demand came in, right? Some might consider that really cool city planning. Now, a lot of the people who are fucking unironic yimbies on Twitter are also the same people who probably shit on ghost cities in general. That was a major flub. It took 10 years, but almost all of those cities are now ginormous cities with tens of millions of people living in them, right? Correction, no one lives there even now. Dude, this is what I mean. This is not about like dick riding China at all. This is simply about just the truth. Like, do you want to be wrong and be surrounded by other people who are wrong? And there are plenty who will help you feel like you're right. Or do you want to know the truth? The saddest part about this affair is that, like, talking about this honestly for so many who are just like, nope, you're in this camp, I'm in that camp. You can't say anything that deviates away from what I expect from your camp. Can you list a ghost city that is now heavily populated? I'm genuinely curious. Sure. We've looked at it already. I mean, this is a Bloomberg Business Week article. This is the first one that came up. In places called ghost cities, you find massive, ambitious urbanizing projects spark investment, but don't draw population at all at once, says Max Woodworth, an associate professor of geography at The Ohio State University, who's written extensively on the topic. The result is a landscape that appears very city-like, but without much action in it. China was under-urbanized for many years, Woodworth says, and has raced to correct that, but the pace of the building often outstrips the rate at which newcomers move in, even with investors snapping up apartments as Chinese home prices rise. I just got paywalled. Like, this does not personally mean that there are no cities that are still largely uninhabited, right? But once again, this is a metric of success that you are applying to an economy that doesn't work the way you think it works. Just proved yourself wrong? Wait, what? What do you mean? What's wrong about that? We have looked at a shit ton of these ghost cities and what the development looks like on this broadcast time and time again. Just curious, Andy's, and we're 45 minutes in. Please chill. Yeah. This was the one. This was the one that we looked at. The time-lapse video satellite image showing how much China has changed. But also, this wasn't even it. There's like a before and after. Like, the development has been fucking massive. The cities that already existed have exploded, and most of them are tier 1 cities. And the cities that were ultimately nothing, like were uninhabited, have now grown in population. This was the one. Yeah. A new mega city called Shangan is set to be built near Beijing in an attempt to take the pressure off the larger metropolis. Shenzhen extended its western coastline to grapple with its growing population. Chengdu, which started expanding its public transit in early 2010s, is one of China's fastest growing cities. By 2020, Chengdu plans to have 180 miles of metro lines. In the past 40 years, Guangzhou's population has exploded. The city paved over farmland and merged with nearby cities to create one of the world's largest metropolises. This isn't even it. There's a better article than this one. A development called Dantu New City was constructed in the district and was underoccupied since 2005 and criticized as a ghost city by international media. However, since 2013, development has been filling up with residents and with many operating shops and offices becoming a functional suburb of the urban Zhenjiang. So many of the ghost cities exist not because of demand, but even a potential demand, but investment in property is the primary way for Chinese people to park their money. That's a part of it as well, yes. I can't fucking... this article I'm getting paywalled on. Does anyone have the paywall bypasser thing? Also, the irony of, like, Americans or people in the Western world talking about fucking ghost cities is unimaginable, is unimaginably hypocritical. Shanghai Pudong area, the one with the famous skyline, used to be a ghost city and now thrives. It's unimaginable because, dog, we have ghost cities, except in our ghost cities, there used to be commerce. There used to be public life. Our ghost cities are in the fucking past. China's ghost cities are a product of, like, rapidly trying to urbanize before they actually fill those cities. Some of which are going to be flubs, by the way, regardless. Okay? Where the fuck is 12-foot ladder? How does that work? It's not working for me. The domain may be for sale, it said. Anyway, the point is, the reason why I mention this is because you're looking at this from the perspective of, like, of a supposedly Western liberal democracy, a free market style development. And that's why I always say China is in a very unique position where all of the people that shit on it, like all the sockdems that shit on China in the Western world, okay, would ironically love all of the things that China has done if they were to not think about it as though China has done it. If you were to talk about the shit that China has done so far with its massive development projects, with high-speed rail, like rapid urbanization, even development, without putting the name China next to it or communism next to it, it's literally everything that these market socialists or sock dems are supposed to love, right? Like these are straight up the same things that we want in America. That's part of the reason why I bring up China all the goddamn time, because I want America to have these things. I want us to also rapidly fucking urbanize in areas and build out entire new cities to offset the population density in big cities. I want there to be robust public transit on top of that. You know what I mean? These are the things I advocate for. So when I see China doing it, okay, I'm like, well, that's good. Not bad. The closest we get to that are former company towns that are now fucking shelled out hollow holes where people just go to die. Yeah, I never understand why when people criticize China, how they never mention the organized labor issues. Like there are issues in China. There are issues. There's the free speech stuff. Okay, that's a pretty big deal. There's still plenty of ways to go with respect to labor rights. Okay, lol, your lost buddy. China is doing it in the 5% of their country. Exit the urban zone. You goff. What? Brother, I compare countries to where they used to be. Okay? It is ridiculous. I am a materialist. Okay? I am going to engage in a materialist analysis. I am not going to simply look at a country and be like, well, nothing happened the day prior. If you look at the direction that China is heading and you look at the direction that America is heading, you realize that our ghost cities are a byproduct of outsourcing and industry leaving these areas. And the way that they were built originally were designed around a singular company. It was like basically a company town with government subsidies. When the company decides to leave, the town is done. It's over. Look at the Appalachia and you will see what I'm talking about. Yes, China, of course, has areas that are not rapidly urbanizing, except the difference is they do have an interest, as far as what they have shown thus far, in rapidly and evenly urbanizing the entire country in a way that we did way back in the day in the New Deal era. So when Americans talk about Chinese urbanization or rather urbanizing America or developing America, like rebuilding our infrastructure, shit like that. Yeah, that remove paywall does the same thing, by the way. And I can't go to the archive because it only shows me like the little tippy top of the article. Your haters think you're anti-America, but in fact, you're very pro-America. They see your critique as an automatic America bad because they know deep inside that America is bad, but never realize that America has a lot of potential, which is what you're trying to tell people. Exactly. We have so much fucking wealth. Ghost towns or boom towns, what new cities really become? And this is from 5 years ago. 30 years ago, hardly anybody other than Shanghai local would have found any reason to mutter the word pudong, as that chatter mentioned as well. New city building in China wasn't just an engineering pursuit, but a complete socioeconomic experiment of unprecedented scale. It was less about cashing in on constructing new developments than it was priming new economic engines that could create and sustain additional growth, all while curbing the stark social and economic disparity between the east of the country and the west. Using the full gamut of financing, engineering, and administrative tools available, China engaged in full-scale national shakeup as more than 100 large-scale urbanization projects were carried out to fruition, being populated with companies, institutions, and residents by guile and fiat virtually overnight. Former backwaters like Chengdu, Chongqing, Wuhan, Xi'an, Kunming, and Guiyang emerged as China's best-performing cities, being relaunched and revitalized historic cores paired with shiny new areas that boasted high-tech R&D centers, modern shopping malls, new airports, high-speed rail stations, sprawling industrial zones, and more middle-class housing than anyone could really have any use for. At the time, the only thing that seemed crazier than a country going out and building hundreds of ghost cities was a country going out and building hundreds of more or less successful new cities and other large-scale urban areas completely from scratch. Today, China's so-called ghost cities that were so prevalently showcased in 2014 and 2013 are no longer global intrigues. They have filled up to the point of being functional, normal cities. Ex-ghost cities are rarely news, but as far as I was concerned, this was the big story, or so I thought. What I didn't know at the time was that the new city building boom that I had observed across China was also kicking off in emerging markets across East Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. I love building. Sihanoukville in Cambodia is going to be the same shit. This is what Chinese failure looks like. Forest City in Malaysia, a Chinese city built on reclaimed islands that they overbuilt as fuck, and they're doing it in Cambodia too, to Sihanoukville. What is this? That looks sick. I think one of the major issues, look, I'm no big city lawyer. I'm no big city economist. Okay? I'm a simple guy. At the top of the hour, I serve you a 3-minute ad break. I tell you, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. I'm going to move on from the China stuff because I feel like it frustrates people a lot. But ultimately, the one thing I will say is that we look to the way China has developed itself with the same dogmatic lenses that we have on, and we go, these idiots, why are they building these houses as a way to park their investment? That's so dumb. Like, these are all going to depreciate in value when nobody moves there. And usually that's not the major reason. Part of it is they're building shit because they want to continue the flow of foreign capital, foreign investment, and they want to keep people working. Okay? But the other reason is because they want to urbanize the entire country. And they have been able to do so successfully. They want to fucking offset population density in the major cities that have grown rapidly, right? And the reason why I talk about this quite a bit is not because I'm like, China is so good. I love China. China is the best. China is the best country on the fucking planet. Like, that's not the reason. I look to how China operates and I say, why not us? Why can't we do that? Why can't we? Like, all the yimbys should be so pro-China, you know? All the fucking armchair urbanists should be unironically the most pro-China motherfuckers, and yet for some reason they're so hawkish. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you understand? China is literally the yimby paradise. Constant urbanization, rapid urbanization, even development, massive public transit. And they still even have fucking cars. They also have like the most American brain disease of having vehicles everywhere too. You can have cars too. It's like you got it all. This would be Pittsburgh if America invested its military spending into infrastructure projects. Yeah. No, there's a lot of stealing. Hasan himself said so even, but that's normal. A lot of countries do it. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about IP. That's ridiculous, for the record. And also, it's not even theft. It's like it's done fully with the knowledge of capital owners. They knew that it was going to happen, and it's been happening for 30 years. You think they didn't realize, like, oh man, China is stealing our IP? Like, no, of course they didn't give a shit. They recognized that it offset manufacturing costs, so they didn't give a fuck. And I think personally, they didn't believe that this would happen either. It's always funny when like pro-American guys will just be like, I can't believe they're stealing the IP of like Hewlett Packard. It's like, what are you Mr. Packard? Are you Mr. Intel? Like, what the fuck is it to you? You know? Like, you're mad that they're stealing? Like, that's what I mean. It's just like, at a certain point, you have to recognize that you're basically like flinging your arms angrily and hoping that it sticks on something, right? Anything. Like, that's what you're trying to do in that situation where you're just like, normally this is not something that, like, one should always ask themselves, is this something that I care about? Is this something that I would actually take the exact same position on if it wasn't for China? Same thing goes for building massive housing projects, okay? Is this something that I care about in the Western world? Is this something that I want in the Western world? Am I actually just like upset because I've been primed into thinking this is bad because someone who is my enemy, someone who I'm afraid of is doing it? You know what I mean? I'm from the Philippines, and the crimes of China's rapid expansion in Southeast Asia makes me biased, but I don't really see anything good about that failing economy of a country. Brother, you are in the Philippines. Like, come on, dog. This is what I mean. It's like, if I'm going to shit on Maduro for being like, for being like, yeah, the Guyana territory is ours, actually, low key, we should like take it over. And if I'm gonna shit on him and be like, yo, how about you fix your own backyard? Like, if you're in the fucking Philippines and you're talking about China being a failed economy, like, are you serious? The crimes of China and how it's a failed economy? Like, what happened to your country? It's literally broadly referred to, or was broadly referred to, as an unsinkable aircraft carrier by American officials for years and years, and still is to this day. Yeah, it's like if a Turkish person was like talking about fucking, I don't know, the collapsing German economy or something. It's like, bro, worry about your own shit, dog. What are you talking about? Anyway, much love to my swagapinos out there. So, yeah, that's all I got. China's ghost cities are spurring to life. We can't read that article, unfortunately, but Yeah, this doesn't mean that there aren't any ghost cities remaining that haven't been fucking rapidly or haven't been filled up yet. Of course. But the reason why I brought up the ghost cities argument is because from a Western pro-capitalist lens, you look at that and you think, oh, that's a failure, lol. And then 10 years later, you're like, okay, maybe it wasn't that big of a failure. And then 20 years later, you're like, okay, these have become massive cities, like hubs of life, right? There's a difference there. If you're building up with long-term commitments in mind, with a grander project in mind, yes, you're not going to always make the most sound short-term profit-seeking opinions. Do you get it? That's the problem. I am a firm believer that a major power that isn't even full-blown socialist, by the way, make no mistake, but a major power that at least has like some semblance of centralized planning in mind, that isn't operating simply at the behest of corporate growth, is always going to be able to eviscerate the competition once they reach a certain point, which China has reached. Okay? That's all this is. I saw this article on the Financial Times. Yes, sorry, China. Sorry, America. China has a bigger economy than you. Measures that show the opposite of absurd implications and dangerous policy prescriptions. As far as I understand it, the article is basically about how, like, our summarization, I mean, it's mostly just copium, but, like, our understanding of the Chinese economy revolves around, like, not manipulating currency, but revolves around how, like, currency fluctuations occur. And there are obviously really silly ways of interpreting that data, and many other countries do that as well. You might have seen sober and accurate Financial Times reporting on the U.S. economy and its remarkable annualized growth rate of 5.2% in the third quarter of this year. Let me give you an advanced slide of what happened in November. Forget talk of rapid growth or soft landings. The U.S. economy shrank at an annualized rate of around 30% in that month alone. It's so large, President Joe Biden must be toast, and it probably spells the end of the American dream. He did the thing. He did the meme. He's doing the America is collapsing tomorrow meme. How did he do it? By using the same fucking metrics of analysis that we do when we look at China. You could make that same video over and over again for America as well, in the same way that many people do on China, except, it's just silly. Don't worry, I've not lost my marbles. The calculation above is true, but it is not fair. I've taken the U.S. economic performance in November, assumed to have not done much, and calculated that in euros or renminbi after converting to the U.S. GDP using market exchange rates. Then I annualized the result. The thing that drove the result was the near 3% fall in the U.S. dollar's value during the month. You would be right to think that this is an absurd way to compare economies, but it is deeply fashionable among people who should know better. Take Mark Carney, former governor of the Bank of England, who said that before the Brexit referendum, the UK economy was 90% the size of the German economy, but it declined to 70% by late 2022. That change was caused by the relative decline in the sterling. Remember the European angst spread by the European Council on Foreign Relations that the EU had a bigger economy than the US in 2008, and now the US was a third larger? That was simply a rise in the US dollar from a low base. China looks like it's failing to catch up with the U.S. economic size on market exchange rates, but it has overtaken the U.S. when measured at purchasing power parity exchange rates. The purchasing power parity data is better corroborated by electricity generation. This is nutty, but of course has a lot to do with population size as well. The list goes on. On these silly market exchange rate comparisons, many news organizations have reported that Japan will lose its spot as the world's third largest economy, Germany, this year. And apparently, the U.S. is still the world's largest economy, with China failing to catch up. A basic requirement for international comparisons is that domestic data and international data give similar results. This is why the economics profession invented purchasing power parity exchange rates, allowing imperfect comparisons to be made based on the goods and services that money can buy. This matters for economic size and even military power. Remember, China funds the People's Liberation Army using renminbi. It does not source from the U.S. Measured at PPP, the latest IMF data shows China's GDP exceeded that in the U.S. around the time Donald Trump was making America great again. It is now 22% larger. The figures make sense when you look at the corroborating evidence. China's electricity generation, for example, overtook that in the U.S. in 2010. And during the 2016 to 2022 period, when China's economy was supposedly making no progress compared with the U.S., its generation grew 45%, while it was broadly flat in America. Now, obviously, the electricity generation argument is a byproduct, like its growth is a byproduct of China's development, but the electricity was always supposed to pass America because it's a much larger country than the United States of America, right? But the fact that it's still growing implies, while other metrics show that China is collapsing anytime now, implies that there is a mismatch in the data that you're looking at. Does that make sense? It comforts both the U.S. and China not to acknowledge the changing shift in global economic power coming from the U.K., which lost its top economic dog status in the late 19th century, but still has some delusions of grandeur. I can understand American denialism. For China, it is also easier to avoid responsibilities for climate change, debt relief, and other global goods if it can still maintain its minnow status. This is ironically something that Donald Trump actually talked about quite a bit. That China has like this special status where it is a literal superpower, and yet we still analyze China as though it's a developing nation. Surprising, I know, but his China hawking, Donald Trump's China hawking in this regard wasn't necessarily wrong, at least with his analysis here. Anyway, but ultimately, bad comparisons foster bad decisions. It would be easy for the EU economy once again to become the world's largest at market exchange rates. All the European Central Bank would need to do is raise interest rates enough to push the euro up to the sufficient threshold. That might make Europe temporarily feel better until it recognized it was suffering the mother of all recessions. So yeah, when Trump is dictator, he'll rescue the American economy. Yeah, I'd rather listen to a YouTuber with PowerPoint slides of Chinese ghost cities from 2012 than listen to the analysis of a 30-year-old economist veteran of the Financial fucking Times who tracks these at a daily basis. America #1, no matter what, baby. I mean, there's still plenty of fucking econ guys that will serve you the copium too that is necessary. No Opinion, I feel like, might be one of those guys. Or his favorite is like to say India is doing so much better than China. I feel like he does that a lot. Is like India is our guy, right? I don't know if that comparison favors India at all, but who knows? It's like a very odd comparison to make because it genuinely favors like autonomy and rapid urbanization and even development immediately. It favors centralized planning, which of course I'm not saying that like India, a massive country, has not had its own versions of historically from time to time. I do not hate India. It's just that in the most reductive terms, when you look at in the most reductive terms, and I think people will get very mad at me for saying this, in the most reductive terms, when you look at India and China, okay, obviously the standards are not going to be the same. Their starting point is not going to be the same. But you have two Asian, formerly colonized nation states that have been victim of Western powers. India certainly to a larger degree, I would say, than China. And then you have one nation that was that rose from the ashes of such and was able to completely eviscerate extreme poverty at the global level, right, to a degree that it's unimaginable and unavoidable, and one that even Western neoclassical economists will agree to. And India is certainly not the country that I'm talking about. Some dude on Twitter said Turkey is an ethno-state like Israel. Do you agree? That's such a funny take. Brother, Turkey would love for motherfuckers to move in, okay, from all around the country, all around the world. Also, the irony of saying Turkey's an ethno-state is hilarious, especially considering that, like, there are plenty of Turkish nationalists right now. If they heard you, they would be so fucking mad. Oh, my God. Recep Tayyip Erdogan has fancied himself to be the leader of the Ummah and has unironically brought in around 6 million refugees from Syria. British handed over the country to ethnic nationals and socialists were put on the wayside. Yeah. Turkey is ethnically Turkish, I say, to a Turkish Twitch streamer who is half of his family is from Greece and the other half of his family is from Kilis. So like has, Arabic and Kurdish origins as well. All of which over the course of hundreds of years have just basically blended into Turkey. It's like looking at America 200 years from now, or even looking at America right now and talking to a guy who is like Irish, German, English origin and being like, those are the fucking, that's where your background is, actually. And it's like, this guy's fucking lived in America for 100 years. His family's lived in America for 100 years. That's what happens to empires in general. Anyway, maybe we'll talk about the Guyana, Venezuela thing in a little bit, but I want to now shift my attention to something that I have, something that I've seen. This went really viral. Even Barstool's very own. Even Barstool's very own turned around and fucking posted a video from this congressional hearing. That's right. Top university presidents testified before Congress on anti-Semitism on campus. And there are obviously highlights that we will be looking at. Made me mauled a lot yesterday without even watching it. It's very frustrating. But let's see what they have to say. Let's see how the media is covering
concerns about anti-Semitism across the country, including on college campuses here in the U.S. The presidents of 3 top universities were grilled on Capitol Hill, and Selena Wong is there tracking the story. Good morning, Selena.
Good morning, Juju. College campuses are indeed at the center of heated debate around the Israel and Hamas war. The controversy at some of the world's most elite institutions even making its way to Capitol Hill. The presidents of 3 top universities, Harvard, UPenn, and MIT, grilled on Capitol Hill, accused of not doing enough to crack down on anti-Semitism on their campuses since the start of the war in Israel and Gaza.
Do you have the courage to truly confront and condemn the ideology driving anti-Semitism? Or will you offer weak, blame-shifting excuses?
The Republican-led committee expressing frustration that universities have not done more to discipline students and faculty who they believe are fostering anti-Semitism, mentioning incidents like vandalism of Jewish cultural centers, threatening emails to faculty, or slogans chanted in protests. University presidents say they have a duty to protect their students while preserving free speech.
I have sought to confront hate while preserving free expression. This is difficult work, and I know that I have not always gotten it right.
Claudine Gay is the president of Harvard.
Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Harvard's rules of bullying?
This was so frustrating. This part is the most frustrating part to watch, okay? You have Representative Elise Stefanik ripping into these fucking presidents, right? And to the onlooker who's watching from afar, they go, what the fuck? Like, what? Of course you shouldn't ever be able to call for the genocide of Jews, right? So for them, for like a random person to be watching this, they'd be like, why is the college the college campus president not actually saying, yeah, no, that's completely unacceptable? Now, if you don't understand, there's 2 reasons. One, because it's not actually a call for the genocide of Jews. That would be fucking ridiculous. Okay? It is a classic, when did you stop beating your wife situation, right? That's not a question. That's an accusation. You've already made up your mind. It comes with a faulty premise. However, the interlocutor in this circumstance, the opposing party in this circumstance, and I don't know the exact backgrounds of every single president here, but these are institutions that, of course, have a lot of Zionist students and ultra-Zionist professors. I mean, come on, we're talking about fucking Harvard, right? And I would suspect that the presidents themselves are like very much favorable to Israel in general. So they can't fucking say that's not what is going on, because from their perspective, they also personally believe that from the river to the sea is actually anti-Semitic. So they're in this weird position where they have to fucking maintain that free speech is important on college campuses, because it is, right? While simultaneously not saying you're wrong. You're wrong for presenting this in an improper way, because they don't believe it, because they personally are Zionists too.
And harassment, yes or no?
It can be, depending on the context.
What's the context?
Targeted at an individual.
It's targeted.
Like, this is a very liberal way to talk about it. Look.
Difficult work.
Here.
Their slogans chanted in protests. University presidents say they have a duty to protect their students while preserving free speech.
I have sought to confront hate while preserving free expression. This is difficult work, and I know that I have not always gotten it right.
Claudine Gay is the president of Harvard.
Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Harvard's rules of bullying and harassment? Yes or no?
Of course it does. Of course it does. That's an insane fucking question. Of course.
It can be, depending on the context.
What's the context?
Targeted at an individual.
It's targeted at Jewish...
That's such a bad answer. That's such a bad fucking answer. You know what I mean? It's a bad answer from Claudine Gay. The reason why it's a bad answer is because they're like in agreement with one another on the fundamentals here. Okay? That's the issue. She accepts the premise, the faulty premise that both parties are engaging with. Okay? That's the issue. Why couldn't they also answer, of course, just how you have, though? Thank you for acknowledging that it's a bad answer. Because a lot of these people legitimately do believe in the weirdest position possible, which is that, yes, from the river to the sea or pro-Palestinian activism is anti-Semitic, but yes, that level of anti-Semitism is permissible on college campuses because it's free speech. And that is the worst position you can take. It's the dumbest position you can take. Do you understand? That's the problem here. These are, after all, the very same people who allow Nazis to thrive on campuses. That's the reason why there's this major mismatch here. Do you get it? Do you understand? How do you think Milo Yiannopoulos and all these fucking white supremacists like ran through every goddamn college campus with like every young Republican operation on their campuses have tried to and successfully brought like a white supremacist at a certain point to their college campus with the express purpose of trolling the libs. Do you get it? So in a weird way, I do respect being a free speech maximalist when you are when you're an institution of higher learning, okay? But it's odd when they're both a free speech maximalist and also simultaneously doing the anti-intellectual argument of claiming that Palestinian emancipation is actually anti-Semitic inherently. That is the issue. Do you get it?
Jewish students, Jewish individuals. Do you understand your testimony is dehumanizing them?
Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, a Harvard grad, called the school's president's response deafening.
I asked a very specific question. Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate their school's bullying and harassment policy?
You fell off, you're balding, plus you woo women like your objects. What? Plus you are white? What? Okay.
Policies? Not a single university president could say yes.
Like, that's the point. The point is to literally get them on the record. The point is to get them on the record to be like, yeah, there are acceptable instances, I guess, where you could say that. And it's like, no, it's not. The real counter to that is that's of course unacceptable, and no one is fucking doing that. And then put them on the fucking back pedal. If I am the person who is asking, who is answering these questions, let's say I'm now President Gay, okay? I'm President Gay of Harvard University. Elise Stefanik is asking me that exact same question. Let's run the question back. Actually, you know what? Let's go in here and go through it piece by piece, because we covered a piece of this already. Here it is.
Harvard, correct?
Here.
African Americans is not protected free speech at Harvard, correct?
Our commitment to free speech...
It's a yes or no question. Is that corrected? Is that okay for students to call for the mass murder of African Americans at Harvard? Is that protected free speech?
Our commitment to free speech...
It's a yes or no question. Let me ask you...
This is also a ridiculous, like, disgusting way of conducting yourself.
Do this. You are president of Harvard, so I assume you're familiar with the term intifada, correct?
I've heard that term, yes.
I love this part because here comes the ridiculous nonsense of like, well, they're saying intifada, which means they want to kill Jews. It's like, no, man, intifada is resistance, okay? Like, nobody goes, intifada is resistance, okay? That's what intifada means, all right? That's what it means. That's where it comes from. The first intifada was literally fought by mass strikes, okay? The second one, suicide bombings, certainly. But that doesn't change the dynamic or the reality of the word or the intention or what it means. You're simply taking advantage of the fact that everyone else around you is just as fucking racist and anti-Arab, and they go, ooh, scary, ooh, scary. No, the second one didn't start like you said. No, yes, even the second intifada didn't start with suicide bombings either. But ultimately, intifada in and of itself, it does not mean like automatically go and fucking purge Jewish people, okay? It is a Palestinian resistance against the apartheid state of Israel. No matter how scared you are of the word itself, it's the same principle behind jihad. It's the same principle behind martyrdom. You take any and every word and concept that Muslims and Arabs use, and you say, ooh, scary. Ooh, that's scary. How dare you? These are people who are saying, ooh, they're saying Allahu Akbar. Ooh, I'm spooked. Aren't you spooked? Looking for a congressional champion to fight anti-Semitism? Forget Stefanik. Those concerned about anti-Semitism would be well advised to remember their new leading advocate who has platformed some of the most vile anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. That's the funniest part about this, is that every single one of these absolute dogshit Republican congresspersons have unironically, time and time again, under the auspices of free speech, defended actual, literal, anti-Semitic Nazis. Okay? Anyway, here she is weaponizing the racism of everyone around. Okay?
And you understand that the use of the term intifada in the context of the Israeli-Arab conflict is indeed a call for violent armed resistance against the state of Israel, including violence against civilians and the genocide of Jews. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, that's a big jump. Violent resistance, okay? Resistance against the apartheid regime is the correct fucking analysis here, okay? She said resistance and then jumped to the genocide of the Jews. That is not a resistance at that point, okay? That's a different thing. That's a whole different thing. That's offensive maneuvering, okay? What a jump. Yeah. One of my buddies asked me about that as well this morning. I was like, what the fuck's going on here? Like, because they're normies. They don't understand it, right? And it's like, yeah, the UAW did an intifada. Okay, the UAW did an intifada by striking, right, and got really favorable contracts from the big three. That doesn't mean the UAW didn't do a genocide of the Jews against the big three. They striked. Resistance comes in many forms. Anyway.
That type of hateful speech is personally abhorrent to me.
And there have been multiple marches at Harvard with students chanting, quote, there is only one solution, intifada revolution, and, quote, globalize the intifada. Is that correct?
I'm so mad. Ooh, I'm so mad. What? Oh, no. I can't believe American students believe in Palestinian resistance. Now, of course, you can't just say that, right? You can't say it's really fucked up that these guys are pro-Palestine. We need to put an end to this right now. So you have to go and hit it from the liberal optics angle. Oh, the words that they're using, well, they sound scary to me. Okay? People that have said similar things have done scary, bad things, right? Hamas also participates in the intifada. So that's actually a bad thing. How dare you? You better stop them from doing that. And the real goal is, even if nobody was saying fucking intifada, even if nobody was saying from the river to the sea, even if people were simply just saying, free Palestine, please, free Palestine, Palestinians are human beings, please, okay? People would still, unironically, choose to stop them. It's not about what the words they're using. It's about what they're actually trying to implement. It's what these students want, which is an end to the occupation.
I've heard that thoughtless, reckless, and hateful language on our campus.
See? Globalize the intifada, or the only solution is revolution. Exactly. Look, do you hear that? It's because she's a Zionist too. That's the point. That's why she can't be the person to answer these questions. Okay? She should have just brought a fucking Holocaust scholar or someone with her to this fucking conversation to be like, here, I'm not the most well-read. I'm the president of Harvard University. Here are like 11 of my genocide scholars that I brought with me, okay?
Campus, yes.
So based upon your testimony, you understand that this call for intifada is to commit genocide against the Jewish people in Israel and globally, correct?
Oh my God, 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 I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. They got celebrities educating you about intifada? Globalize the Intifada is one of the most popular slogans at anti-Israel rallies, but it isn't just a chant. It's a dangerous call for violence. Thank you, Jennifer Goodwin, for breaking this down. Who the fuck is Jennifer Goodwin?
People rallying in support of Palestine are calling to globalize the Intifada. But what is an Intifada? The term Intifada is an Arabic word that translates
Arabic word
to uprising or shaking off.
Yeah, what do you rise up against? What do you rise up against? You rise up against oppressive. It's a revolution, okay? That's what it is. The big danger is you're using a scary Arabic word. And the people who are using that scary Arabic word in Arabic countries are, wait for this, get this, they're Arab. Those people who are using the Arabic word are Arab, and therefore they're bad and scary. You should be scared. Please do not look into what we are doing. Please do not look into how Israel is an apartheid state. Please move away from that right now. Step away from the book that you want to read that may say things like Israel's an apartheid state. Israel's an ethno-nationalist, very racist country. Israel's done a lot of violence against Palestinian people from its inception. Do not read that. That's wrong. Put it down. Listen to my words. I am a D-list actor. I am going to tell you what you need to know. What you need to know is Arabs are scary, and Arabic words are even scarier because they are uttered by Arabs.
There have been two intifadas in history, Palestinian uprisings against Israel and its policies in the West Bank and Gaza. Both were characterized by severe violence and both targeted Israeli.
Yeah, which, by the way, make no mistake, please do not look into how these things started. Do not look into what caused these uprisings. Do not do that. That would be very bad. If you looked into that, you might even come across, I don't know, reasonable analysis that shows the horrifying conditions Palestinians have been historically subjected to. That would be very scary for me because it would ruin my argument. And I'm trying to make an argument right now by telling you, like, do not look at what the first intifada was. Do not look to what the second intifada was. No. Do not learn about the historical precedents. Don't do it.
Soldiers and civilians indiscriminately. It was during the first intifada, starting in 1987, that the Palestinian terrorist group Hamas was founded and wrote its charter with the aim to kill Jews and eradicate the Jewish state. The second intifada, starting in 2000, included suicide bombings by terrorist groups, including Hamas. The suicide bombings targeted nightclubs, restaurants, bus stops, and all parts of Israeli society. Nearly 1,000 Israelis were killed or injured by these terrorists.
So two intifadas happened. Notice how they didn't fucking talk about the first one? Because, it's mostly strikes, protests, and famously rock throwing of children, throwing rocks at tanks, okay? Which, if Hong Kong does that, then that's good. Obviously. It's it's positive. When Ukraine does that against Russia, it's good. It's positive. When Palestinians do that, or when Black Lives Matter does that, well, depending on what Trump says about BLM, maybe it's good, maybe it's bad, who knows, depending on how racist I'm feeling on that day, okay? But when Palestinians do that, it's bad, it's scary, it's wrong. Do not think about how we got here. No matter what, do not think about how we got here, okay? Yeah. During the first year of the uprising, Israel killed 142 Palestinians in Gaza. While not a single Israeli had been killed in Gaza despite this grotesque violence, Hamas continued to pursue nonviolent resistance through spring 1989. This is from Jean-Pierre Filou, Gaza, A History, written in 2014. During the course of the uprising, Israel jailed 175,000 Palestinians, 30,000 Palestinian children needed medical care after being beaten, 10,000 had broken bones, 1/5 of the injured were under 5. 23,000 were subject to harsh interrogation. Israel killed 1,200 Palestinians. Palestinians killed less than 160 Israelis. The asymmetry of violence was there, okay? 81% of pro-Palestinian supporters self-censoring versus 11% of pro-Israel self-censoring at universities. What do you mean? Among those participating self-censorship since Israel-Hamas war began, 81% said that they were withholding criticism of Israel compared to 11% withholding criticism of Palestinians. Concerns about offending students and pressure from external advocacy groups were cited as top reasons. I wonder why. Because there's no fucking operation engaging in a doxing campaign of Jewish or Christian students that are engaging in ultra-nationalist propaganda at the behest of Israel. Okay? That's the reason. But the other side of that is true. There are operations occurring in all of these top institutions where literal fucking students are being doxxed relentlessly. And it's not just students, because obviously random students are going to sometimes say things that aren't going to be the most morally clear, okay? They're fucking 18 years old. But it's not just them. It's actually literal scholars, actual adults that have gotten fired for repeating actual scholars on the matter. Jewish scholars, Israeli scholars. Melissa Barrera immediately comes to mind. It's something I talked about already. I can't read these articles because the Haaretz paywall is the most guarded thing on the planet.
When you hear globalize the Intifada at protests on social media, this chant is calling for Jews in your country, your city, and your neighborhood to be attacked.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, definitely. Thank you. Thank you for that take. The iron paywall. No, literally, the iron dome and the iron paywall of Haaretz.
Correct?
I will say again, that type of hateful speech.
See? This is why. It's because the fucking university presidents are also Zionists. That's it. Of course they are. What are we talking about? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? It is the most popular position in America. What is this argument here? Christians across the board, evangelical Christians, regular Christians, Baptists, Catholics, across the board, and Jewish people as well. Across the board, Zionism is infinitely more popular than anything else, okay? America is profoundly pro-Israel. The only exception is when you look at the age demographics, when you look at younger Americans. That's it. That's it. And even then, there's still like a 49% support for Israel. It's just like it's the only age group where support actually goes in the other direction for once, okay? Orthodox are typically not Zionists. No, I'm not even talking about inside of like the American Jewish population, the deviations from Zionism. I'm talking specifically as a broader whole. Of course, most people are going to be unconditionally supportive of Israel at the top of these like institutes of higher learning. Like, what are we doing? Yeah, which is precisely why when Elise Stefanik is like arguing against the President Gay of Harvard, okay, she can't launch a decent defense at the behest of free speech.
Is personally abhorrent to me.
Do you believe that type of hateful speech is contrary to Harvard's code of conduct, or is it allowed at Harvard?
It is at odds with the values of Harvard.
Can you not say here that it is against?
There you go. There it is. Does anyone have like one of these? I think it was the Barstool one, right? What's his face? Dave Portnoy said some shit about it, and it went like super viral. Weird how Claudine Gay was asked to condemn this like 9 times under oath and wouldn't do it, but now after mass outrage, suddenly she issues a statement, and Harvard says we're the confused ones. Anyway, what is this? The bypass paywalls, Chrome clean. Dude, there's so much I need to download here. I don't want to do that. I hate to admit that this has worked. As a student, I'm terrified of having participated in protests. Fear not, okay? There are more of you and people like you, especially in your demographic, than there are people who are trying to suppress your rightful protests, okay? It is ridiculous. Be for fucking real, dude. I hate this shit. I hate it so much, especially as someone who's talked about campus anti-Semitism so goddamn frequently, for years and years and years. It's like the very same Republican and even Democrat politicians alike, the very same Democrats and Republican politicians alike, advocated for those actual anti-Semites, the actual white supremacists, the Nazis, to be able to operate carte blanche on all of these campuses at the behest of free speech. Like, it's because it's free speech, we got to defend free speech. But now, when there is a very real momentum behind anti-Israel sentiment, pro-Palestinian sentiment, all of a sudden now it's the big problem. Oh, no, this is the real kind of anti-Semitism. Ironic because, as I've said a million times over, the grave danger of anti-Semitic violence And also Islamophobic violence does not come from Jews in America or Muslims in America. It comes from white supremacists in America. The very same people that those in positions of power in Congress defend the free speech rights of, those guys and their followers are the ones who are actually engaging in anti-Semitic acts. The Haaretz article. Oh, thank you for clipping it. Growing number of U.S.-based Middle East scholars self-censoring after the October 7th attack. An overwhelming majority of U.S.-based Middle East scholars say they have felt the growing need to practice self-censorship since the Israel-Hamas war began on October 7th. By the way, there's also a secondary part of this too. Like, there are plenty of fucking progressives who have literally just lost their minds on this and think I've lost my mind as a consequence of that. Like, make no mistake, I've been hemorrhaging both viewership and followers since October 7th. Nonstop. There are plenty of people who are just straight up like, I'm so progressive, I'm the most progressive person, except for Palestine. When it comes to Palestine, I think you're crazy. The fact that you are like saying things such as Palestinians deserve emancipation is just fucking unacceptable. Yes, they are still progressive. These people are still progressive. Okay? They are still progressive. It's just that this is one issue where they're not progressive at all. Anyway. Yes, progressive except Palestine is a very common thing. Anyway, the survey known as the Middle East Scholar Barometer found that the main reasons they were restricting what they said in academic or professional capacities were concerns about offending students and pressure from external advocacy groups. The survey was conducted between November 10th and November 17th, with the findings based on response from 936 participants. The Middle East Scholar Barometer is a joint initiative of the University of Maryland Critical Issues Poll, directed by Professor Shibli Telhami, and the Project on Middle East Political Science at George Washington University, directed by Professor Mark Lynch. Among the respondents, 72% said they felt a greater direct or indirect need to self-censor since the massacre perpetrated by Hamas, which prompted a massive Israeli military response in the Gaza Strip. What do you think about the Israeli viewers you have? Why are they watching you? Because there are obviously still leftists, albeit marginal, in Israel as well. There are anti-occupation Israelis. They're a tiny sliver of the population, but they exist. So I guess the ones that do, they're in here. In many respects, outside of the issue of Palestine, like the Israeli leftists understand that Israel and America are almost identical in both the way that they carry their domestic affairs. Israel, built on the principles of labor Zionism and like actual fucking socialist communist Zionists, which I would say are a little bit more resembling of like a Strasserite mentality, actually did benefit from a relatively stable, even development and social programs for a very long time. They also recognize that those social programs and safety nets are being eroded at the behest of a right-wing, far-right, psychopathic, ethno-nationalist, Jewish supremacist state apparatus that is shifting their attention towards an enemy within the occupation, an enemy that they have to occupy all the time. America has been doing this as well, of course, with Mexicans, Guatemalans, immigrants that are coming from the southern border. Ultimately, working class people have the same exact interest no matter what. And nationalism and reactionary ideologies are dangerous. They always lead to despair. They always lead to barbarism across the board, whether it be in the United States of America or in Israel. Anyway, most of the Middle East scholars polled said that anti-Muslim and anti-Palestinian sentiments were far more prevalent on their campuses than anti-Jewish and anti-Israeli sentiments. Only 18% of the respondents said that anti-Semitism was somewhat or very prevalent at their institutions. The fuck did I get it this time? Fuck, I can't. Compared with what 41% who said that anti-Muslim sentiments were. Just leave the country. Why don't you just leave the chat, especially at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break? This is what I don't understand. It is with the ad break as a form of collective punishment? No. University administrators have also faced criticism far more often than the past weeks for tolerating anti-Semitism on their campuses than for tolerating Islamophobia. According to a recent poll from Hillel International, more than half of the Jewish college students in America say they feel unsafe on campus as the Hamas assault. This is the 6th survey published by Middle East Scholar Barometer since its launch in February 2021. Let's continue.
It's the code of conduct at Harvard?
We embrace a commitment to free expression, even of views that are objectionable, offensive, hateful. It's when that speech crosses into conduct that violates our policies against bullying, harassment,
does that speech not cross that barrier? Does that speech not call for the genocide of Jews and the elimination of Israel?
Yeah, obviously, when you fucking talk to a person who's like-minded, okay, to Elise Stefanik in this issue, yeah, she can't fucking say that. Anyway, like I said, it's a weird position for these guys to find themselves in because, like, as university professors, like, they are not university professors, but, like, the university presidents, all three of them that were brought up, do not disagree with Elise Stefanik on how dangerous the prospect of pro-Palestinian speech actually is. But given that they are actually fucking college campus presidents, they also have to maintain a shred of intellectual honesty and say that they have to maintain at least the presence of free speech. And that's precisely why their answers are so stupid. Their answer ends up being, yes, you're right. It is anti-Semitic to say intifada. It is anti-Semitic to say pro-Palestinian things, but also I'm pro free speech. So I think that you should be able to say it. So you end up arriving at this like fucking weird middle ground where you're like, you're basically saying something that isn't anti-Semitic is anti-Semitic, and that you think it should be allowed. Just say it's not anti-Semitic.
Israel. You testify that you understand that is the definition of intifada. Is that speech according to the code of conduct or not?
We embrace a commitment to free expression and give a wide berth to free expression, even of views that are objectionable.
You and I both know that's not the case. You were aware that Harvard ranked dead last when it came to free speech. Are you not aware of that report?
As I observed earlier, I reject that characterization.
It's the data shows it's true. And isn't it true that Harvard previously rescinded multiple offers of admissions for applicants and accepted freshmen for sharing offensive memes, racist statements, sometimes as young as 16 years old? Did Harvard not rescind those offers?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. President of Harvard, go ahead. You did do that, okay? Go ahead, because you believe that, like, fucking saying that you are for Palestinian emancipation is the same as, like, you know, saying let's genocide the Jews. Go ahead. Internally, like, even the presidents that are being talked about here or talked down to here understand that that would be a ridiculous comparison to make, okay? Rescinding someone's application for, like, openly saying the N-word or even openly saying gas the Jews or whatever is obviously not going to be the same as, like, rescinding the application of a student that was accepted because they are pro-Palestinian. Like, that would be psychotic. No matter how hard you want to agree with the underlying false premise, okay? No matter how hard you want to agree that the underlying false premise is actually true, you deep down inside know that that's not the same. The cognitive biases here are causing this weird communication. They're the reason why you look inconsistent on this issue.
Offers of admission?
That long predates my time as president.
But you understand that Harvard made that decision to rescind those offers of admission.
I have no reason to contradict the facts as you present them.
Correct, because it's a fact. You're also aware that a Winthrop House faculty dean was let go over who he chose to legally represent, correct? That was while you were dean.
That is an incorrect characterization of what transpired.
What's the characterization?
I'm not going to get into details about a personnel matter.
Well, let me ask you this. Will admissions offers be rescinded or any disciplinary action be taken against students or applicants who say, from the river to the sea or intifada, advocating for the murder of Jews?
As I've said, that type of hateful, reckless, offensive speech is personally abhorrent to me.
Today that
yeah, that's the problem. Exactly. College presidents that agree with the idea that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism agree with the false premise that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism are having a hard time. What does calling for the flattening of Gaza mean? Dude, this is nutty as fuck. It's just like relying on the biases that everybody already has, okay? After decades and decades of propaganda. It's so incredibly fucking stupid. Does anything ever happen in these stupid hearings? It seems like a shit show. It is a shit show, but it's for the fucking sound bites. It's so Elise Stefanik can look good because she owned a college president, and it's ironic because that college president already is in agreement with her. Here's the Harvard statement afterwards, by the way. Statement from President Gay. There are some who confuse the right to free expression with the idea that Harvard will condone calls for violence against Jewish students. Let me be clear. Calls for violence or genocide against the Jewish community or any religious or ethnic group are vile. They have no place at Harvard. And those who threaten our Jewish students will be held to account. Exactly. It's nuts that you just didn't straight up say that. Why didn't she say that? She didn't fucking say that because in her mind, she also agrees in her mind, she also fucking agrees that from the river to the sea is a call to genocide. So because she's making that false equivocation, she can't turn around and be like, we should fire professors or expel students that make that, say that thing, say that they are pro-Palestinian.
No action will be taken. What action will be taken?
When speech crosses into conduct that violates our policies, including policies against bullying, harassment, or intimidation, we take action. And we have robust disciplinary processes that allow us to hold individuals accountable.
What action has been taken against students who are harassing and calling for the genocide of Jews?
The correct answer to this is, tell me the exact instances where someone has called for the genocide of the Jews. Go ahead. The exact count, the actual thing you're supposed to say is, who has done that? Okay? As the president of Harvard University, I'm the president now, okay? As the president of Harvard University, I have a responsibility to ensure that I maintain free speech on college campus while simultaneously, and perhaps even more importantly than that, protect all students unconditionally. If there is a student that you believe, okay, if there's a student that you believe that we have not actually adequately punished for calling for the genocide of a subsect of the student body, okay, we will offer restitution. We will do the right thing. I will thank you for showing me that I was wrong. Now, if you ask that question back to Elise Stefanik, she's going to fucking, she's going to postulate, she's going to fucking just say like, oh, well, a lot of students said from the river to the sea. In which case, you turn the conversation back and you say, that is not anti-Semitic. That is not a slogan that is inherently anti-Semitic. That is not an anti-Semitic slogan at all. Because this is no longer about protecting Jewish students now. Now this is just punishing pro-Palestinian protesters. That's it. That's the argument. That's where the argument begins and ends. But you can't do that if you also personally believe that from the river to the sea is anti-Semitic sloganeering. That's the problem.
On Harvard's campus.
I can assure you we have robust
what actions have been taken. I'm not asking
actions underway.
I'm asking what actions have been taken against those students.
Given students' rights to privacy and our obligations under FERPA, I will not say more about any specific cases other than to reiterate that processes are ongoing.
Do you know what the #1 hate crime in America is?
I know that over the last couple of months, there has been an alarming rise of anti-Semitism, which I understand is the critical topic that we are here to discuss.
Yeah. Okay.
Ms. McGill, just weeks before the October 7 terror attacks against Israel, Penn hosted a Palestine Rights Literature Festival. The event featured Mark Lamont Hill, who was fired by CNN for calling for the destruction of Israel.
That's so gross. Mark Lamont Hill was literally fired by CNN, even though he's a college professor and still is a college professor at CUNY, by the way. Mark Lamont Hill was fired by CNN because on a United Nations speech, at the end of his fucking speech, he said, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And Mark Lamont Hill was fired by the cowards at CNN for saying that. At the time, I thought that was disgusting, okay? It was unacceptable. Completely and utterly unacceptable. Morally bankrupt pieces of shit over at CNN did that to him. Okay? This guy is now running along with that lie. They're pairing that lie with additional lies. I'm going to use terms that are easy to understand for Zoomer and millennial brains here. Okay? This is like, for example, let's say there's a content creator out there. Okay? A content creator that is, that hasn't really rocked the boat all too much, but maybe has some polarizing views. Let's say that content creator is constantly mired in controversy. Okay? You might know the actual truth behind half of the controversy, whether it be buying a house or buying a car, let's say. But it doesn't really matter because after a while, the controversy piles up on top. That was my dad. The controversy piles on top of one another. Okay? So now you don't even have to point to like the actual offending, the offense that this content creator is actually engaged in. Now you could just simply point to the lie. Okay? Because the feeling is that this person is mired in controversy. So you don't actually have to fucking say what the actual situation was. And most people are not going to know why Mark Lamont Hill got fired. What did he do? What is his background? Right? What is Mark Lamont Hill's background? Why was he fired? You just have to believe what he's saying. This is a congressperson after all. A UPenn graduate himself, for the record. A literal scholar. Here. A professor of urban education and American studies at Temple University. He joined the faculty of Teachers College at Columbia University as an associate professor. He has worked in all of these top institutions, okay? And he is incredibly, he's an activist as well. He's incredibly well-known. He's incredibly well-read. And this disgusting smear, here's Wikipedia on it, is disgusting smear that this congressperson is talking about with respect to Mark Lamont Hill, who he's saying UPenn should have never hosted Mark Lamont Hill to talk about Palestinian emancipation. Why? Because on November 28th in 2018, while speaking in a meeting at the UN marking the International Day of Solidarity of the Palestinian people, Hill said, we have an opportunity to not just offer solidarity in words, but to commit to political action, grassroots action, local action, international action that will give us what justice requires, and that is a free Palestine from the river to the sea. The Anti-Defamation League alleged the phrase river to the sea is code often used by Hamas for the destruction of Israel. Hill rejected this characterization, understandably, and said it was a call for justice, referring to the existing borders of the Palestinian territories in the Mediterranean Sea to the Jordan River. Hill replied, I support Palestinian freedom. I support Palestinian self-determination. I am deeply critical of Israeli policy and practice. I do not support anti-Semitism, killing Jewish people, or any other of the things attributed to my speech. I've spent my life fighting these things. He also said that the river to the sea phrase dates to the early 20th century and has never been the exclusive province of a particular ideological camp, adding that the idea that this is a Hamas phrase is simply untrue. On December 1st, Hill said that we must reject anti-Semitism of any form or fashion and apologize for the reception of his message. They bullied him until he even fucking apologized for how it was read. And then CNN fucking fired him. They fired him. The Board of Trustees at Temple University, Hill's employer, condemned his words, saying they included what many regard as promoting violence. They said it was widely perceived as language that threatens the existence of the state of Israel and has been used by anti-Israel terror groups. Furthermore, the trustees said that Hill's words were characterized as virulent anti-Semitism and hate speech. However, as Hill was not representing the school, and that as a private individual is entitled to the same constitutional protection of any other citizen. It takes 1 second to tell a lie. It takes hours and hours to tell the truth and to correct said lie. This is why, even if your cause is just, if you are a leftist, if you are pro-emancipation of oppressed peoples across the planet, it is always going to be a upwards climb, a tremendous hill to climb every single time you must dismantle an even just like singular thing. We do not have pithy quotes. Republicans never have to defend the sloganeering behind anything. All lives matter. Republicans claim they're pro-life. They never have to defend the sloganeering. Reactionary people never have to defend the meaning behind their slogans. They just go, nope, that's my slogan. Shut the fuck up. You're wrong. Liberals, on the other hand, constantly love badgering and bullying the left for the optics of a slogan because all of that is a mere distraction. Do you believe Palestinians deserve freedom or not? That's the question. Do you believe Israel is an apartheid state or not? That is the question. And we walk away from that question when we have these ridiculous conversations. Conversations that should take place when there are Nazis on college campuses, but are never, surprisingly, taking place when there are Nazis on college campuses, or when they are taking place, these conversations about anti-Semitism and the rise of anti-Semitism on college campuses. The very same people that are right now demanding that people get fired, demanding that students get expelled, are defending the Nazis. under the auspices of free speech. So I ask you, is this really about anti-Semitism? Or is this about being pro-Palestine? Is this about the youth being pro-Palestine? It's cynical. It's disgusting. And time again, these institutions that are supposed to defend Jewish people, for example, like the ADL, have shown their disgusting face, shown that the ADL does not stand for Anti-Defamation League, but instead the Apartheid Defense League, both historically and in contemporary society. That is all these institutions are doing, defending an apartheid and using anything and everything they can, even historic, unimaginable cruelty and destruction such as the Holocaust. It's unimaginable, okay? It's so fucked up.
It also hosted and included a member of the Palestinian Youth Movement, which has collaborated with anti-Israel terrorists, and maybe most notably Roger Waters, the really wacky former Pink Floyd vocalist. The same Roger Waters, by the way, who's publicly used...
This is pretty funny because, like, I do feel like... I feel like this is imported. This is like anger that is actually imported from the UK.
Anti-Jewish slurs, desecrated the memory of Anne Frank, and has dressed up as a Nazi and floated a pig balloon with the Star of David at many of his concerts. Why in the world would you host someone like that on your college campus to speak at the so-called Palestinian Rights Literature Festival?
I appreciate the opportunity to discuss this. Anti-Semitism has no place at Penn.
Why did you invite Roger Waters? What did you think you would get out of him?
Anti-Semitism has no place at Penn, and our free speech policies are guided by the United States Constitution.
Why did you invite Roger Waters? And
Anti-Semitism does not have a place at Penn. And
you condemn what Roger Waters stands for.
Congressman, prior to the event, I issued a statement calling out the anti-Semitism of some of the speakers at that conference.
Specifically Roger Waters. Yes or no?
Roger Waters is among them.
So yes. You specifically called out a guy who floated pig balloons with the Star of David at his concerts.
I called out
I haven't seen the condemnation. I'm going to go look for it after this hearing. And I hope I can find that well-recorded condemnation from you.
I did call out the anti-Semitism of some of the speakers at a
dude. I love people just being like, Roger Waters is anti-Semitic and you need to call him out. Like, do you condemn Roger Waters? Like, what the fuck are you saying? And then they just like rob any matter of artistic impression of its context and its nuance. Roger Waters is anti-fascist. It's fucking ridiculous. They're finding like everything that this dumbass just mentioned, ironically, okay? Everything that this dumbass fucking mentioned, ironically, is on the same playing field as the thing that we talked about previously. The thing that we talked about previously with Mark Lamont Hill. It's just like he's just rapid firing bullshit at this person. It's so dumb.
Conference that had more than 100 people.
In the aftermath of the Palestinian Rights Festival, you and your board chairman wrote a memo outlining Penn's free speech policies. You said, quote, Penn does not regulate the content of speech or symbolic behavior. You wrote, including speech, quote, incompatible with the school's values. You went on to say that Penn does not have a policy against hate speech because, quote, defining and policing robust debate, even with respect to the most disturbing issues, is unwise. That's what you wrote. But in 2013, Penn canceled now Prime Minister Modi's scheduled keynote address at a Wharton-hosted economic forum in the face of opposition from Indian American professors.
I love the comparison between Roger Waters and motherfucking Modi. Are you insane? The real question should be, if Modi is being canceled, okay, if Modi's speeches are being canceled, aren't you a bit hypocritical to not cancel like Israeli defense ministers or Israeli Knesset members when they come and if they want to talk on campus? Wouldn't that be the real hypocrisy here? They both should be canceled in that regard. Not fucking Roger Waters, dumbass. Are you comparing a fucking fascist, hyper-nationalist leader of a country that is like slaughtering Muslims and doing pogroms on Muslims to motherfucking Pink Floyd The Wall? Are you stupid?
And for the past year, your administration has sought to punish Amy Wax, a tenured law professor, for her stance on DEI and identity issues.
Yeah, this is the real story. Conservatives love doing this. Banning an Israeli would be anti-Semitic, though. Would it? If you're banning Modi, then it's anti-Indian. Under the same principle, if you want to ban like Benjamin Netanyahu, let's say he wants to come to your fucking campus, and you're like, yeah, we don't want Benjamin Netanyahu to come speak at our campus. That's not anti-Semitism at all. It's perfectly valid. If you're banning Modi, you should ban him too. You should ban like Mohammed bin Salman as well, if he wants to come to your fucking campus.
And then you canceled an event with former ICE director Tom Holman due to disruptive student protest simply because he worked for former President Donald Trump. Ms. McGill, the fact is that Penn regulates speech that it doesn't like. Everyone gets this. No one more than the faculty and students who know exactly where the lines are that they're okay to cross. Why did Penn let Professor Ahmad Amala off the hook, who led hundreds of students in chanting, "There's only one solution, Intifada revolution"? Why does...
Do you hear yourself? Are you really comparing? Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. The notion that you are, the idea that you're comparing a professor that led a pro-Palestinian march to Modi or the fucking head of ICE, okay, that participated in like jailing immigrant babies for the crime of crossing the motherfucking border into the United States of America. Like, it makes me so unimaginably angry that he's just like, on the one hand, he's saying you should not ban those people, the people that I just mentioned, people with actual power, but you should ban the other people who don't have any power that are pro-Palestine. For what reason? Because I decided being pro-Palestine is anti-Semitic. They're hitting it from both angles.
Does that professor still have a job at your university?
Representative, our approach to speech is as I identified. It follows and is guided by the United States Constitution, which allows for robust perspectives. I disagree with the characterization that we treat speech differently, and I can't discuss any individual disciplinary proceeding.
The same goes for Penn professor Ann Norton, who's repeatedly denied Hamas's worst atrocities on October 7.
Like
or
what?
How about
like what? Like what? Like what? Clarify. I have no idea. They might have. Okay? They might have. But half the time, that's not even the case. You know what I mean? So stupid.
Fakhreddin, who romanticized the murder of over 1,000 Israeli Jews as, quote, Palestine inventing a new way of life, and clapped as a speaker said Jews should go back to Berlin and Moscow. Why does that...
Like, do you see the level, do you see the level of fucking surveillance we've arrived at? Like, he went from, why did you rescind an invitation to fucking Modi to your professor clapped, according to what I have read. Your professor clapped at the wrong time. Like, that is fucking insane. It's insane. Meanwhile, the real question should be asked towards this man, like, what's up with Nick Fuentes coming to college campus? You think that's okay? You think it's okay to have Richard Spencer on college campuses? You think it's okay? And we can extend that beyond Richard Spencer. You think Lindsey Graham said we should level Gaza, reduce it to rubble. Do you think Lindsey Graham should be allowed on college campuses or not? But of course, there's never a question on that side because none of those people offend the sensibilities of those in positions of power, because Nazism, okay, and fascist reactionary rhetoric and ideology, which, by the way, this person most likely fucking holds on to as well, both secretly and openly, all right? But those ideas are within the confines of permissibility. It's like acceptable. It doesn't threaten the actual order of things. Being pro-Palestinian, on the other hand, does, to a certain degree. Not all that significant either.
Professors still have a job at your university.
I'm very troubled by what you're describing, Congressman. That kind of...
You're speaking out of both sides of your mouth. You're defending it. You allow these professors to teach at your college. You create a safe haven for this type of anti-Semitic behavior. You said something earlier about anti-Semitism being symbolic of the larger society.
Men are desperately trying to conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. The college presidents also agree with this false premise, so they can't, their students and professors, and then argue, despite people are mad that pro-Palestine. I know there's a Golden Kappa campuses and are so hungry today. What the fuck? And are desperately trying to conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. College presidents also agree with this false premise. They can't defend their students and professors adequately. So they argue free speech maximalist terms, despite not believing in that. Please buy a cameo video from George Santos. It'd be so funny. No, I'm not. I'm trying to find the perfect way to describe my thoughts. Like, I'm trying to summarize my thoughts on this issue, and I'm having a hard time describing it.
Representative from Michigan, Ms. McLean, is recognized.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here today. I listened to your opening statement, and we all talked so passionately about what was happening on the college campuses as it pertains to anti-Semitism is absolutely unacceptable, and I appreciate that. However, talk is cheap, and we really need action. So what I'd like to talk a little bit about today is what actual action items, not lip service, but action items have happened. So I'll start with you. President Gay, under your leadership, Harvard has done...
In response to the West asking, is a precondition to freedom that Palestinians stop the violence, Angela Davis said, placing the question of violence at the forefront inevitably serves to obscure the issues of the center of struggles for justice. Important issues in Palestinian struggle for freedom are minimized and rendered invisible by those who try to equate resistance to Israeli apartheid with terrorism. Yeah, it's a great way to talk about it.
Little to condemn Hamas's brutal murder of women and children, promote Israel's right to defend itself.
Also, these are, again, more faulty premises. I don't know why people don't fucking attack that a little bit more, even when it's to defend themselves. Like, who the fuck's out here being like, no, that's good, okay? Like, you can have an argument on that front, on whether it, like, reaches the boundaries of free speech or it actually turns into something that is hateful and hate speech that shouldn't be protected, versus hate speech that can, under whether or not if it's contextually appropriate or not, is up for debate. However, like the idea that like everyone is out there fucking saying it's so sick, October 7th never really happened, but if it did, then it was good and it should happen is ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, this is the other side of this as well. Felix said, how many fucking times do we have to hear about Hillel vice chairs having panic attacks on college campuses? I do not care.
Well, I'm both honored and thankful to be.
And it's like the House Republicans, too. It's so gross. Like, grow up. House Republicans talking about fucking anti-Semitism on college campus? Like, what are you talking about?
Here. I should not be here today. I should be studying for my upcoming finals. I should be taking in every moment, every experience as an undergraduate student in my senior year of college. So while I should not be here today, I am. Because 36 hours ago, I, along with most of campus, sought refuge in our rooms. As classmates and professors chanted proudly for the genocide of Jews while igniting smoke bombs and defacing school property.
It's crazy, man. I can't believe that happened. That's wild.
The neighboring university's president immediately released a statement describing this as a brazen display of...
Bro, this is literally like, this is identical to fucking whenever people in Israel proper are like, remember how dangerous Hamas rockets are. And then they show that like one of them hit a fucking tree and leaves fell on top of like people on the sidewalk. Okay. Meanwhile, there's like wall-to-wall coverage that you can watch about entire fucking city blocks being reduced to rubble. It's like, yeah, actually, guys, you don't understand. It's like incredibly anti-Semitic to be pro-Palestinian. It's like the most dangerous thing, which is why we should fire them, and you should not be able to hold a job ever again for saying pro-Palestinian things. Why? Because it hurt my fucking feelings, because I've been brainwashed into thinking that saying pro-Palestinian things are actually equivalent to saying genocide the Jews. That's ridiculous. And yes, some people do legitimately believe this, by the way, chatters. I want you to understand. I don't know if this guy is. He's, surrounded by Republicans, so obviously probably not. He's most likely an opportunist who wants to get a nice job in Republican office eventually, okay? But the idea that all of the people that are genuinely all the people that claim they're scared are not actually scared is wrong. There are people who are legitimately scared. This happened in fucking England too.
Of anti-Semitism. He went on saying, silence in the face of last night's demonstration of anti-Semitism and hate near our doorstep is not an option for me. Well, the doorstep of the neighboring university is...
Can you confirm that when he says open calls for genocide, he's referring to the sea? I don't know what college he's from, and I don't know what he's talking about, but the reason why I make this assertion in this situation is because hyper-individualizing this is fucking ridiculous. Why? Because are there going to be people who said anti-Semitic things on any given protest? Of course there are. Of course. Okay? Lasering in on that is ridiculous. People didn't hear that. They heard people going from the river to the sea, or they heard people going free Palestine. They heard people going globalize the Intifada. The things, the high notes, the high-level conversations that are being had in these congressional hearings are not about like random fucking students that said things that are punishable. It's about the broader conversation of Palestinian emancipation. Do you get it? That's why I don't spend any time talking about like what individuals have done inside of a massive fucking protest. As a Jewish person, I just find that people with their own personal paranoia and grievances are being platformed in a way that exaggerates the national situation. I'm in a city that I'm constantly told is super anti-Semitic because it's largely pro-Palestinian, yet I don't fear for my life. Why? Because it's exaggerated by people like this. Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's a way to, here's your tweet. College presidents are silently accepting the faulty premise that criticism of Israel or advocating for Palestinian liberation is anti-Semitism. They can't adequately argue for their students or professors who speak for Palestinian emancipation when they don't understand that fundamentally anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. Yeah, that's a good tweet. I just like, it's fucking mealy-mouthed bullshit. It's just like endless fucking crying, endless crying. Like, oh man, my feelings are hurt. And it's like, dude, you're standing on a podium in front of Republicans that unironically defend real anti-Semitism from Nazis on a daily fucking basis. Shut the fuck up. You have no moral backbone, okay? These are people who defend actual anti-Semitism unconditionally under the auspices of free speech. What a joke. What? If you have no idea what he's speaking about, how can you discredit what he's saying? I'm pro-Palestine, by the way. It's a weird thing to say, like I have no idea what he's talking about, but I know he's wrong. Okay. What I'm saying is that I do not concern myself with individual acts of anti-Semitism that I think probably can happen and probably have happened. And I know it has happened, as a matter of fact. I have talked about individual acts of anti-Semitism. But all of these individualized acts of anti-Semitism, okay, are conflated with anti-Zionism falsely, okay, in an incredibly cynical fashion. The reason why this person is going up in front of a podium in front of the Republican Speaker of the goddamn House, okay, people that literally defend anti-Semitism when it comes from white nationalists and white supremacists, are doing it not because they are genuinely in fear of their lives from a college campus protest. They're doing it because they want to stop pro-Palestinian sentiment from being expressed. Okay? I'm pro-Palestine, by the way, is the new meme. Yeah, I think so. I think a lot of people love doing the chest stop dogging on me. I'm simply asking for clarification. Look how long I've subscribed. I love Hasan. I mean, yeah, sure. And the major reason why we're having this conversation is because it's one that battle lines are drawn on usually, and it's one that is like a familiar conversation to have. College campus activism. Oh, activists are going out of college campus activists are going crazy with it. They're going crazy with it. Okay. At a certain point, you have to realize that this is being cynically deployed against all matter of pro-Palestinian speech, which is my broader point. Do you understand? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that these conversations are fucking ridiculous. Diving into each individual act from each individual protester to try and discredit an entire movement is a tactic that I am incredibly familiar with. Okay? Why is it something that I'm incredibly familiar with? Because I've been an unconditional supporter of Black Lives Matter far before liberals got on board with it. And at the time, and still to this day, reactionary conservatives love pointing to each individual black person that is, ooh, scary at a protest that said, fry the pigs like bacon. So I guess, you know, it should be fine that black people should be consistently fucking oppressed in black and brown neighborhoods, that they should be underserved. They should be relegated to underserved communities where the police force is militant and operates like an occupying force in our internal colonies in America. That's what it is. A lot of people are not conditioned to you know, see it under similar terms, though. Okay? That's it. That's what this is. That's what's going on. Trying to hyper-individualize a protest by looking at the worst actors when an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign is happening where an apartheid state that is a belligerent occupier is fucking eviscerating a densely populated prison that it has pushed 2 million Palestinians into. You're literally saying, well, this guy hurt my feelings in a fucking protest. Like, I heard something and I was scared about what I heard. That's insane. That is an insane standard. All right, I guess we should just keep fucking massacring Palestinians then. Shit, dude. This guy stood in front of psychopathic, bloodthirsty Republican fascists and said, college campus activism that is pro-Palestine is scary to me. I'm not discounting that anti-Semitism isn't on the rise. As a matter of fact, I've talked quite extensively on this issue because, you know, contrary to what people cynically like to talk about with respect to anti-Semitism, I abhor anti-Semitism. I've been a long-time advocate against anti-Semitism. That is precisely the reason why I think it's disgusting to cynically deploy anti-Semitism smears on a movement that is just a movement against an apartheid state. Ridiculous. Especially when these people that are doing it are very open about their own personal hypocrisies. If we are to set the standard on what makes people's feelings hurt or what makes people fear, then that's a ridiculous standard to set. It's one that reactionaries love to push. It's one that they also love to claim is happening regularly with respect to hate crimes in general. That's the problem. People just think, like, the N-word, for example, is simply just a mean word that hurts the feelings of black people, okay? And it's not reinforcing the white supremacist constructs that we exist under. Like, they always try to reduce the context and the nuance of, like, slurs or hate speech down to, oh, it hurt black people's feelings. That's why you don't want me to say it? Like, no, you misunderstood the point, okay? It is a reinforcement of white supremacy, which we currently still exist under. This is precisely the reason why there's a difference between anti-Semitic hate speech and protesting an apartheid regime, okay? And conflating the two is ridiculous. The issue, of course, is that, what is this? To be fair, this back and forth of Penn State is irrelevant anyway. These hearings about hurt feelings isn't going to stop America's support for Israel or save Palestine. It's just a distraction so people in the U.S. don't focus on what's really going on. I agree with you. It's disgusting. Sorry for my comment before. Thanks for the clarification. Yeah. No, it's ridiculous, but it is a simple distraction. And yes, it is by design. These people don't give a fuck about anti-Semitism. Give me a break, dude. It's no different. Right-wingers love using tokens, okay? In this case, it's not even a token because it is the majority, but right-wingers normally love using tokens. Like, they love using Asian students to be like, white students are being oppressed, but also so are Asian students. That's why we need to eviscerate any kind of civil rights protections that might exist that is albeit marginal. And it takes a long-ass time to cut through all of that propaganda and educate people on it. And I have done this for years and years and years. But for some reason, when it comes down to it, when we're talking about Palestine, a lot of the very same people who are normally understanding of all of that propaganda refuse to recognize that they have unconditionally and uncritically repeated said propaganda when it comes to Israel and are engaging in it.
In 2016, they found about 2% of the faculty of Harvard were viewed President Trump, I think, as okay or good.
Yeah, by the way, for the record, like, a lot of people are also using this as an opportunity to talk about their own personal grievances with woke college campuses. It's the endless sequence of, like, hypocrisy baiting. Get to the fucking problem, which they will, of course, never admit. The real problem is The real problem is pro-Palestinian protests. Doesn't matter what language they're using. It's the fact that they exist at all. It stems from the reality that there is like people showing solidarity, people demonstrating alongside Palestinians, and they want to put an end to that. That's the real thing they want to stop. And then, you know, all this other stuff about hypocrisy baiting is secondary. It's also a really good distraction. It goes viral. Every moment that people are talking about campus anti-Semitism is a moment where they're not talking about Palestinian children being slaughtered in the hands of Israel. Okay?
Of the MIT-Israel alliance.
This is the same climate of anti-Semitism that led to the massacre of Jews throughout the centuries. This is not just harassment. This is our lives on the line. MIT student Talia Khan highlights the rise of anti-Semitism at MIT. Here's MIT professor or neuroscientist at MIT, Palestinian Canadian, Afif Akrabawi. I've seen this MIT student on Jake Tapper's show on CNN. Here she's speaking out at the House GOP and was kind enough to give me a personal shout out. I never thought my speech would make it so far. Thank you for amplifying my statements at the 128 mark. Let's hear what his statements were, or how she describes his statements. Okay, I hate Twitter so much. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, fix your platform. Oh my God, fix your platform, Elon. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
Has culture on campus to such an extreme of intolerance that 70% of MIT's Jewish students polled feel forced to hide their identities and perspectives. An Israeli student whose
I don't know if they're forced to hide their identities, but probably their perspective, if their perspective is pro-Israel, that much definitely makes sense. That's not hatred, though. That's no different than fucking conservatives constantly complaining about, why are you spending so much time on the story? Because it's unfortunately one that needs some counters so that people understand what the fuck is actually going on. Because if left undefended and no one is critical of this shit on the mainstream side of things, people are repeating the insane quotes from the congressional hearing unconditionally.
identity and personal info was sold online for a bounty has not left his dorm room in weeks out of fear due to death threats.
That shit is completely unacceptable, by the way, of course.
My part, I was forced to leave my study group for my doctoral exams halfway through the semester because my group members told me that the people at the Nova Music Festival deserved to die because they were partying on stolen land. After a postdoc at MIT said that Jewish Israelis want to enslave the world in a global apartheid system, he falsely claimed that.
Weird. Why am I never invited to share my experience as a Palestinian with the establishment? Why does she feel that her safety and comfort should take priority over mine? She claims Jewish students feel the need to hide their perspectives, yet the Zionists among them have not been shy in their incessant emails to the admin, trying to get me fired for speaking my own. She doesn't seem very intimidated, complaining about me and the CAA to the U.S. Congress. It's incredible how frustrated Zionists get when their perceived supremacy is challenged by the tolerance of Palestinian voices on campus. Would it help these students feel less alone if I shared hundreds of hate messages and threats I've received since October 7? Perhaps invite me on to speak with them directly in a formal setting. Maybe then they might understand that I also just want to do science in peace. Anyway, I don't know who this is, and I'm not too interested either. I just wanted to point out the clear double standards and express my admiration towards MIT for remaining principled thus far, truly exercising equity and inclusivity. I honestly wasn't expecting it.
Israel harvests Palestinian organs and implied that the quote.
Wait, but that they do that. That's a thing that they do. Everybody does that too. You could just say America does it too. But they do that. Why? Why are you undermining blood libel, which is a real dangerous anti-Semitic canard that has been used as a justification for pogroms historically, by equating it to things that Israel is doing? Why? I don't understand it. This is the fucking thing that also ends up creating more anti-Semitic theories, because the anti-Semites love pointing to the truthful statements, the truthful actions that Israel is engaging in to say, oh, well, look, you see that with your own two eyes. They're trying to make you not believe a thing that Israel is doing is something that Israel is actually doing. Maybe they lie about other stuff too historically. That is anti-Semitic. You're giving an opportunity for anti-Semites to literally spear dick their harmful ass anti-Semitic conspiracies by pointing to real things that Israel is doing and saying, I take ownership of that, and I'm going to sit there and say that's blood libel. Okay? It's fucking bullshit. It's so stupid. Dude, I literally had a peer of mine say he would have taken part of the rape of my people the Marines did to the Philippines during the war, and I had to trust that dude with my life while serving. Sorry they hurt your feelings, girly. No, it's just like, it's so frustrating. What are the chances she literally doesn't know and has only been told it's blood libel?
Palestinian organs and implied that the, quote, average Israeli is a Nazi. The DEI officer of his department replied by telling us that nothing he said was hate speech and that the organ...
That's awesome. I love that. I'm gonna keep it $1.50. Respect to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. Now, notice how they're fucking attacking DEI departments, by the way. Notice the whole point of the House Republicans here is not to, like, combat anti-Semitism or whatever. They fucking don't give a shit about that. But instead to attack what their actual anger is directed towards. DEI initiatives.
Organ harvesting conspiracy theory was, quote, confirmed.
Wait, why? Yeah, because it was. Because it is. It's not a conspiracy. You can just say it's a conspiracy. How is this? You're literally doing QAnon shit at this point. She's just basically operating on fucking vibes, dog. She's like, I can't believe this. I can't believe this. They're saying Israel is doing cum retrieval. Do you guys know how scary that is to live on a campus where a college professor said the Israeli Defense Force has a cum retrieval squad? That's scary to me, that they are repeating such dangerous falsehoods and conspiracies. And it's like, why did you say that? Why did you say that? Why did you say that when it's the truth? It's just the truth. Now, here's the thing. Maybe she went on Gorka's show too. No fucking shot. Send me the link. If she went on the Vitesse Ren's very own Hungarian dragon, Sebastian Gorka's show, then no, it's over. It's done. You are not a serious person. Holy fuck, that's insane. Okay, the Dragon of Budapest. A literal Nazi whose grandparents were straight up Nazi collaborators who found Jews in the countryside and reported them to the fucking Nazis so they could be killed. Are you fucking for real right now? Oh, he's also blocked me, so I can't even...
Being a champion for America.
So in the break, we were talking about that wonderful T-shirt you're wearing. I bought one in Israel in December when I took 350 of my listeners there. I said, I need one of those iconic...
Anne, babam nerede? Söyler misin? Yemek yapsın, acıktım. Peki. Yeah, bro, I'm sorry. That's crazy. I'm tweeting that out. Be for fucking real, dude. It's such fucking bullshit. I mean, dude, there's no better crocodile tear situation here than this very same moment here, okay? Imagine going on a fascist podcast that are working on your doctoral thesis. Yeah, it's fucking such bullshit. Me and some devs are modding custom emos in the Lethal Company. Going to turn the goofy of this game up to 11. We'll share more soon. Yeah. Anyway, what's the best badge Gorka's wearing? No, not the badge he's wearing there. Sebastian Gorka, here, for those of you who want to know why I'm so fucking pissed off about this. Sebastian Gorka made Nazi-linked Vitesse Rend proud by wearing its medal. Controversy swirled around Sebastian Gorka, one of President Trump's top counterterrorism advisors, ever since he attended the president's January 20th inaugural ball, wearing the honorary medal of Hungarian nationalist organization Vitesse Rend. NBC News traveled to Hungary to dig deeper into Gorka's ties with the group, speaking with members of the organization as well as with locals who knew him when he lived there. That's what he fucking wore. Why can't I just... Why does it always have to be a WebP file or whatever the fuck? It's so stupid. Anyway, it's crazy to me that this is like, inaugural ball. Just put JPEG at the end of it, WebP. Oh, wait, really? That's how it works? That's how it works? Really? Wait, where the fuck? Where's the thing that I downloaded? I can't even find it. Depends on the website. So hard to do. Use an online conversion tool. I can't even find the screenshot now. I don't know where it went. I'm so mad. Oh, in the screenshots folder. Never mind. Anyway, you sound like me while fixing a setting on the computer. Seems Israel supports rather work with actual Nazis versus Palestinians giving Palestinians human rights. Yeah, no, actually. Here, we'll do this video in a second. Yeah. In Budapest, NBC News also spoke with Andras Heisler, the Hungarian vice president of the New York-based World Jewish Congress, who said that wearing the medal isn't a good message for a democratic society. Yeah, no shit. Vitezi Rend was founded in 1920 by Hungarian ruler Miklos Horthy to award medals to Hungarian veterans of World War I, but the group's history became murky after the country allied with Nazi Germany in 1938. Heisler told ABC News that the members of the organization were likely complicit in the murder of some of the hundreds of thousands of Hungarian Jews towards the end of World War II. Its founder, Horthy, once said, "I have always been an anti-Semite throughout my life." The Soviet-allied communist government outlawed Vitezi Rend when they took control of the country after the war, but since then, several private organizations emerged claiming to be the true successors of the group and its ideals. Yeah, good stuff. But that's probably fine, right? How is it that these guys who are constantly fucking looking for it's wild to me that people who fucking claim personally that there is a major issue with anti-Semitism on college campuses because people are pro-Palestinian have no issues with like direct descendants of anti-Semites who proudly wear the banner of anti-Semitism. It's just so odd how it works that way every time. Fuck out of here, dude. Ridiculous shit. All right, let's watch this.
How I got out of Zionism. So this is obviously a much longer conversation.
This is a really good video.
Story. But for the sake of brevity,
this person is a settler too. Like I think he was in the West Bank as well.
I'll try to tell this as the Alter Rebbe says, the first rabbi of Chabad. I'll try to tell the long, short version of how this happened. So in 2018, when I was 20 years old, I was studying in Jerusalem in an all-male religious nationalist seminary. And obviously I grew up very Zionist. And while I was there, I started having questions about the entire population that existed beyond these walls. And as part of my program, there were individuals who were doing this interesting program where folks actually met Palestinians and heard some of their perspectives. And for me, I had heard some good things about that program, and some of the things that they were saying were interesting and appealing, so I decided to go to that program. And I remember it was a Friday before Shabbos, and I was sitting there at 9 a.m. in Jerusalem, and a Palestinian man had come to speak to us. And he was describing how he had to get up at 4:30 a.m. to make it to Jerusalem at 9 a.m., even though he lived in Ramallah, which is only like 7 miles away. So obviously my brain goes, well, that doesn't make any sense. Surely it shouldn't take you more than 4 hours to go 7 miles. And then I listened how he proceeded to talk about the system of checkpoints, how he had to get on a separate bus, how he had to make the calculation of whether it made more sense for him to stay on the bus, knowing that if he's on the bus, he could be kicked off the bus at the checkpoint and go to the back of the line, or if it just made sense to just wait on the non-bus part of the checkpoint to get through to make sure that he got here in time, to speak to a bunch of Zionist Jews to try to convince them that Palestinians were human. So after the lecture, I went up to him, I was like, dude, this is fucked up. What is going on?
I'm sorry. I know this is a serious story, but like it is. It's so fucked up that it's like, if you person to person have a guy describe this to you, like that should be your response. You're like, what the fuck? And this guy lives there, chat.
What's going on here? Why didn't no one tell me about this? And I was like, can you just I didn't even know what I was like, more, just more. Tell me more. He took out his ID card. And he's like, yeah, I actually have to head back now because if I'm not back by a certain time, my provisional travel status is going to get revoked and I won't be able to leave Ramallah again. And it doesn't matter if the checkpoints held me up. And the checkpoints could take 3 to 4 hours. So I need to head back now. I'm like, dude, it's 10:30 or 11 o'clock. He's like, I can't take any chances. Like, I'm not risking this getting revoked. So I said to him, I was like, I need to know more. He said, well, why don't you come with me to Ramallah? So I'll tell you, the first thought that rose in my mind, it was rising and it said, if I go, you will kill me. Because that was the way I was conditioned. Growing up, for me, Palestinians were terrorists. There was no possibility that a Palestinian was human, and certainly no possibility that Palestinian resistance had nothing to do with Jewish folks, but had to do with the fact that there were settlers kicking Palestinians off their land, upholding apartheid, ethnic cleansing, and genocide. So as that thought was rising, there was another voice in me, and I think this voice is a deep ancestral voice, and to this day, I'm amazed at myself that I was able to challenge all of my conditioning with a second voice, a deeper voice.
For the record, that is important. Many people don't do that. That is very important. A lot of people that come in here and immediately fucking start yelling and saying things like, Hasan, you're anti-Semitic or whatever. What you're saying must be untrue. They're saying that because there is a secondary voice inside of their heart that says, if what you are saying is true about Israel, then everything I know is wrong. And that's really fucked up. Like that the country that I've been defending for all these years is actually doing really fucked up shit. So there is always that other voice inside of you that is, you know, creating cognitive dissonance. Because if you were a stupid person, simply just a stupid person, then you wouldn't even be mad. Because the real stupid person comes in here and goes, get fucked, bozo, Israel on top, Palestinians are goat fuckers. The person with at least some semblance of conscience comes in here and is misguided and maybe even cynical, but at least like there's a mashup of these two different conflicting opinions inside of your brain. Because the real dumbasses, they come in here all the time. They come in here and they talk about like genocide is fucking awesome. Let's go pog. Okay. Yeah. They say W Israel, L Palestine, fuck you. But there are at least people with like some semblance of consciousness, and they are having a hard time with the cognitive biases that they have, with the cognitive dissonance that they are experiencing. So the only thing that they can do is probably try to re-solidify and reaffirm their position. And instead of looking within and going, wait, maybe what he's saying I should listen to charitably, they go, I am going to suppress what my conscience is telling me because I value myself to be a progressive. Okay. And what this guy that I may have even trusted in the past, who I've thought to be a progressive in the past, is now telling me something that goes against my beliefs, my conditioning that has told me that what Israel is doing is just. These are national security concerns. These are real concerns, right? I always want you to remember, if you come in here with that kind of attitude, just examine deep within, inside of yourself, beyond the security concerns that you've been told, beyond the necessity for the apartheid to exist, okay? Instead of having that knee-jerk reaction, what you should do is listen to that other voice inside of you that says, what if this stuff is true? What if what I am hearing, albeit biased, is not untrue? What if it is true? That's it. And then you should go on a journey. Once you ask that question inside of yourself, you have to go on a journey. You can't just take my word for it, okay? Because I meme sometimes, I have angry moments, sometimes there's clippable shit. I am simply here as a shepherd to guide you on the right path. I am not your savior, okay? I am not a smart guy. I'm a dumb guy. You have to then go and do the reading, okay? Look it up. A lot of the stuff that I talk about is readily available. You don't have to actually read too much. You don't have to read. I'm not saying, first of all, 10 Myths is a pretty easy read regardless with Milan Pape, but you don't have to read that either. Just confirm or deny by searching the things that I have brought up, from joking stuff that sounds ridiculous, like the Israeli cum retrieval, all the way to why I say Israel is an apartheid state. Go to B'Tselem, go to the Human Rights Watch, go to Amnesty International, go and read why these people have laid out with the specifics, why these organizations, both Israeli and international organizations, have laid out with the specifics what Israel is doing is unacceptable. Why? That's it. Because I think that if you do that, and if you are genuinely charitable, instead of trying to hide under the comfort of reaffirming the patriotic conditioning that you have been subjected to your whole life, and that does seem very comfortable. There's comfort there. There's a sense of security there, right? And there are plenty of people who are just as progressive as you are, who will also reaffirm your suspicions that maybe the naysayers are wrong. Maybe people that are pro-Palestinian are actually wrong. Maybe there is no 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. After all, it's been 15 minutes in to the top of the hour and no ad break has come. But there is. Right. At the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, though, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Anyway, it's just something to consider. What is this? The hate watchers are the people that evaded being noticed as a libers because they have leftist takes on some issues and others. They're ultra right wing. Yeah. We all have gone on a journey. A lot of people would like to say, oh, you just lucked into your morals, right? I've gone on my own personal journey. I fucking learned that the Armenian genocide was a lie my whole fucking development, my whole upbringing. You know what I mean? I know from personal experience. Okay? It takes a while. I was transphobic. It takes time and self-reflection, maybe even a little bit of ego death, as some chatters pointed out earlier. Okay? This is why I've always been so fucking understanding of reactionary sentiment, way more than my community in general, despite what naysayers might say. I am understanding of people who have reactionary ideals because I understand that we are all victims of the systems at the end of the day, and our systems, our education, is inherently reactionary. It's supposed to churn out this very same cycle of defenders of white supremacy, for example. So you always do have the opportunity to learn the truth. You always do, but you have to investigate within yourselves. What is your setback? What's holding you back from learning more? A shit ton of people in this community came from similar backgrounds of holding onto and maintaining reactionary ideals, whether it be transphobia, whether it be white supremacy, whether it be even anti-Semitism, whether it be anti-Palestinian sentiment, okay? But they all did the honorable thing. They all did the incredible Herculean task of looking deep within themselves and looking at the conditioning and the programming that they withstood and said, wait a minute, some shit doesn't add up here. Let me search deep within. Hypocrisy baiting, on the other hand, from many people that demand no charitability from others is done for the exact opposite purpose. It is to ensure that you are intellectually and morally incurious people, okay? It is to reaffirm your suspicion that the naysayers out there are in the wrong. Don't even look deep within. Don't search within yourself. Do not listen to him. Do not let him into your home. Do not let him into your mind. Do not be charitable to this person, because if you are, you might actually start soul searching. You might actually start recognizing that certain things that he's saying are not actually incorrect. They're not coming from a place of anger and hatred, a secret hatred for trans people, or a secret hatred for Jewish people, despite the fact that he has spent the last 10 fucking years arguing for the exact opposite. Okay? That's what all the hypocrisy, socialism, but these rich guys are choosing to do, because it makes people feel very comfortable. It makes people feel very comfortable. It's a very easy argument to grab onto and recycle. It makes people feel like they have a sense of purpose without actually ever addressing the meat of the argument. Okay? That's why I always say, please be charitable. Please be charitable to others on their own journey. And this is a principle that I sometimes also have a hard time holding on to. This is a principle that I absolutely sometimes forget myself. I yell at people, I yell at chatters, I pop off. I am a human being after all, and there are going to be weak moments in the 10-hour, the 8-hour time frame where I'm covering these fucking issues. But that is also why I am so fucking forgiving of people that do things that are bad, okay? That say things that are bad. They say things that are wrong until, it gets to a point where they are basically making money off of lying, making money off of spreading dangerous conspiracies. Like, at that point, it's different, for sure. But as far as, like, normies goes, I always try to tell you, like, be understanding, be charitable. Don't yell at people immediately. Don't yell at people over jokes. Don't yell at people over things that you believe are crossing a line. As long as they are still in good faith addressing you and telling you what their perspective is, be as open-minded as possible. In the words of the late, great Michael Jamal Brooks, be kind to people, be ruthless to systems. Okay? I don't like it when people go, I've never had a right-wing phase either. Like, you don't have to have one, okay? But you can have some reactionary sentiment inside of you. It's normal. It's normal. I think people need to have that permission in some instances, because in leftist circles especially, we never do that. We never give people the permission to be honest about their own background, and we often use their own background against them, use their own past misgivings against them, weaponize it against them, and many people just shelter or hide their own personal reactionary opinions that they used to hold on to and act like they were perfect. Purity is not the point here. The point is advocacy. The point is getting to that perspective, changing your mind, and then taking the necessary steps. That is at the heart of rehabilitation. That is at the heart of justice. If you believe in justice, if you believe in rehabilitation, then you have to maintain this principle. That's how you build coalitions in the face of so many motherfuckers who are desperately trying to divide solidarity, ruin solidarity. I used to say this all the fucking time back in the day. It bears repeating, but it's like no one is born out of the womb with a fucking copy of Das Kapital in their hands, you know what I mean, with a hammer and sickle, advocating for righteous causes, advocating for international workers of the world to rise up and unshackle themselves, unbind themselves from the systems of oppression. That doesn't work that way. And if some people are actually perfect and they haven't had any reactionary tendencies whatsoever, then they're probably quite sheltered, because after all, we are all products of our environment. So the best thing you can do is basically work against that. To work against that that cognitive conditioning from being born into a white supremacist, inherently reactionary, transphobic, racist system. Okay? I was incredibly reactionary centrist to the point of where I felt disassociated with my viewpoints, but then when I heard you, I realized that I took critical thinking for granted. Thank you. Your coverage is insane. I hope you are proud of your content, because as someone from the West Bank, you are genuinely insane. And give me hope for a day where both sides get peace. I'm genuinely insane.
Voice, a deeper knowing. And that voice immediately said, well, you've been told your whole life that this person was going to kill you and that this person was a terrorist and he wasn't human. And he's standing right in front of you, and he's the exact opposite of those things. In that moment, I didn't vocalize that thought, and I called bullshit, and I said, yeah, I'll come. I need to see it for myself.
You always leave out misogyny? Yes, because I'm misogynistic. And I love misogyny. Caught me. I love that I talked about a broad coalition movement, like broad coalition building movement and like charitability, and you immediately fucking nailed me to the goddamn cross. Yeah, there are plenty of bigotries that I didn't address in my little speech there, okay? That doesn't mean I don't care about them. Unless you personally think I don't care about them and I'm purposely leaving it out. You are a long-term community member. You should, you know, why is it that you went into a leftist unification speech with the first thing you pull out of that is like, well, here's a thing that I don't think you're good on. I don't, you know, maybe you're joking. I don't believe you're a misogynist. I just add that it doesn't come up. No, I talk about patriarchy quite regularly, as a matter of fact. I do. And it's usually a thing that I bring up as far as like the bigoted sentiments that we learn. So
now, as a Zionist kid growing up, this was unheard of. The thought that I could go to a Palestinian town and come back in anything less than a body bag was absurd. But he said, you got to come in the next couple of days. So this was Friday. So I had Shabbos in Yerushalayim. And then Sunday is a work day in the Israeli settler colony. So I went to yeshiva. I went to Gemara in the morning. I think we were holding in Kedushin. And then during lunch, I took off my kippah, I put on a hat, and I went to Shar Shechem, which is Damascus Gate, the only place I wasn't allowed to go to when I was in yeshiva, for fear that Palestinians would kill me. And the second I stepped into Damascus Gate, I essentially, I don't want to say became Palestinian, that's ridiculous. I had tremendous privilege as a settler, but I got to taste, maybe instead of a drop in the ocean, I got to taste the mist surrounding one drop in the ocean of what it's like to be subject to a settler colonial regime. And I got on a Palestinian bus, and for me, I was like, well, this is interesting that it's a completely different busing system. But even more than that, it's like I all of a sudden was with the people who were supposed to kill me. And in fact, the very opposite happened, where when I was on a Palestinian bus, all of a sudden my sense of identity and belonging started to become Palestinian in terms of my sense of where my safety lies. And my sense of threat immediately became holy.
Yeah. He realized this is something that I mention all the time too. Like when motherfuckers are like, why don't you go to Gaza? Like, why don't you go to Gaza and say that? And it's like, bitch, I'm not afraid of Hamas in Gaza. I'm afraid of the IDF. Like, the reason why I can't go to Gaza right now is not because of Hamas. Like, they say this all the time, but with, like, Clarissa Ward, right? Like, they'll be like, why doesn't Clarissa Ward go to Gaza? She has. And she wasn't fucking murdered. You want to know why? Because she's a media person. These people are not, like, violent, bloodthirsty monsters who are just like, oh, this is a white woman. Time to kill her. No. Clarissa Ward in Gaza is under threat. Not by Hamas, but by the IDF. Okay?
Holy shit, I'm on a Palestinian bus. I am being read as Palestinian in a fucking genocidal settler colony. I am about to go through an hour and a half of military checkpoints in knowing that this occupying army can do whatever they want to me, and the only protection I have is an American passport, which is way more than any Palestinian has, and I was still terrified. And I remember the process of just like this.
Be charitable? Wait, what? I am being charitable. What? This guy's awesome.
Image of a Palestinian father being comforted by his daughter. This man's probably 65 years old, and just me just realizing in that moment, like, the deep humiliation that this person had to undergo. And he was someone privileged who was able to leave Ramallah to Jerusalem. And I remember just going through the Columbia checkpoint, IDF soldiers coming on, harassing us. And I remember going into the Columbia checkpoint and being on the inside of the wall and seeing the beautiful graffiti and seeing that there was a graffiti of someone, a kid with a slingshot. And my Jewish brain at the time said, wow, this is amazing. The Quran and the Torah are so similar. They also have an image of King David with a slingshot.
Oh, that's so powerful. I hadn't seen this part. Bro, oh my God. That's so true. King David is like David and Goliath, and yet is vilified. It's vilified when the Palestinian kids do it.
And then after that, the bus kept going, and the slingshot was pointed at an IDF soldier. And that's when it started to crumble for me, where I said, wait a second, who's who here? Who's David and who's Goliath? No way,
that's a good-ass take.
These are the same rocks that my ancestors used to resist oppression. And now these rocks of...
King David is like canonically the goated story, right? It's overcoming a great evil, much larger, overcoming impressive odds, impossible odds. It's like the underdog story. Okay, great VeggieTales episode, sure. And it is like, it's something that obviously a lot of Jews internalize. It's something that also corresponds almost perfectly to Jewish history, as Jews have been the underdogs historically, right? The minority group in every fucking population, constantly being fucking cast aside, constantly being purged, constantly being made out to be the villains. So like, it's definitely a story that is understandably important, and it's definitely powerful, because like in that moment you're not the underdog. To come to that recognition through powerful imagery, it's fucking great.
Palestine are being used by Palestinians to resist oppression too, and we have become our worst nightmare. I remember sitting in a bar in Ramallah. Sorry, the Israeli security apparatus.
That's just one part of King David. Pretty sure he had hoes. Okay.
I don't remember who it was, but if you could find him for me, that'd be lovely, because I dearly miss him and he changed my life. I remember sitting in the bar in Ramallah, and this person just explaining to me, this beautiful Palestinian human just explaining to me, being so patient with me, speaking to a Zionist settler, speaking to me and just saying, like, dude, like, most people here have never seen Jerusalem. What are you talking about? It's literally right there. It's like you have to be a male and 65 or older, or women 55 or older, or you need to have someone sponsor you for a work permit, but the only way they can sponsor you, there has to be an Israeli, and how the fuck is an Israeli going to sponsor you if they don't even know you exist because you're behind the wall? Again, maybe the regulations have changed. This was my experience 5 years ago. It's probably gotten worse. And I remember him saying to me, he said, Shlomo, what would you do? What would you do if your entire life, the only person of the occupying army that you saw, and the only interaction you ever had with Jews were IDF soldiers who came in and raided you and arrested you in the middle of the night, put you under administrative detention, tear gassed your homes, cut off your water and electricity, arrested a bunch of your friends, and killed you and harassed you? He said, what would you fucking do? And I said, if you don't think that I would resist with every single fiber in my being, as long as I was alive, to liberate myself from this colonial hell, you are out of your fucking mind. I said, how dare you even ask me what I would do. I said, do you know my ancestry? Do you know who I come from? Do you know that my lineage, my grandfather survived Auschwitz, Reb Shimon Bar Yochai, Hanukkah. You think I wouldn't fight back? That was after 6 hours. Can you imagine what 18 years, what 30 years does to the psyche of someone like that? And y'all sit here and get confused with Palestinian resistance? Are you kidding me? All that shows me is that A, you have no idea what the settler colony of Israel is, and B, it's disrespectful. You're disrespecting yourself because you're telling me that if you were in that position, you wouldn't fight back and you would willingly die. And that tells me that if I was in Auschwitz with you and we were in the bunkers, you wouldn't resist our Nazi captors. And that is someone I don't trust. So let's fucking get it together and start telling the truth and take this seriously. Let's fucking free Palestine for all people, everyone on the land.
So, as powerful words, okay, I love it. I hadn't watched the whole thing. It's actually incredible. The thing I will say is this: a lot of people come to me and say, you know, isn't it mind-boggling or mind-numbing that people willingly misunderstand what you have to say? It's mind-boggling. Isn't it anger-inducing that people deliberately say things like, oh, you must be a Russia supporter, or you're this, you're that. People clip chimp you and take you out of context and constantly talk about, you know, how hypocritical it is that you're socialist but rich. And part of the reason why my values are not shook is, well, twofold. One, because I do think that justice is always inevitable. There is an inevitability towards justice, right? And that people will inevitably come around. And two, my conscience is clear. That's it. My conscience is clear. I know I'm on the right side of history. I know I'm right. I know that my morals are strong. My moral compass is just. My moral compass is in the right direction. Okay? And I know that I will do my very best in the short period of time that I have on this earth to fight for the things I believe in. I will do it with honesty. And ultimately, it doesn't matter. I'm a very stubborn person. So do the Christians, man. Come on. What? Christians? Who the fuck said anything about Christians? Or anyone else for that matter? So that's something you should remind yourself as well. You should remind yourself of that. That ultimately, there will be a lot of naysayers. Okay? There will be a lot of people who try to fucking put you down. Many of them don't even do it on, like, the boundaries of ideology. They will come in and be like, I'm pro-Palestine, by the way, but also I think you're fucking saying Christians believe they have a strong moral compass and know they're on the right side of history too. Yeah, well, they're wrong. Because ultimately there are inherent biases that many Christians usually try to cut out instead of thinking about it. Like, the greatest example I can give you is that if you are a Christian, and there are plenty of ecumenical Marxists out there, how the fuck are you not a socialist? When you know, and I know this is like a comical thing to even repeat, it's a cliche at this point, that Jesus Christ, okay, as a historical figure, was a fucking brown Palestinian communist, okay? So anything that you're advocating for that is against those values is in need of constant reinforcement. You have to constantly fucking turn around and go against the values that you've read up on. I have no such internal contradictions. Do you understand? Yes, of course people think that their cause is just and they're on the right side and they have the right morals or whatever. But there are still always going to be internal contradictions. I am constantly engaging in self-criticism, which is a way for me to shake such internal contradictions. And I'm demanding you do it too. I'm telling you, it's hard. It's not an easy thing to do. But if you do it, you will recognize that you do have some cognitive dissonance inside of you. I agree. I was just saying that dude was trying to say that the word believe was doing some heavy lifting in that sentence. Okay, not believe, I know. How about that? I am armed with the knowledge that what I am advocating for is ultimately a good thing, a just thing. I never have to worry about, I guess, the other side of freedom. You know what I mean? you advocate for freedom, you advocate for emancipation for all peoples, there is no situation there where you could go wrong. Stupid. What is this? Here's a fun game. Karl Marx or the Bible. It's simple. There's a few quotes, and you have to figure out if they came from Marx or the Bible. Do not rob the poor. Whoever oppresses the poor to increase his own wealth or gives to the rich will only come to poverty. A righteous man knows the rights of the poor. A wicked man does not understand such knowledge. Are the rich the ones who oppress you and the ones who drag you into court? The rich rules over the poor, and the borrower is a slave of the lender. Sell your possessions and give to the needy. But those who desire to be rich fall into temptation, into a snare. Well, no, it's all from the Bible. It's all from the Bible. You want to know why I know that? Because Marx would not worry himself with distinctions such as wealthy or the poor, but instead would operate on class analysis. It is the relations that you have to the means of production that matter, not how much money you have in your pocket. Obviously, how much money you have in your pocket is a consequence of the contradictive way in which capitalism has operated, but that's secondary. For the love of money is the root of all kinds of evil. Keep your life free from love of money. But woe to you who are rich, for you have received your consolation. This is all Bible, yeah. The big reveal is every single one is from the Bible, Jewish and Christian or old and new, however you call it. How neat would it be if the text was taught this way instead of folks twisting it to serve the individual pursuit of wealth? The poor Jew preaching against empire and the rich in particular would not recognize how people have twisted his words and the words of his people. British atheists are losing their minds right now. No, this is why I always say it's a tool. It's a tool for social cohesion. It can be used for good. It can be used for evil. That's it. Religion is just an ideology built around dogmatic beliefs, and of course, so is capitalism. So it no different in that regard. Capitalism is the religion of America. So
had surrounded itself.
This is Gideon Levy. He is a Haaretz reporter, not the editor-in-chief, but one of the editors. He's great. Let's hear
with shields, with walls, not only physical walls, but also mental walls. I don't want to get into it because it's another lecture, but I'll just give the 3 principles which enable us Israelis to live so easily with this brutal reality. A, most of the Israelis, if not all of them, deeply believe that we are the chosen people. And if we are the chosen people, we have the right to do whatever we want. B, there were more brutal occupations in history. There were even longer occupations in history, even though the Israeli occupation gets to quite a nice record. But there was never in history an occupation in which the occupier presented himself as the victim. Not only the victim, the only victim around. This also enables any Israeli to live in peace because we are the victims. The other day, Professor Falk spoke about this dual strategy of Israel of being a victim on one hand and manipulating on the other hand. After what happened in Paris and in Copenhagen with the terror attacks, Benjamin Netanyahu came with the notion all the Jews must come to Israel. It's the safest place for the Jews in the world. It's a shelter for the Jews in the world, which is wrong because Israel is today the most dangerous place on earth for Jews. But let's put it aside. It was only 24 hours later when he said Israel is an existential threat under the Iranian bomb. And I asked myself, how can you dare call Jews to come and to join this suicidal project when the Iranians are going to bomb us?
Zionism is an obvious failure is not wrong. It's actually a profound success. The problem is too successful. The thing is, and I think this comes from a false conflation of like what Zionism historically was and what it was supposed to be and what it has become now, right? Nationalist projects, when you're the underdog, are valid. As a matter of fact, many of the nationalist projects, despite, having their downsides, I guess, are how we arrived at the modern nation states that you know today. They were post-colonial nationalist projects that created countries, boundaries, borders. Okay? Israel has done profound achievements. Straight up, I'll say it. It's just that it came at a cost. And the cost was Palestinian lives, Palestinian homes, Palestinian culture, Palestinian livelihood. I mean, I've talked about Hebrew as a language, right? A profound achievement when you think about it. 75 years and like reinventing and reigniting a language. Obviously, that came at the cost of Yiddish, I guess, as far as I understand. But that is like an insane achievement. An insane achievement. And we, and anti-Zionist Jews alike, of course, would be able to celebrate these profound accomplishments, these profound achievements, if Israel operated in a just fashion. That's the problem. Just like little Joel, big Joel said, I do not have time to grieve after October 7th because the Israeli government won't let me. Because immediately it took my pain to enact vengeance and to do bloodshed upon an unsuspecting, or rather suspecting but undeserving Palestinian population. And it's the same principle here too. It's the same principle here. Israel's ultra-Zionist, far-right, Jewish supremacist Congress, Knesset, time and time again, and its maintenance of a violent supremacist apartheid regime has made it so that you can't even fucking you can't even celebrate the accomplishments. Can't do it. Anyway, it's just crazy. It's crazy.
But in Israel, everything goes, and both declarations were accepted as the only truth. And here I get to the third set of values, which are...
Oh, shit. Sorry. The other thing I was going to talk about is like the false conflation of like historic Zionism versus like what Zionism has become. What Zionism has become is colloquially what I use when I talk about how I am an anti-Zionist. Okay? But like, you have the likes of motherfucking Albert Einstein, who considered themselves to be a Zionist, okay, historically, while routinely criticizing the terrorist militias that built the nation state of Israel, that believed in a binational statehood for all Palestinians and Jews in that area alike in historic Palestine, who warned of the dangerous nationalisms and the dangerous reactionary ideology that he was recognizing, that he was seeing. He was a socialist. Well, so was David Ben-Gurion, but he was actually a socialist, okay? And that's the conflation that is made with like historic Zionism, I guess, of like labor Zionism, historic Zionism versus what it has become now, okay? Albert Einstein and his attitude back then, his prescient takes back then, is now objectively considered not only anti-Zionist, but anti-Semitic, okay? Like they literally, if I repeated, without telling you who said the things that Albert Einstein had said, like if I repeated to you what he said, okay, which I do on a regular basis as a matter of fact, the average Zionist now would look at that and go, dude, you are anti-Zionist and you're also anti-Semitic. Some people, in my opinion, use that false conflation on the other side to say, oh, these historic figures that are beloved, well, they were Zionists too.
Enable us Israelis to live in peace with the occupation. And this is maybe the most crucial one and the worst one. We say victimization, we say chosen people. When I say victimization, it goes without saying we have to mention the Holocaust and the unforgettable Mrs. Golda Meir that the American jury had exported to Israel. She said once, this unforgettable woman, that after the Holocaust, the Jews have the right to do whatever they want. But the third set of values is the most dangerous one, and this is the systematic dehumanization of the Palestinians, which enable us, Israelis, to live in peace with everything, because if they are not human beings like us, then there is not really a question of human rights. And if you scratch under the skin of almost every Israeli, you will find it there. Almost no one will treat the Palestinians as equal human beings like us. I once wrote that we treat the Palestinians like animals, and I got so many protest letters from animal rights organizations, rightly so. But by the end of the day, how many Israelis did ever try for a moment to put themselves in the place of the Palestinians for a moment, for one day? And I want to give you two examples which will demonstrate it. Many years ago, I interviewed then candidate for Prime Minister Ehud Barak. And I asked him a question which I try to ask in any occasion. Mr. Barak, what would have happened if you would have been born Palestinian? And Barak gave me then the only honest answer he could give me. He said I would have joined a terror organization. What else would have he done? Would he become a poet? He doesn't know to write poems. Would he become a pianist? He's quite a bad pianist, and I doubt if he would have become a collaborator, because he is a fighter. And it became a scandal, because how can you dare to put Ehud Barak to think what would have happened if he would have become a Palestinian? And the second incident, briefly, second Intifada, the city of Jenin, the most closed city in the West Bank, real total siege. I go out from Jenin, I come to the checkpoint, a Palestinian ambulance is parking there with the red lights. I stand after him, no cars can get out of Jenin in those days, no cars can get in, and I wait. The soldiers are playing Begamon in the tent. Usually I know myself, it's better that I don't get into a confrontation with the soldiers because it always ends up very badly. So I stayed in the car, but after 40 minutes I couldn't take it, and I went out to the car. From the car, I went first to the Palestinian ambulance driver and I asked him, what's going on? He told me that's the routine. They let me wait 1 hour until they come and check the ambulance.
They do it on purpose. This is common practice in the Israeli occupying forces. Palestinian ambulances are stopped on purpose deliberately for hours on end. They literally block them. They first block them from arriving on scene, and then they block them from getting to the fucking hospital. Pure evil. Pure evil.
And I couldn't take it anymore. And I went to the soldiers. It became a confrontation. But the question that I asked them, which really brought them to direct their weapons toward me, was one. What would have happened if your father would have been lying in this ambulance? This freaked them out. They lost control. How can I dare to compare between their father and the Palestinian in the ambulance? And this set of beliefs that they are not human beings like us enable us Israelis.
How can you follow through on these orders and sleep at night? Hello? It's the banality of evil. He's explaining it. It's a reinforcement cycle that is literally at the core of the contemporary Zionist identity, which is that you are supremacy, you are better, Palestinians are fucking dogs, and they don't deserve anything. He's explaining it to you. That's what I try to explain to you all the fucking time as well, is that like the supremacist values deeply embedded within the Israeli population is the only way that you can continue this cycle of violence, to continue the maintenance of the apartheid. That's why I say Zionism robs you of your soul. In the same exact way that white supremacy harms white people, Zionism is harming those who defend Israel, that live in Israel, both in a direct way that it literally legitimizes some of the most violent aspects due to the consistent dehumanization, but also when that happens, you forget that your leaders who keep repeating that same cycle are taking from you. They're stealing from you. They're not giving you the things that you would normally push for, like, making sure that your healthcare system is operative, making sure that your education system is operative, because there's always a dangerous, scary other out there. So as long as that dangerous, scary other out there exists, you will continue to vote for Likud-backed coalition governments, because those are the security guys. Those are the guys who create the problem, say this is the worst problem of all time, and then say, I'm the hero, I'm the only savior who can save you from this problem.
To live in so much peace with those crimes, ongoing crime for so many years, with losing any kind of humanity, values. I heard today people talk about Jewish values. I must be frank with you, I don't know what are Jewish values. I know what are universal values. Let's not get into it, really.
This just played on CNN.
CNN has learned that former Hamas hostages had a contentious meeting with Israeli officials today.
Good. That makes me very happy. I've been putting up a lot of fucking stinkers out there, both publicly and also directly, about how little coverage is getting in the Western media on, things that fall outside of the boundaries of acceptability. And I'm glad that the CNN guys are out there doing good coverage for once. That's good. Earlier today, I tweeted out, really wish Western media would do a better job covering the alternative perspectives in Israel. I know there's disagreements with the Israeli left or their impact, but these families have been protesting for months, and there's very little coverage in mainstream media of their perspective.
One of them telling the Israeli security cabinet, quote, "What I see on TV scares me a lot. I see Israeli bombings there, and you have no idea where the captives are. I was in a house surrounded by explosions. We slept in the tunnels, and we feared not Hamas, but that Israel might kill us, and then it would have been Hamas killed you." Tonight, CNN has learned that former Hamas hostages.
How would you tackle an argument with the brain dead pro-Israel America saying, why don't they release the hostages? They can end the war at a finger snap, because they won't. And also, if the only party that can end the war with a finger snap, there is a party that can end the war with a finger snap. It's Israel. Israel currently has like almost 10,000 hostages in its detention facilities that are held there, many of which are held there with no real evidence, secret evidence only, or suspicion that they may have done something that Israel considers to be a crime. We don't know, because there is no real habeas corpus. There's no real due process. So how do we get these guys? How do we get these guys to release them? How do we get these guys to end the occupation? CNN's headline, something you'd love. Yeah, this is actually, for the record, a lot of people made hay of this. I saw this like went viral on Twitter. Except the reason why they cover it like this is not because passive voice. It's because in the West Bank, nowadays, you don't know if a man in military fatigues is actually the IDF or just simply a settler, because Itamar Ben-Gvir has offered the settlers military fatigues to wear when engaging in acts of violence. I'm pretty sure that the reason why they covered it like this is probably because the person in the military fatigues is not actually an Israeli occupying force soldier, but instead just a regular old settler who's dressed like an Israeli occupying force soldier. Evet. Evet. Peki. Bana geldi. Evet, tabii ki de bana geldi. Evet. Helal. The story, when I read it last night, mentioned that the IDF had conferred with them that it was one of their soldiers. Wait, really? Oh, he is a soldier. Might have been one of the new recruits. Someone linked this in chat yesterday. I think it was a testimony from one of the hostages. Yeah. Well, then it is actually morally and intellectually bankrupt to not cover it as such, because it is the truth. All right. Biden.
We're going to take you now.
Presses Congress to pass Ukraine aid to prevent Russian war, Jack. I think there was another thing I wanted to talk about, but I can't really remember what it was. I did see what Bibi said about Western protests. Genocide there. Benjamin Netanyahu is funny because it's true. It shouldn't be funny, but it is funny and true. He is a genocide there.
According to the AFP,
CNN Press IDF spokesperson on the ratio to civilian casualties. Here's the response. Jonathan Kunkunkrius.
Israeli military officials have said around 2 civilians have been killed for every Hamas fighter that you have successfully killed in the Gaza Strip. So that's 2 civilians for every terrorist. Can you confirm that?
I can confirm the report, and I can say that if that is true, and I think that our numbers will be corroborated, if you compare that ratio to any other conflict in urban terrain between a military and a terrorist organization using civilians as their human shield and embedded in the civilian population, you will find that that ratio is tremendously positive and perhaps unique in the world. I understand that there are civilian casualties, and I understand that footage and coverage goes towards emotions and to cover those civilian casualties. But what I want to say is that we will get those figures out, and they will be official and on record by the IDF with the name behind it. And
I love that he said, I can confirm, and then immediately followed it up with, if it is true. Okay, do you confirm, or is it true? Like, I don't tell you at the top of the hour I can confirm that there's a 3-minute ad break and not serve it to you. Now, of course, if you have subscribed, you're probably unfamiliar with the reality, but there is a 3-minute ad break. You're probably just oblivious to it, though. The 3-minute ad break is upon us.
Then we will be able to say and to back up afterwards with names and numbers that we are indeed targeting the terrorists. We are not after the civilians, and we are going into great efforts in order to keep it that way. And
it is, of course, hard to comprehend 2 for 1. But when you say you're going to great efforts, Colonel,
73% of the casualties of the deaths in Gaza are women, children, and the elderly. They are outside of the confines of the regular rules of engagement. They are completely dismissed right off the board, right off the jump. They're immediately dismissed because they are not enemy-aged male combatants, okay? They're not adult male combatant-aged men. I don't know how to what the proper designation is. Now, that is, of course, before you consider that not every single Palestinian man that has been slaughtered ruthlessly over the age of 18 all the way into like 55 is actually a terrorist, okay? That doesn't mean that at all. These are not lawful combatants. These are just simple civilians. So those numbers are fucking bullshit. And any journalist worth their salt would immediately look at that and go, I don't think that's true. Here's data showing 73% are under the age of 18 or women or the elderly. Why are you saying it's a 2-to-1? By the way, even then, a 2-to-1 ratio is not necessarily great either.
One of those efforts is those IDF directions, which I don't know when you actually plugged in, but I had shared with anyone watching at the top of the show the directions for evacuation that you've put out.
Yeah, you spoke about
all right,
it,
so you know there's the QR code, right? And then if you click on it, you can't right now because there's a blackout. But if you were to click on it and you were to see where to go in this urban area, tiny little parcels, block by block, numbers, I suppose. It's hard to even read it. How do you really expect anybody to get that, to click on it, to see it, which they can't do right now, again, because the blackout, and then to follow the directions and to get somewhere safely? I mean, is that reasonable?
I think, Aaron, that it may not be perfect, but it is the best thing that we can do. The situation is that for weeks...
No, there is one thing you can do, which is stay home. Stay the fucking home, okay? Fuck your ugly ass wife, who I assume has a similar dome to you. Stay the fucking home. Don't go into Gaza and don't blow up Gaza. That's like one thing you could do that's like immediately good, like better. My dad made mini lahmajuns, which is crazy. So no, you didn't do the best you got. You didn't give it your all, you know?
We have designated a humanitarian zone, and we have been asking civilians to go there. Unfortunately, civilians, for various reasons, because they're under the control of Hamas, because international aid organizations have channeled them there, many other reasons, have not yet gone to the humanitarian zone, which I think is very unfortunate. The reason why we made that or designated that humanitarian zone is because it's one of the few areas where Hamas isn't embedded above and below ground, and therefore a relatively safe area, because we would have no interest in fighting there. Because
I love that he says relatively safe, because they've blown the shit out of their safe zones before, just like they've blown up their evacuation corridors. So we can't say like you have 100% assurance that you will be protected there. He can't say that because he knows like tomorrow they might feel like it.
Because Hamas isn't there. And that's what we've been asking all along. The attempt, or what you showed on the map, and I can agree that it's not perfect, but by the way, I contest the fact that there's a blackout, because I saw lots of cameras out when our hostages were being returned, and I saw lots of live footage from those occasions as well.
Well,
so
tonight though there is. I was actually going to interview the spokesperson for the Red Cross. We were unable to get communications, Colonel, for 45 minutes.
Yeah,
I mean, there is a widespread blackout tonight.
I've seen the spokesperson of UNICEF on CNN and every other living network, and I think that there isn't really such a blackout, because
he also hates. I love that when you are an Israeli occupying force, brigadier general, rear admiral, whatever the fuck the rank inflation has decided you are, your biggest enemies are Palestinian preemie babies outside of the fucking womb, the head of UNICEF, the leader of the International Red Cross, UNRWA doctors, UNRWA teachers, Doctors Without Borders. It's like, dude, you're a scumbag. Like, you're a bad guy. If I ran around constantly being like, my biggest, gravest threat that I experience is just fucking children all around me, like little babies, like that's who I'm afraid of the most, people would be like, well, you're not a good guy. You're a bad guy, I think. Are you a cartoon villain? Like, what is this? Are you the ape from Powerpuff Girls? What the fuck is going on? Like, I'm here to kill children. Sorry, guys. They're the biggest villains, okay? I need to kill children.
Evidently, he has service, and many others have, and there's video coming out. Listen, I understand that it's not perfect, but this is what we are trying to do. We're trying to reach out to Palestinians. We're trying to inform them ahead of time where fighting is going to be in order for them to be able to take precautions and move from where there's going to be fighting. I don't know how else we can square that circle of defeating Hamas where Hamas is and minimizing civilian casualties. If anybody with military experience has an idea, we're open for suggestions, but it has to square in defeating Hamas, not seizing operations and letting Hamas win, but defeating Hamas and minimizing collateral or damage to civilians.
Colonel, one final point on the blackout that has been going on the past few hours, and the Red Cross was there earlier. There was video earlier.
I hate how ugly he is. Like, he just literally looks like a villain in a movie. Like, you guys didn't have a single fucking normal looking dude that you brought the most like henchman looking motherfucker. He has permanent henchman dome. Like, I can never look at this guy and go, I mean, I know he's lying all the time anyway, and I've covered it extensively, but all the seriousness aside, he also just straight up looks so much like a henchman. It's virtually impossible for me to look at him and go, no, that's a good guy.
Then and that's actually why we had the interview scheduled with the Red Cross. Then the blackout affecting most of Gaza has been in effect. Do you know if it's been resolved? Do you know why it's in place?
I am not aware of a blackout. I am aware of problems with coverage in local areas. There have been reports of it, but I see live streaming by Palestinian propagandists from various areas, including from 20 minutes ago. I watched it live of a very known, notorious Palestinian propagandist. He was live on TikTok. So,
bro, I swear to God, he's just like so mad that he can't kill him yet. Like,
there is Wi-Fi, maybe it's not specifically with the Red Cross that you were speaking with, but I am factually aware that there is live internet services in Gaza. Not perfect and not 5G Manhattan speed, but there definitely is international internet service.
All right. Well, Colonel Conricus, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for having me.
We're talking about you? Yeah. The entire time.
Style это все.
Yeah. Why did you find another video of Jonathan Conricus when we just watched him on CNN? Yeah, I mean, he's henchmaxing. He's hench-pilled. He's incredibly hench-pilled. He's henchmaxing. He's henchmaxing all day, every day. He doesn't stop. Okay, dude. All right. It's just the truth. It's, in my opinion, a weird misstep to have, like, such a villain-coded guy, you know? Well, it is what it is. Oh, this is what I was going to talk about. Adam Friedland.
We join the American Muslim community in reaffirming our support for the Palestinian people's right to freedom and calling for an end to the Israeli occupation, which sparks the deadly violence that we see again and again, including today. On October 7th, before any Israeli response at all, CARE also called for an end to American aid to Israel and the Abraham Accords.
Fuck this gay shit. I'm gonna go watch Shrek.
Let's watch it right now.
Dude, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm Shrek, dude. I'm Shrek.
I'm Shrek.
I'm just watching Shrek. I don't fucking. What an awful world. It's beautiful outside. That's the worst part, is this is happening during the fall, when it's beautiful.
It's ruining fall.
There's a beautiful world we live in.
Do you want to go to Union Square and get a piece of fruit?
What kind of fruit?
I don't know, just like a nice apple maybe?
I'm like sweating too much, and we're only 20 minutes into this.
No, we're not.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yes.
Ginsburg? 50.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, there was last week was a lot of nervous energy around the studio, getting this episode out and stuff, and I'm really glad that it's out now.
Well, I don't know. I'm having my own I'm having a rough time lately.
I know.
So that just.
What is it? It's your special. It's just like.
No, it's a lot of things. I mean, like, truth be told, this stuff does like affect me. You know, you can like read it a lot. But
well, that's what I was saying. Is like you go through an entire human lifetime. For most 99.9% of people, you never see an image of a dead child.
Well, it's not even that.
I see it every day now.
It's really not even that. I mean, it's like it does. Like the reality is, it's like, yeah, the situation there has appeared to me my entire life to be this, like an unjust situation.
Yeah.
You know, you learn all these things about, and yeah, all like America's sordid history.
This is the Adam Freeland Show. They're both comedians. They're both very edgy, very funny, and they're talking about Israel-Palestine. Adam obviously has personal experience with Israel. He went on Birthright, and this is what he's going to talk about.
History, how we came here, how we killed all of these fucking people, and you know, slavery, and how the story from an American perspective is one of us trying to correct this long-reaching history of just, you know, how people haven't been treated fairly, right? And then, you know, there is this one example that we fund, that we pay for, you know, that we have a relationship between these two countries.
We actively support.
We actively support this thing, and you see that, you know, when you're a teenager, whenever you become aware of it, and you're like, oh, well, isn't this bad? And it's like, yeah, but I guess we don't actually really care about all that stuff in history. It's easy to care about it now because it's done. It's over. You know, you're gonna be like, wasn't that terrible what happened to the Native Americans? Well, shucks. Yeah. You know, we'll do a land acknowledgement. We'll have some like gay answer.
We'll
like
do
that.
the haka.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, and then it kind of makes you like very cynical, or at least it did with me. You know, I felt like, okay, well, this is all just kind of a lie.
I had that experience at 19.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. But it's yeah, I just became very cynical, and to see the response now to what does look like a genocide and all of these people on the streets and stuff, it makes me feel like a cat, like kind of a piece of shit for becoming cynical in the first place.
Yeah.
And then also like it's like, okay, well maybe something might be different. But then it also came at the cost of like this, like I said before, this is like the worst it's ever been.
Yeah, a kid dies every 10 minutes.
This is the worst it's ever been.
Yeah.
But maybe it'll be different. And then, I don't know, yeah, I mean...
Well, that's the only thing to take hope from, is the fact that, yes, literally no one did care about this. And, like, you can complain about, like, seeing the dead babies, but, like, there were, like, 500,000 people in D.C. this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that is, like, I've never seen that for Palestine, you know? And you take... I mean, like, I'll tell you this. When I was 19, I was there, and they took us to the settlements in the West Bank to show us how they lived over there. And then I looked down.
But you were buying prostitutes, and like you weren't paying attention to any of that stuff.
No,
you were buying
I was a Zionist, bro.
But you were busy buying child prostitutes.
Well, it's to support the economy.
Yeah.
I mean the black market.
Oh, you're buying black child prostitutes.
No, the black market.
African children.
I was on the black market.
You didn't even go to Israel.
I didn't do any of that.
You were in Congo having sex with children.
I was in the heart of darkness.
Yeah. In the ash of darkness.
No.
I love that people watched the first 4 minutes and they were like, "Oh, they're having a deep conversation about Israel-Palestine." Some people were even saying it's boring. This is why I tried to describe to you that it's a comedy podcast, and it's and it's edgy as well.
I went to a strip club one time, and Nick loves to remind me of it.
You tell the story. You bragged about it.
I was fucking 18 years old. I was 18 years old, and I didn't realize that was terrible.
It was wrong.
All right, so you get to give a sincere statement on this, and then now it becomes about prostitution.
Please do. I don't know.
Sex trafficking.
You brought it up. I don't know.
You brought it up. No, but we went to the settlements, and I was like, to that point, I was a fucking Zionist. I was there right after they disengaged from Gaza, right after they cleared out Gush Katif, and like Sharon left, and I guess 2017 was the election, so it was like, or no, it's not 2017. It was 17 years ago was the election, so this was 18 years ago. It was before the election of Hamas.
Mm-hmm.
They pulled out, and then they took us to the West Bank. Like the last month I was there, and I realized that I was like, oh, this is the wrong side of history.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw, like, you look down at the Arab village that was underneath where this fucking settlement was, and you see how these people are living under constant surveillance, and they're being fucking demeaned and dehumanized. And then you see these fucking guys, like, building these tract houses like they live in fucking Orange County.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in the middle of like this political reality, which is brutal and fucking like inhumane. And I lost it. I lost it then. And I went back and I told my parents, and we got in big arguments. I was like, you know, this is what we were told was important, was to support fucking Israel so the Holocaust doesn't happen again. That's what we were told.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what my parents were told when they were growing up. And they knew survivors, you know, and it freaked them out. And I understand why there's like this like narrative in the Jewish community, but like that doesn't make Jews more safe. You know, it's a failure of a project, and then now we're seeing like this fucking bloody reality. And
yeah, but the response is crazy because
the response is insane.
It's like the idea like
seeing Joe Biden saying he doesn't believe the death tolls, that really broke me.
Well, they're panicking now. Did you see
Trump's killing.
Trump's polling is fucking insane.
Yeah.
And
he's
now
up 10 points in Nevada.
he's up like he's beating Joe Biden by like 22 points with black people. It's like fucking insane.
It's not true.
He has like this massive, and it's like, you know, I mean, the libs are going to do the whole like.
He's not beating Joe Biden by 22 points with the black voting bloc. He has, however, his poll numbers with black people in general has gone up to 22%, which is crazy. It's unimaginably high, like historically high. Nothing. That's no other president come near that in modern Republican Party history since the Civil Rights Act. It's the voting rights.
Excuse me, but
You said it's 23%? My bad. Anyway.
Now over to the White House. President Biden is delivering remarks urging Congress to pass his national security supplemental request, which includes funding for Ukraine. Let's listen.
And quite frankly, of our partners as well. This cannot wait. Congress needs to pass supplemental funding for Ukraine before they break for the holiday resources. As simple as that. Frankly, I think it's stunning that we've gotten to this point in the first place. While Republicans in Congress are willing to give Putin the greatest gift he could hope for and abandon our global leadership, not just in Ukraine, but beyond that. We've all seen the brutality that Putin has inflicted on Ukraine, invading another country, trying to subjugate his neighbors to his...
Like, this shit ironically doesn't hit. It fucking doesn't hit when you're, on the other hand, straight up talking about how Israel can kill as many babies as it wants. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. You can't say that. What is this? Israel's president just said this? You can't be out here saying stuff like that in the middle of saying the other stuff. Yes, I know. I know they want me to debate Michael Rappaport. I know. Where's the actual fucking moment where they mention it? I said I'd do it. I said I'd fucking do it.
Republicans.
What do you mean? Don't do
Out
it.
of NYC. Oh, this is pinned tweet where he still hated Republicans.
Oh, he switched from Trump?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Michael
yeah.
Rappaport, please come on the show. We'll bring you and Hassan on the same time.
Michael Rappaport, we celebrate a diversity of voices on the show.
We're gonna have an Israel-Palestine debate between Michael Rappaport and Hassan, and then at the end, a style-off judged by Mario Lopez.
That would be unreal.
That would be amazing.
Hey, guess what? We're definitely gonna scythe at the end of it as well after the style down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're gonna be doing kind of an academic decathlon, but instead of academic subjects, it's gonna be a challenge. Which
it's just him retweeting that guy Gad Sad. Gad Sad quote tweeting.
Who is that guy Gad Sad?
I don't know, some fucking Canadian dork. Michael Rappaport, I know this will get back to you. I know you watched the New York podcast because I was there when you got into your little scuffle with Ari Shafir.
Yeah.
If you don't come on this show and debate Hassan, we're going to kill you.
Yeah.
No.
No, that's a direct threat.
Yeah, threaten him with a knife. Get him, show him.
Michael Rappaport, if you don't come on.
Michael Rappaport, let me tell you this. You think you were circumcised before? You got no idea, pal.
Yeah.
We're going to show you how much skin you can take off of.
Oh, dude. Oh, no. I watched this. Now every dude that loves saying the N-word and defending saying the N-word is going to clip me and be like, dude, I can't believe Hassan is laughing at a joke. Okay? He's laughing at jokes from these guys. Yep, fucking got him. I don't think you're debating Michael Rappaport. I would do it.
Iron rule, committing atrocities against Ukrainian civilians.
Yeah. It's like, oh, God. That part is so annoying. It's like having to deal with dudes be like, I can't believe he used neurodivergent. And he said it, but it sounds like a slur when he did. We should get mad at him. And then you like look at their Reddit account and they're just spamming the N-word and F-word and like defending the intellectual argument for why I should be able to say the N word with a hard R and the F word. And it's like, well, what do you do? Why did you do that? Why did you say that? Like, are you actually serious? What the fuck? Anyway, Senate GOP blocks aid to Ukraine and Israel over border security dispute. New York leftists love to act like their takes don't agree with yours, but in like 95% of the cases they do, Lamau. Wait, what? First of all, out of the New York leftists, like, what do you mean? Most of the Cumtown adjacent wannabe Nick Mullen copycats and also Felix reply guys might say shit on Twitter, but Nick and Felix don't. Adam doesn't. The fuck are you talking about? Yeah, no, all of those, dude, my favorite is like all of those accounts that straight up say the N-word on Twitter, like literally, and just say some of the most like old school 1950s ass, like your granddad style racist accounts, but do it in like an edgy Zoomer way, have turned around and have been the funniest like tone policers on Israel. And it is the funniest thing to look at. All of those like alcoholic 45-year-old anonymous account, like the edgy posters that are so edgy. They're always like, Hasan, like Sam Hyde is going to come ass fuck you and kill you, dog. Like, and I'm just like, dude, you are literally 45 years old. You are going to kill yourself eventually. Like, please just drop the bottle, drop the tweeting. Don't kill yourself, right? Like, don't do that. Please, that is not good for you. Why do you know any of these people and why are you repeating this shit? All of those guys have become Israel tone policers. Like literally all of them, which is so weird. Like obviously half of them are anti-Semitic across the board anyway, including the fucking literal Nazi that it is brought up. But some of those dudes are so funny when they constantly, there's one, what is it? Like there's that mutant guy. He comes up on my fucking timeline all the goddamn time. And it's like, he's like always talking about wanting to fuck trans women, like nonstop. He's like a chaser, but also simultaneously, he's like the most 45-year-old alcoholic loser that you could be. And the way that he tweets and just like his entire worldview is just so fucking sad. But it has been really funny seeing their arc go from just like being incredibly racist all the time to actually, I'm really offended when these guys are talking shit about Israel. Yeah. Not those weird right wingers. Oh, you mean like there's like leftist Brooklyn podcasts or something? I was mainly talking about the leftists that are all post-left adjacent and try to act pretentious about the house drama as if their takes are 100% better than yours. Oh, you mean like what's that girl? I mean, she's attractive. What is it? Suki's mom or something? Zuko's mom, the one that was like, the one that went from one thirst posting about me to like hating me because I bought a fucking house. Yeah, she was like, Rashida Tlaib, you are a defender of American empire. You are an imperial agent of America. It's awesome. Yeah, dude. Yeah. The person who's not allowed to visit her ancestral homeland by Benjamin Netanyahu personally. Like, that's the imperial agent. And like neoliberal hell and shit. No, neoliberal hell doesn't. What? Neoliberal hell is not a hater. She's never been a hater. Neoliberal hell has been a lover, not a hater. Unless that's changed somehow. I don't know. But it's not healthy to know this much trivia about your haters. No, it's not. This is not even like trivia about my haters. This is more so trivia about just people who love posting on Twitter. I mean, come on. Let me have this, okay? There is a little bit of joy. I'm going to have a little bit of joy on this fucking moment, in this very moment. She unfollowed after she was swerve posting for like a week straight. Wait, who did? You know everything about MLM Twitter dog? Yeah. Fuck out with this holier than thou masturbatory garbage. She posted pics with Lolo. I thought they were friends. I mean, I don't know. I don't really care. But anyway, listen. Here's something I want to say, okay? Here's something I want to say. This is my moment. This is my moment to be like, are you with it? Are you with the shits? Or are you just posting? Okay? Are you just posting? And for many, they're just posting. They're not really with the shits. Okay? A lot of people, and by the way, I'm sure this person is like reflected on her perspective and doesn't have this take. People are or simps are yelling at me right now. And I also don't really care. They're Twitter posters. I usually never talk about it. I just find it funny a little bit. It makes me a little happy to see so many of my fucking unhinged ass, like, I'm hating on Hasan, but from the left motherfuckers, you know, demonstrating their lack of comprehension and understanding over situations such as this one. We all have bad takes, so I will take criticism from this and think about that. That said, I believe every U.S. politician fits the bill, and my problem is that... What? My problem is that is with the failure to call for an end to the occupation, but she does. And you're shitting on her, and she does. Okay. Anyway. Woke scold posting isn't from the left. No, there's plenty of woke scolds on the left. Dude, look at this. Oh my God. Move on. She apologized. Okay, bro. Hey, buddy. It's all right, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the first time ever I offered like a little bit of fucking feedback. I saw something that I thought was funny. She's attractive, chatter. We know. Okay. God damn. Christ, dude. Holy moly, dude. Okay. I'm a girl. All right. There's nothing I said changes in this dynamic. Like, you could still be simping for a girl. What do you mean? One of the gayest communities of all time. Anyway, regardless, people should... Look, all I'm saying is half the motherfuckers that used to shit on me for the house moved on, are MAGA communists now, or just straight up right-wing anti-vaxxers. The other half are like ridiculous Maoists that say shit like this all the goddamn time and do the purity spiral shit on individuals who aren't, you know, oh, this is the one. What is this? I don't like Hasan. I just find him attractive. And Ian is an incredible journalist / all-around cool-ass person. Yeah, the haters are my waiters on the table of success. Anyway, listen to me. Don't shit on this person, okay? Don't fucking go and write shit at this person. Don't fucking do it. This is like literally some random person. There's a random Twitter account. Like, everyone needs to calm the fuck down, obviously. Owen is produced. Owen, I know. I literally forgot. Anyway, all those real left purists are almost all just right-wing grifters now. Yeah. So many of these fucking so many of these, like, can't believe Hasan bought a fucking house. I would never do that. I'd be funding the communist revolution. So many of them are now literally just straight up Jimmy Dore style, hyper fucking right-wing, anti-vaxxer sickos. Okay? And then the rest of them that didn't do that have also been canceled themselves for having done the same purity shit towards those who are even less deserving of the purity shit than myself. I am, after all, an influencer, so of course I deserve the purity spiral nonsense a little bit more. I'm not fucking a Palestinian congresswoman who gets death threats all the time. I'm simply Hasan Piker. I get death threats all the time as a Twitch streamer. You know, it's different. Why can't we go at them? This is why you have a controversial name, because people don't fight the misinfo back. What misinfo are you fighting back on? That person was shitting on me 2 years ago. What the fuck? Holding on to that is so stupid. I just briefly showed it because it's funny. Do you get any funny death threats? Yes. The funniest one I've ever gotten, and I've talked about this before, is like, you fucking better not show your face in Missouri. Like, it was St. Louis. You fucking better not show your face in St. Louis. I was like, dude, that is the easiest thing I can do. Like, say no more, fam. I was not planning on going, but I'm definitely not going now. Like, motherfuckers being like, yeah, dog, if I catch you, bro, you don't understand, dude. You don't fucking understand. If I catch your ass in Belgium, dog, you don't even know what I'll do to you. It's like, okay, I will never go to Belgium, which is the flyover city, the flyover nation, okay? Is basically a flyover state, but instead it's a state. Go watch. It's legended. Find on YouTube. Nick Mullen spent 20 minutes pandering to trains and abortioneers at the beginning. Truly Sodom and Gomorrah stuff.
Yeah, so anyway, so she's a tour guide at this slave owner's house now. And no, it was wild. It was crazy. I was doing this tour, and we're doing the tour, and maybe I'm spacey or something. I just kind of forgot that it was a slave owner's house, because they don't really talk about it, because it's South Carolina, so they're like, we still kind of think it was good. You know, they don't. Honestly, it was mostly, they're like, this is heart pine. That's what the banister's made out of. And you're like, oh, wow, okay. It was like a Fuddruckers from the 1800s, wasn't it? It's like commemorative plates on the wall and shit. So they don't really talk about the slavery thing until you get to the third floor of the house. And you get to the third floor of the house,
and there is a dramatic tonal shift, and the tour guide, she starts getting quiet, right? She starts lowering her voice, and at the time, I thought she was getting quiet due to the emotional severity of what we were looking at. Because when you get up to the 3rd floor, there's nothing on that floor except for this glass display case. And in the glass display case, they have these collars that have numbers on them that the slaves were forced to wear. And everybody's familiar with the history of slavery. But when you see physical evidence of it up close, it's like a very moving experience. You know, you start to cry, you get goosebumps. It's powerful to watch or witness, I guess. And like I said, the tour guide, she's getting quieter and quieter. And she says, and these were the men and women forced to work in this house. And on this floor, we have to keep our voices down because upstairs is the great-great-grandson of the man that built the house. And I'm there with like 5 other people, and they're like, wow. And I'm like, can I have my $15 fucking back? Are you kidding me? What do you mean he's upstairs sleeping at 3 p.m.? Wake his ass up, get him down here. Let's beat him to death with his shoes. That's fucking wild. Okay. That's like if you went to Auschwitz and they were like, that's where the trains pulled in, and you see that little duplex over by the gift shop? That's old Billy Hitler's place. Yeah. Can you believe that? Sort of an Auschwitz miracle. They kept it in the Hitler family the whole time. Man, through thick and thin, it's a Hitler property.
Oh, that's so good. Yeah, You're the Dragon is the name of the special. Yeah, I love the edgy audience that Nick has. Like the literal fucking Sam Hyde guys who are like, oh yeah, we love him because he says autistic and gay all the time, which ironically I do too, but and he's not actually autistic and gay like Hasan is, like who we hate because he's a cockroach, and I'm 35 years old and I still use Nazi fucking memes from 4chan poll from 2014 because I am so close to killing myself. Anyway, but then they actually see the fucking special, and he's just like defending abortion or like shitting on people who are anti-abortion and stuff, and they're like, whoa, what the fuck? Whoa, this guy. I thought it was one of us. Anyway, yeah, the people who got bullied in high school or in childhood a lot adapted having edgy takes as their only personality they have, and think Nick Mullen actually aligns with them politically. Yeah, and they're like, wait a minute, what? Like half the time he's saying crazy shit, he's like making fun of racists. What? I don't like that. He's woke. I've recently become a Nick fan because of this special. Are you familiar with him? I can't tell if you motherfuckers are joking or not. It's an ongoing bit. I don't know what the podcast is originally that was called Come Town. Anyway. Son, you are the reason for the ongoing bit. Wait, what do you mean I'm the reason for the ongoing bit? Of not talking about Come Town? Yeah. Also, speaking of Come Town, actually, unironically, not even a bit, Stavros is going to be here soon. He also has a Netflix special that just came out, and it's very fun and very funny. Yeah, like in the house. Stavi Baby is going to be in that house in like literally minutes. No, like today. Willfully misunderstanding calls for Palestinian liberation as a desire to do genocide in some nebulous future and being 100% fine with the genocide Israel is doing, committing now. This is the position of almost every American politician, and it's making me insane. That's a great way to describe it. Yeah, that's precisely what's happening right now. You have to be. I've decided on a thing. I have a new thing, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, I've done it. I have a new thing. You know, you got from the people that brought you the HasanAbi doctrine of becoming a militarized state. Comes to you a new thing, a new HasanAbi doctrine, new rule. Are you ready? Every American has to have one schizophrenic belief that is just completely untenable, just removed from reality. At least one schizo thing, okay? On the right, you got the QAnons of the world. You have the anti-vaxxers of the world, okay? And for a lot of liberals, I think their schizo thing is just like the unconditional defense they have for Israel, the most infallible nation, who only has been on the right side of history always and in perpetuity and still currently. How crazy? How crazy? They're just always under attack and have to do an apartheid. Okay? Just the perfect nation. So what is mine is a question that you guys have asked me. And I don't know. I think, I guess my schizo opinion, like, is that, I mean, not the bear thing. I'm talking, like, specifically in the realm of politics. Oh my God, my ear is ringing so much. I think I have tinnitus. Is yours cop phrenology? I don't think so. HasanAbi, the reason Trump became president? What? Why did you send this video to me, dog? He is so villain coded himself. Like this person is. Anyway. My schizo is Epstein didn't kill himself. I don't even think that that's schizo. I guess my problem is everything I think is correct. So obviously, like, in my mind, it's not even a conspiracy. You got me on that cop phrenology shit and I'll never recover? Oh, yeah. Noah Festival, Israel withheld warnings about Hamas massacre. Domestic intelligence agency Shin Bet allegedly knew of the threat but did not inform festival organizers. Nice, man. That's cool. That seems like a good thing to do. I'm glad that those guys are still, they got their job still. Okay. I forgot. I jumped from place to place and I forgot. This actually I do want to watch. This is a positive HasanAbi glaze up video from the North Star Radio, which I was not familiar with. It's titled, "The 2020 Riots Made Me a Socialist," and in parentheses, and HasanAbi. I told a lawyer I interned for over the summer about cop phrenology, and he now subscribes to the theory. That's awesome. Spread it wide, baby. Spread it wide. He doesn't look like HasanAbi. No, he's HasanAbi now. My schizo take is that I believe Guatemala, El Salvador, Belize, Honduras, and southern Mexico should unite to make a Mayan state. Okay, that's a sick-ass schizo theory. Yeah, from the people that brought you Indian HasanAbi, we now have like an actually white HasanAbi, I guess.
The year of our Lord.
Now to growing concerns about the deadly coronavirus officially hitting the U.S. Here's what we know. A Washington state resident fell ill after returning from Wuhan, China.
New York, California, Illinois, and Connecticut
he immediately started
all
2020
ordering
the year of our
non-essential
holy
employees
Lord.
to stay home. New York's governor today telling non-essential businesses in his state to reduce their workforce to 0.
That was such a fun, relaxing.
9901, 9901 emergency. We got individuals breaching the gate at the 3rd precinct.
Blissful part of our lives. It definitely didn't have an everlasting effect on my worldview or my ability to socialize like a normal human being. Honestly though, looking back at 2020 and the pandemic as a whole, I think something that is oftentimes forgotten in the memory of the pandemic is its power in radicalizing the American working class. I, for one, was introduced to leftism and socialism as a whole solely due to events that took place during the pandemic.
Obviously I've retained these beliefs for a very long time, and I've been advocating for these same things for a very long time, and I will continue to do so far past its popularity, as it is quite literally dropped out of favor. However, one thing I will say is that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. That won't go away unless you subscribe for $5 or for free, but that wasn't actually what I was going to say. I'm sorry for fucking hitting you with that ad break. That was nasty with it. That was a fucking at least 9 out of 10. Suck my dick for all the zeros, okay? One thing I will say is this. For as many people as I was able to radicalize in the 2020 Black Lives Matter, George Floyd election cycle coverage, I think that many Zoomers personally recognized that in the aftermath of all those protests, nothing came of it. And I think then they also were then further radicalized, I guess, into either being anti-electoralists, which many of them I don't think did that, or just completely tap out of the system altogether. They were like, we did it, we did the thing, we protested for Black Lives Matter, and nothing happened, and now we're done. And obviously, that's not how this works. That's not how this works at all. It's a long and arduous process. You're not going to get immediate results, and that should not stop you. But I do think that there are plenty of people who I think were very much interested and involved in political movements that just kind of dropped it completely.
And this channel, North Star Radio, from its inception, was inspired by things I've learned since the beginning of the pandemic.
During his time in office, Henry Kissinger oversaw a massive expansion of the war in Vietnam and the secret bombings of Laos and Cambodia, where as many as 150,000 civilians were killed in the U.S. strikes. As Kissinger told the military, quote, anything that flies or anything that moves.
The thing about growing up in America, and the reason so many American leftists have a distinct memory of a radicalizing moment, is because our entire school curriculum is basically a fabrication. We're basically fed lies about the world our entire childhood, until one day you learn something that causes you to realize everything you know is a lie. Becoming a leftist is never caused by the things we're taught in school, but rather it's caused by a realization.
Yeah, which is why it's extra ironic that conservatives say that shit all the time, dog, where they're like, oh, they're teaching you how to be a gay Marxist in school. And it's like, no, they're not. They're teaching you the basics of history so that there is some level of social cohesion, which is, profoundly important in nation state development, okay? One of the most important parts of it, other than like having a military, is literally having like the same education, which Americans can't even fucking comprehend. It goes against their own nationalist project that they want to fucking implement. But that's besides the point. I digress. My point is, in school, they don't teach you to be fucking woke. They don't. They barely teach you the adequate assessment of history to begin with. They could. They don't.
That everything you're taught in school is a lie. And from that realization, your mind is able to open up and accept new understandings of things you already thought you understood. And then a snowball effect occurs, where each and every discovery causes more doubt in our current system, until one day you become a full-on tanky, dressed in all black, ready to bomb a— Nah, I'm just kidding. Or am I? I grew up in a liberal household. My parents voted for Barack Obama both times, and I was always taught to love my neighbor, recognize racial inequality, respect people's sexual identity, like when Obama legalized gay marriage in 2015, or 3 months after he legalized gay marriage.
I do love that that's the HRC, Human Rights Campaign flags that they're waving, which famously is a institution that routinely gives positive marks to Raytheon for being pro-LGBT.
Legalized gay marriage in 2015. Or 3 months after he legalized gay marriage, he decided to airstrike a Doctors Without Borders hospital in Afghanistan. We don't talk about that. Suffice to say, I grew up in a loving household where I was taught to love all people. But thanks to the faults of liberalism, I was quite sheltered to the things that were happening around the globe to much less fortunate people. Speaking of liberalism, I fell down the alt-right pipeline.
Yup, that happens too. Because there are so many inherent contradictions inside of capitalism that liberals simply do not choose to address and honestly cast aside. So in that sea of contradictions, when you experience some level of volatility and you do not have a good answer for it, there are always going to be reactionary opportunists that tell you a fun little story that still, much like liberalism, will send you on a journey that is idealistic. To get out of that, you can either A, understand the world through a materialist lens and engage in the immortal science of Marxist-Leninism and dialectical materialism, historical materialism, understand everything that way and start using that as a building block for your own personal ideology. Or you can go in the other direction. Liberalism relies on idealism, that there are good people and bad people. And who are the good people? Well, the right wing will tell you that the good people are the Jews. At the end of the day, it always goes back to Jewish people being the singular force of evil. So, either you can be a based anti-Semitism destroyer akin to one Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, or you can be a anti-Semite who says stuff like, oh, I'm so red-pilled and based. Same, I was an uninformed, normal liberal that fell into the alt-right pipeline, was Shatter My Worldview, were your critiques of Jordan B. Peterson in like 2018 and 2019. Now, let me tell you something. This is precisely the reason why so many of these motherfuckers who fancy themselves to be non-ideological or even, in the most devastating way, leftists or liberals or progressives, that spend almost all of their time left bashing, shitting on fucking tankies, and you know these are the red fascists or whatever the fuck. Those guys are very dangerous because a lot of people are in their ideological journey and they don't recognize things. They just like fall for the aesthetic. So when they look to someone like myself and they're like, well, he's saying a bunch of shit that I don't, you know, that go against the way I've seen the world. And then there's another guy right there who's going, no, I'm the real progressive. That guy actually, that Hassan guy, he's not. You're, of course, going to be quick to go, okay, well, I want to continue, you know, saying like a bunch of edgy shit, which I do too, by the way, but edgy shit in the reactionary way and not edgy shit on like the leftist way. I will not have to confront my own personal biases, and you know, I get to call myself a progressive and a liberal. Fine, fuck yeah, let's do it. That's the reason why a lot of those dudes are not just charlatans, but they are actually dangerous charlatans. All right, let's continue. Alt-right pipeline.
The alt-right pipeline.
The alt-right pipeline that sucks vulnerable white teenage boys in, makes them angry at the world, makes them blame all their problems on minorities and shit.
And the whole point of the alt-right pipeline and the pyramid of violence is that folks become desensitized and begin to dehumanize other people gradually over a prolonged period of time. And this seeps out as a cultural phenomenon, and it changes our culture, and it makes
I was extremely right-wing as a child watching Paul Joseph Watson or whatever his name is. I got my worldview shattered because I watched a video about leftist architecture is destroying our culture, and I couldn't be asked to give a shit. Wait, what? That's it? That's what your radicalizing moment was? I mean, I usually love stories like that when people just come in here and they're like, I used to be a hater of yours. I started watching your videos. I realized, like, man, you know, you got some good ideas.
Bigotry and racism more acceptable in our culture. People don't fall down the rabbit hole suddenly. They tend to sink in slowly, and the more they're surrounded by...
Like, that's what I mean, by the way. I just want to, I keep pausing. But what I'm talking about is like what I've done for people who found themselves on the fucking alt-right pipeline that went through the Jordan Peterson stage all the way to like, you know, the Paul Joseph Watsons or whatever. People are trying to do to me, but it's fucked up because like the people that are trying to do that are literally doing that while also simultaneously claiming that they're fucking progressive. And that's what's really frustrating. A lot of people out there, if they were just honest about their worldview and they were like, I'm not a fucking progressive. I just like debating. I'm not a progressive. I like arguing. I will literally fucking align with Nazis from time to time for the funsies. And that makes me this like, you know, impossible to conceptualize guy who just likes to troll online. Then that's one thing. That's a thing that I could deal with. It's the classic. Yeah, it's the I'm pro-Palestine, by the way, motherfuckers that come in here. Hassan, I came in on EditorGate. It sounded so fucking outlandish. I had to investigate, and you changed my mind. I was a liberal all along, but you pulled me further left 100%. Anyway.
By other bigoted people and people with prejudiced ideas, the more rapidly that dissent will go, individually and as a society.
Looking back, that was obviously an incredibly embarrassing part of my life. However, it was also a very powerful and important piece of the puzzle to my story. And I don't think I'm alone in that. To briefly explain the phenomenon, it basically all begins with the dreaded social justice warrior-owned compilation.
Do you think men and women can work in the workplace together?
I don't know.
Without sexual harassment?
We'll see.
We'll see. How many years will it take for men and women working in the workplace together?
More than 40.
To get a sense.
We don't know what the rules are. Like what? Here's a rule.
So brilliant.
How about no makeup in the workplace?
Why would
He's
that
so
be
brilliant.
Why should you wear makeup in the workplace? Isn't that sexually provocative?
No.
It's not?
No.
Well, what is it then? What's the purpose of makeup?
Some people would like to just put on makeup.
Why?
I don't know why.
Why do you make your lips red? Because they turn red during sexual arousal. That's why.
That was such a fucking sad, pathetic self-report that this man has like never talked to a woman as a full-blown human being. And in his mind, there's no other alternative. Like women don't do this shit for themselves. They don't want to like look a certain way to have like some semblance of confidence or whatever. It's just, it must be me. It must be what I came up with as a guy. I know better.
After one too many, you're being recommended videos of a similar genre. However, they're filled with a lot more bigotry and hatred. Hatred that is hidden behind a cloak of intellectual thinking.
How can you argue that racism
is not a driving factor in
This is one of my favorite clips of Ben
income
Shapiro.
inequality.
Because it has nothing to do with race and everything to do with culture. And when you have a culture that doesn't... You know what? Explain to me. You explain to me why black kids aren't graduating high school. Explain that one to me. Explain to me why black kids are shooting each other in rates significantly higher than whites are shooting each other. Explain to me why 13% of the population is responsible for 50% of the murder. Explain to me...
I hate to call him out, but I think Ethan Klein was the beginning of my descent into the alt-right pipeline. He made a lot of this sort of social justice warrior-owned type content where he like made fun of social justice warriors. He eventually acknowledged this and made an honest effort to cut ties from that part of the internet space. Up until now, where he seems to have courted a large leftist community, all thanks to his partnership with Hassan Piker.
This is to help people like you, Hassan.
God, we both look like shit.
Ladies
back
and gentlemen, we are all domestic terrorists.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, dude. Yes, of course, because we're not talking about Jews at all. We're talking about Israel.
I'm deciding for myself to not do that show anymore. Me and Hassan are still friends, and this has nothing to do with Hassan, anything he's done.
Eventually garnering an audience.
Yeah, don't cry because it ended. Smile because it happened, okay?
Too far left for his own liking. By the time I graduated high school, I was a full-on Bernie bro. Beyond Bernie Sanders, I was really attracted to Andrew Yang at the time. I now understand that he's just some tech bro that has weird band-aid solutions to capitalism. But at the time, I was really intrigued by his optimism.
Another dub for fucking HasanAbi Piker, baby. Another fucking dub. Day one hater of Yang Gang. Day one hater of Tulsi Gabbard. I fucking dookied on both of them. And there were so many motherfuckers even back then when I was a much smaller content creator, okay, when I wasn't where I'm at right now, so many motherfuckers kept yelling. Burping a lot, sorry. So many motherfuckers kept yelling at me. So many motherfuckers kept saying, Hassan, you don't understand. Yang Gang, Yang Gang, Yang Gang. He's so good. UBI, UBI, UBI. I was like, no, I am on that Gabbard train. Shut up. Every one of the fucking Gabbardians, and I talked about how positive they were to the space because like they just were a fucking crank magnet, right? Every one of them Tulsels is now like fucking far-right psycho freakazoids, okay?
Optimism and his futuristic solutions to a lot of American issues. These political figures really shaped my worldview.
Gabbardians of the Galaxy, yeah.
At the time. And they made me think that I knew everything I needed to know about American politics and the entire world. However, as the pandemic rapidly approached, causing my life as well as everyone else's to turn upside down, I soon realized how much of the world I completely misunderstood.
This is how people are actually feeling. Yeah, how I feel about it? This is the way about it going? No. But is everyone perfect? No. What I'm trying to say is, everyone feel like that. Everybody feel like that.
On May 25th, 2020, George Floyd was murdered by Derek Chauvin, along with the assistance from 3 other Minneapolis police officers at the intersection of Chicago and East 38th in South Minneapolis. And on the following day, protests sprung up around Minneapolis. While peaceful at first, the Minneapolis Police Department assisted in the escalation of the protests, causing them to turn into violent riots. Now, I've mentioned this before, but I live in Minneapolis. I've always lived here. I was born here. And I'm obsessed with Minneapolis. I love it. I have no intention of leaving. So when I saw parts of my city being destroyed, being set on fire, being looted, it was a hard thing to see. And I was really confused. I had a bit of an existential crisis at the time because the people causing the destruction, they were my people.
By the way, how the fuck does this video have 600 views? This is criminally underrated, dog. This channel is awesome.
I agreed with Black Lives Matter. I supported Black Lives Matter. I was 100% against the counter protests. I was supposed to support this. But when I saw people I supported doing acts that I could not, in all honesty, support, I didn't know what to do. And a lot of my friends agreed with my perspective, which wasn't helpful at all because I wanted to learn what could bring someone to do such acts, but I just wasn't able to at that time. I have a really distinct memory of tossing a disc with my friend just days after the riots had begun. And I was talking to him about how I support the cause, I support the movement, but when I see a...
God, he's such a lib. Dude, he was such a lib, dude. He's like, Yeah, I support it, but also like, their actions.
Protest turn into a violent protest or into a riot, I just couldn't support that. And in response, I kid you not, my friend said, yeah, all lives matter, not just black lives. And in that moment, I had like another existential crisis. Because my friend, who I'm not friends with anymore, agreed with my view that the protest being violent is not...
Yeah! This is a good wake-up call for liberals in general. Maybe that's a good radicalizing moment for some libs, is like, wait a minute, the fuck's going on? Why the fuck am I agreeing with Ben Shapiro? That's gross. He's gross. He's very conservative. He has no care or consideration for lives in general. Why am I agreeing with Ben Shapiro? What's happening? Is a good question that many liberals who agree with Ben Shapiro should ask themselves on the issue of Israel-Palestine. Progressive accept Palestine is a very real issue in the progressive community. Fuck.
Not a good thing. But he also went a step further and said that all lives matter. And I was like, is this the person I'm agreeing with? This is the side I'm on? I don't want to be on this side. I sort of realized in...
HasanAbi said, I had the same realization with Israel when I found out I was the only liberal in the room at a Zionist event. Yeah, because you were like a campus Zionist, right? That's like all of the people that care that much, all the people that care about politics to that degree in college are either going to be like the most insane leftists you've ever met in your entire life, who obviously are in the chat right now, and I feel weird, calling him out like this, and they should probably chill out a little bit, or the most unfuckable nerds, like that wear, weirdly enough, a suit and tie for no reason at the college campus that they're going to take business classes or whatever. It's like, it makes no fucking, it makes no sense. It's just, it's all the young Republicans. Like, they just all look like so deformed. I don't know.
In that moment, that if I'm going to speak out against the violent protests...
I am proud of you guys for protesting for Palestine, though, with all the crazy politics Andes that watch me at college.
I'm on the wrong side. I'm sharing the perspective with people I don't like. People I do not want to agree with. So although I misunderstood how people could come to cause so much destruction in their own neighborhood, I realized I had to open my mind and hear other perspectives and try to change my own, because I knew it was incorrect. I knew I needed to shift my perspective to the proper direction. Funny enough, one of the online figures that was key in me changing my perspective about the riot.
OP before HasanAbi, I don't know about seeing all the buildings being destroyed, man. It doesn't look good. OP after HasanAbi, an armed proletariat must suppress the bourgeoisie in order for the withering of the state. I mean, look, I said what I said all the time, that it's like, yeah, it's not nice. You know what's really not nice though? Murder. It's like, yeah, I know buildings are on fire. That sucks. Okay, that sucks. It's really shitty. I'm not gonna sit here and fucking be like, no, it's sick, it's pog. Okay, but like, you know why it happened? Because a guy got murdered by the state in broad daylight. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, the only thing that sucks about property violence, just harm done to a property, is how it impacts the human beings that have an association with that property, either like a spiritual association you might have with a building or some shit, you know what I mean? Maybe it's your family home, or like what financial hit you're taking as a consequence of your fucking small business getting lit up. So that's it. It's still, at the end of the day, a toll that it takes on humans. No one intrinsically cares about buildings on the virtue of them being buildings that exist. It's really stupid. Unless you're a liberal, in which case you do care about that, and that's weird. I don't get it.
Riots is someone who is now banned off of YouTube because they moved to the alt-right and became like a Andrew Tate wannabe. And his name is Sneeko. Now at the time, he wasn't like that at all, but rather I would consider...
Wait, that was his friend? Wait, what did he say?
Funny enough, one of the online figures that was key in me changing my perspective about the riots is someone who is now banned off of YouTube because they moved to the alt-right and became like a Andrew Tate wannabe. And his name is Sneeko. Now at the time, he wasn't like that.
This is the first time in your career on Twitch where the reacts get more viewers than the news? What? No. No, there was a major time in my career where reactions to get, bro, MasterChef got me 40K, 50K average viewers. What are you talking about?
At all.
Good old days.
But rather, I would consider him like a leftist, or not a leftist, but at least a progressive. He lived in New York City at the time, and as the protests went on, he made a lot of videos of himself participating in the protests, as well as encouraging his audience to
I fucked Sneeko in college and he was a munch and a simple mouse. Shut the fuck up.
do the same. And it's kind of crazy to admit to this now, but I actually did have a great amount of respect for Sneeko.
I'm glad that you said that, Chatter, because that honestly made his statement about Sneeko much more tame in comparison. Because honestly, the type of information that you revealed anonymously in this chat as a 41-month subscriber is the type of information that the CIA needs to come to your house at gunpoint, put a black bag over your head, and immediately fly you to the first private jet terminal so that they can get you airborne, okay, get you literally into fucking international airspace to violently torture to get this information out of you, okay? That's the type of shit that they need to be on to be able to reveal this information under normal circumstances. You willingly gave up that information, okay? Like, I'm talking hanging upside down from a fucking jumbo jet, okay? Black bag over your head. You got waterboarded, nipple clamps. You're getting electrocuted nonstop. Only then are you like, yeah, that's right. I fucked Sneeko in college and he was a munch. But you volunteered that, and I respect you for it. Respect.
Up to him because he made these really good videos that made me feel heard, like before he went to the alt-right. So to see him on the streets participating in these protests.
Actually, that's fair. I realized it years later when he got banned from YouTube and it was a news story. To be fair, I have maintained the position. It's like weird to say because I think your personality and the things that you say do actually like change the way I think people even experience your physical presence. And I used to say, like, he's a good-looking dude. I don't know why he's doing this kind of shit. And now I can't believe I would even say that. So I understand why you would have, fucked him many, many years ago. It's just still embarrassing to admit it later, after the fact.
Tests, as well as encouraging his audience to do the same. It was a very powerful thing for me to see. To see him do that, I'm like, okay, I guess it is a good thing. I'm going to listen to this guy. And I did, and he actually really changed my perspective about the whole thing. It's crazy to look back on it now because dude's just off the deep end at this point. But I was still kind of confused. I still needed to learn more. As the pandemic went on, as far-right movements grew in America, as people were struggling to make ends meet due to very little support from the American government, I grew more and more interested in politics. And later that summer, after the riots had subsided, the H3 podcast uploaded a new video, an interview with Hasan Piker.
I have to say, Hasan, first of all, thank you for joining us. Very glad to have you with us.
The video was great, not only in introducing me to Hasan Piker, but as well as introducing me to the concept of anti-capitalism entirely. Because one thing really stuck out to me in this interview, and it happened almost immediately. There was one thing that Hasan Piker said that completely changed my life and redirected me to an entirely new direction. In the very first minute of the interview, Hasan called himself a leftist, something distinctly different from a liberal.
Do you use the word liberal? I'm not even sure how to describe it. But like left-leaning.
Yeah, I wouldn't even consider. I don't consider myself a liberal, but in the American political lexicon, I guess like I'm super liberal. That's what Americans think liberalism is. Like the more left you are, the more liberal you are. Even though there is a genuine distinction between the leftist and the liberal, but yeah, I'm progressive. I guess that's the catch-all term.
Right. I like progressive. Notice how I'm fucking hiding. Oh, I should have just kept it going, man. I should have just kept saying to everybody, oh, I'm just a fucking, I don't know what I am. Don't worry about it. Just listen to what I'm saying. Oh, God. It's just like immediately. First of all, it is not a mark of shame to be a socialist, okay? I do not believe that. And that's precisely the reason why I'm a stubborn asshole who will openly say that I am anti-capitalist, I'm socialist, I'm democratic socialist. I don't give a fuck, okay? No, I wasn't shy about it. I just knew that, like, that automatically closes so many fucking doors for people because of the infinite amount of Red Scare propaganda. People are positioned against it Like they still have an existing socialism out there that they fucking hate. You know what I mean?
Progressive.
Yeah. Who wouldn't want to be progressive? It's in the name.
Yeah, it's the one of the things that immediately makes people treat me with bad faith.
Never heard this word.
Like, can you imagine if more people didn't know that I'm like, oh, out and about socialist or whatever, right? And who the fuck would ever get mad? Oh, progressive commentator buys a fucking mansion? That doesn't hit the same as like socialist commentator buys a mansion. A mega mansion. Hammer and sickle memes galore. That's the difference. You know what I mean? Think about that. You were totally right, by the way, about leftists on my campus being fucking crazy. It literally happened while I was there, and in retrospect, it's fucking hilarious, especially since it was the SJP president. FSU student Shelby Soup throws chocolate milk on campus Republicans. 11 of my people are fucking dead. Left-wing activists are arrested and charged with battery for throwing chocolate milk on Republican students and calling them Nazis after mass shooting. Violence is abhorrent. I hate that. Do you think you'd be effective if you didn't express your views? It doesn't matter, because I would still be advocating for the same things I'm advocating for. I would still be engaging in a materialist analysis. It's just that when you get slapped with a sticker, you are now addressing not only like historic violence being done in the name of socialism, but you're addressing the violence that wasn't even done, that people attribute to fucking Karl Marx even. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm no longer addressing like the crimes that like, not crimes, but like the violence that has been committed in the name of socialism. Now I have to fucking address the black book. You know what I mean? How many Nazis did the USSR kill? How dare you do that? And it's like, what the fuck? You can get way more people on your side and listen to you when you don't blow your cover by using leftist ass words. Yeah, I think so. You wouldn't be as popular, I promise you. You wouldn't get criticized for hiding the fact that you're a socialist. They call you a coward. You are doing the right thing now. No, I think people would get it, because like there's so many negative connotations associated with it. I mean, look, I made the decision I made because I was like, I think it's important. Okay. I think it's important. It's important to fucking say, what you are, what you believe in, because, regardless, like you can also, disperse all of the fucking stupid, silly misinformation that is associated with a term. Right. And I think part of the reason was because of Bernie Sanders. Like Bernie Sanders openly throughout his career unflinchingly said he was a democratic socialist, and I got the courage from him that like if he can do it, and if he has done such a good job of like showing the rest of the world what socialism actually is and what democratic socialism entails, then yeah, I should be able to do so as well. I don't really care, which ironically they also shit on him for the house thing, and I should have fucking known. But that's when I should have been like, oh fuck man, this guy's got like a shitty ass log cabin, an apartment that he's renting in DC because he has to, he's a senator, and a fucking like an incredibly humble home in Vermont, and these motherfuckers make it seem like he's got chateaus, okay? Like because he's selling books and shit. Like they're mad that he's selling books for money. Ridiculous, disgusting, gross. Anyway, whatever, let's get
before, but it made complete sense to me. Because before politics, the thing I was most passionate about and thought about the most in my day-to-day was humanity.
This video is really well done.
Human existence and human consciousness and our relationship to nature. So when I realized there was something beyond capitalism, the thing I had learned my entire life to be the only true system, I fully accepted anti-capitalism. Because thanks to my obsession with the human consciousness and our relationship to nature and the world around us, I realized that capitalism is inherently working against humanity. It is a system that entirely goes against my already held humanistic beliefs about the world. From that day on, I was forever hooked, forever in need of more information, because I knew that my current understanding of the world was completely inaccurate. I needed to learn more. Hasan Piker really helped me understand domestic issues and our political environment here in the United States. He was well versed in articulating the flaws of our system and how a socialistic system would look and operate. That was all fine and well. I was learning more and more about American politics and the need for a mass socialist movement, but I needed to learn more. I didn't consider myself a communist until I learned about dialectical materialism. This is the idea that thoughts and events are caused by the material condition of a person, not their identity, like religion or ethnicity. And then those events or ideas caused by the material condition then go on to affect people's material condition.
Dialectical materialism is a philosophical framework that combines the principles of dialectics and materialism. It posits that reality is shaped through the interaction of opposing forces, known as dialectics, and that the material world is the foundation of all phenomena. Dialectical materialism asserts that social, political, and historical developments arise from the contradictions and conflicts inherent in the material conditions of society.
I'm no professor. I still don't really know how to completely define it, but it's quite simple, really. Oh, there's a terrorist group over there? Yeah, they didn't become terrorists for no reason. Something had to happen in their material condition in order to cause them to become the terrorists. It's pretty simple. The person who introduced me to dialectical materialism, and the person who really just opened up my mind entirely to American imperialism, is Eddie Liger of Midwestern Marx. Something Eddie did differently than Hassan Piker was that he really focused on American military intervention around the globe. I've always been really interested in geography and like maps and things, so learning about American imperialism really piqued my interest. Eddie talked about countries like Venezuela or Cuba or DPRK, North Korea. These are countries that all Americans think they know everything about because we've been taught to despise these countries.
North Korea is also responsible for that state of constant warfare. North Korea does illegal nuclear weapons tests and threatens their neighbors constantly.
Ah, so your actual beef is that they threaten South Korea. South Korea, the country with millions of dollars in funding from the U.S., who constantly keep a supply of troops at the 38th parallel, including U.S. soldiers who are stationed in Korea. So the U.S. has their troops over there, and the DPRK doesn't have their troops over here, but they're the aggressors? Okay, Vosh. I'm not sure how you can call North Korea the aggressor.
Suspected communists.
Filling the city of Pyongyang with bodies as the U.S. bombed every single building over 2 stories tall. And after failing to get the DPRK to bend to their will, the U.S. went to the UN and manufactured a voting plan to divide the country in half. And on that divide, the U.S. and their far-right allies in South Korea have kept troops ever since, while also keeping the DPRK under an embargo so they can't trade, holding their country in poverty. Are the DPRK really threatening their neighbors here? Or are they saying, please leave us alone and give us national sovereignty?
So when Eddie was successful in changing my perspective...
By the way, in all of these situations, all these instances, like the expectation, and for those of you who are already in here for Israel-Palestine, you already kind of understand it, is like the expectation is that DPRK is supposed to be perfect victims in order for like the American left to ever even associate themselves with a DPRK. Okay, DPRK famously not supported by superpowers. Yes, they were, which is why their conditions were actually phenomenal, at least in the aftermath of the genocide that was conducted in North Korea, in comparison to South Korea, which was a fucking psychotic, despotic dictatorship, okay? However, having said that, of course the DPRK has a shit ton of fucking issues, right? I wouldn't want to live there. I've said this time and time again. The grave danger that the DPRK presents to the rest of the world, of course, is incredibly overstated, and it's overstated so you can justify the sanctions regime that you implement on top of North Korea. They're not perfect victims, but they shouldn't be. The greatest way to ensure democratization occurs in a country like the DPRK would be by allowing them to participate in the global marketplace. Do you think your messaging has changed over the years to bring people farther left, or do you think you've stayed the same amount of leftists and just brought more people to the left at that level? No, I mean, I've maintained these positions, especially like anti-imperialism from the jump. I think a lot of people just, I mean, including him, he's a fan of mine and has said that I have contributed to his radicalization, and even he's not aware that like I routinely talk about American imperialism. So it's just that I think a lot of people pick and choose what they see and what they don't see, and I think that in that process, the guy who he's talking about hates you. Wait, really? I mean, whatever. I don't give a shit. Overall, as I was stating, No, I love you. No, I'm not talking about you, Comrade Casey. No. I think they're talking about the guy who you're talking about, Midwestern Marks or whatever. Comrade Casey's in the chat, by the way. He's the one who wrote this video. And I don't think the other guy hates me either. I don't really know him too well. He's like a TikTok guy, right? I think we watched a video of his where he actually defended me against like all the fucking Tumblr kitties who behave like, the Maoist third worldist Tumblr kitties. Anyway.
Perspective entirely and show me that the things I was taught were completely false. It made me realize.
I hate when chat does this. He doesn't hate you. He was bad faith to you in a video once, but also good faith in others. Nothing a single chat offline can't handle. I don't really care, ultimately. And I don't think you guys should either. Like, you understand that it's more that you've always maintained a historical materialist perspective on things over the years. It's not about getting more and more left. It's about recontextualizing how to view the world and events that happen. Yeah. Eddie's quick critique of HasanAbi? No.
As on a broader level, that a lot of the things I knew, a lot of the things my friends and family knew were probably also not true. I was able to realize that the American military-industrial complex, the American capitalist hegemony, is the utmost evil in this world. Not some terrorist group that we propped up for our own gain, not some third world country that we're taught to despise for absolutely no reason, but rather our own leadership here in America, our own system that we benefit from, is the problem. We are the global evil. We are the terrorists.
And for the record, this is 100% absolutely correct. And when you say it like this, so many people get so mad. They get so butthurt. They're like, well, how could you say such a thing? Like, what's the alternative? You don't understand. Like, the alternative would be so much worse. And it's always the same fucking justification. A justification for permanent genocide of the third world, okay? And unequal exchange, which hinges on endless imperialism, both through direct military intervention and also through indirect soft power style World Bank and IMF loans, and the conditions that those loans come with are not there. You cannot justify all of that by saying in a hypothetical universe, the alternative would be so much worse. You can't do that. And many supposedly progressive people on the left, love them. But unfortunately, I think they fail this test where they succumb to their own personal biases on this matter. What do I mean by this? They succumb to their own personal biases that, like, they do not know what kind of evil the other scary governments may have, what kind of evil they might bring upon the world if they were in charge, and they assume that those governments would operate exactly like we do. It's the same exact phenomena that groups in power, the in-groups, have always felt in perpetuity when they feel like their power and their influence is waning. White slave owners and even white workers in the South in the Reconstruction period felt this fear that they thought, unless we restore the racial pecking order, that black people recently freed from the chains of slavery, chattel slavery, one of the most inhumane, cruel things that humans have ever done to one another, they would turn around and treat white people the same way that white people had treated them. Now, that didn't happen. But in order to maintain that same racial pecking order, a shit ton of violence occurred. Sucks. Yeah, it's Zionist logic. Yes, 100%. Our security concerns necessitate... Oh, shit, Stavi Baby's here. Our security concerns necessitate us doing genocide, because if we don't do genocide preemptively, then what if they do a genocide to us, right? That's how it works. What's good? All right, hold on. Let me pull my food out. Oh, you can open that. You can open the door. You can open the door. You don't have to be... God damn. Okay, let me finish this video real quick, but... Here, what's good?
How you doing?
I was just watching your special last night, dude. You're famous, dog. We got Netflix. We got Netflix's very own.
That's right.
Here. This is my dog. I'm gonna take her out real quick to pee and
What's
stuff,
up, bros?
and then you can do whatever you want to do right now. I'm gonna leave you alone. Don't do anything crazy, bro. I'm not worried. You're a Netflix guy now, so like you can't fuck that up.
You're right.
All right.
Can I watch copyrighted things?
No. Absolutely. Come.
Hello, everyone. First, don't worry. When Hasan gets back, I'm gonna make him denounce Hamas. Oh, no. Yes, don't worry. His propaganda's over. Hell yeah, I'm about to sink this motherfucker's channel. Ooh. Hello, everyone. Nice to be here. The fuck is he looking at? 2020 riots. Snooze fest. Yeah, guys, please watch Fat Rascal on Netflix now. Let's see. Play a clip or some shit. I wasn't expecting to have to fucking, carry this fucking thing. This fucking cocksucker. This is actually free labor I'm doing. Let's see what a socialist this motherfucker is. If he comes back with $1,000, that's what he makes every second, by the way, of your hard-earned money. Let's see what we have here. It's fucking beautiful. Yeah, dude, I'm about to do a silent strike. I'm not working for free. This who this motherfucker is. Hasan Bezos over here. He's got... yeah, I'll take a... Actually, just let me get a water.
This is open already, so... No, you don't have to drink my fucking back.
Thanks, my friend. Okay. Let's see. Let's sponsor your shit. Talk about Greek culinary inventions. I don't know, man. I don't want to get in there. That's one thing Hasan has on me, I have to admit. Oh, what the fuck is this? Look how this motherfucker disrespects me. This is his water and this is mine. Yeah, this is fucking psychological warfare, dude.
Yeah.
How dare you?
We were just watching a video of a fan of mine about, damn, bro, you sat in here for like 3 seconds and it was warm as hell. How is that possible?
I'm a fucking cozy motherfucker,
God
dude.
damn, dude.
I'm a cozy guy out this bitch.
You fucking warmed this shit up. What have you been up to? What have you been doing? You fucking...
Dude, the special came out. I'm just fucking all over the place. The tour ended at the Beacon Theater, and I'm just trying to promote this shit. I'm trying to be like Adam Sandler, dude. I want to just fucking
make shitty movies.
Make good, fun movies with my friends.
Make shitty
Go
movies
to fucking Hawaii.
in Hawaii.
Hang out. Who gives a fuck? That's what I'm trying to be on, dude. I'm trying to escape the Matrix.
Bro, let me tell you something, okay? Your fucking joke about big and tall on your special, you don't understand. Like,
I
that,
appreciate it, man.
It was right here.
I get that.
It hit me in my soul. The fact that you said, I don't want to fucking butcher it. You guys should just watch the special on Netflix. But when you're talking about being the skinniest guy at big and tall, I've been that guy.
It's a nice feeling. Let me get my phone here.
Yeah, I've literally... I've been that guy. Don't show your, don't show the address. Yeah.
No, it is a nice feeling when you, that first step at the big and tall store, and then you're there long enough, and you become. What? You don't become. What is this? What is this fucking propaganda?
This is Geopold. Greece versus Turkey.
Let's see it.
Okay, I don't know if you're ready for this fact-finding mission, dude. It's about to be all facts, no cap.
Facts don't care about our feelings.
Yeah, hell yeah. Let's take a look at this. Oh, speaking of which, I want to show you the Daily Wire stuff. Have you seen this shit?
Which one? Oh, the movie?
The Daily Wire movie. Then there's also like a Daily Wire cartoon, too.
Hell yeah. No, I saw the movie. That looks fucking awesome. I love these people. They want to be famous so bad. It's pathetic.
Yeah, they put themselves in their own movies like because no one else would. It's like the rich kid with the basketball.
Yeah. But it's like, and I'm shocked they can't get anyone better than that guy in the fucking trailer. There's not one like fucking...
Well, there is the actual conservative, like the animated series actually does have some like legit actors in it, which made me fucking
awesome.
sad.
Yeah.
The cringe Daily Wire clip. All right, we'll look at that in a second, but before then, let's start this conversation off on the right foot. Let's take a look. This is from Geopold.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, what the fuck? Did you just jump up? Oh my god. The ladies do love you, dude.
Hey, bud. Damn, this dog is big as fuck.
Oh, chill,
I
cut.
remember being a fucking little ass puppy. I was just seeing pictures. This is that fucking dog?
Yeah, this is the dog. She's like 90 pounds now.
Hell yeah.
It's crazy. All right.
So many places in this part of Turkey looks Greek.
Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan is viewed as a hero here.
Malacca, number one baby in this area.
Turkish barbers, man.
Is that what they're
Yeah. Turks on the way to vote for Erdogan again, despite the lira being worth 0.001, an entire region being destroyed due to his It's true. This one's sad, but true.
No. No. No.
Extremely low turnout. Advanced Turkish Black Sea naval alerts so they can smell enemy ships from 100 miles out. Yeah.
That guy looks awesome. Yeah, they fucked up.
Sen Kurdisin.
Cyprus allies. Northern Cyprus allied Turkey. Dude, that is the worst thing, bro. Don't fucking
Hawaiian pizza's good.
Don't
dude.
salute that, bro. He fucked it up. This is true, yeah. I mean, well, I've told you this before. My dad's side is from Crete and Salonik.
Yeah, exactly. You're Greek.
Yeah, that's
You're Greek,
half,
dude.
half. Okay,
You're
half.
Greek,
Bro,
dude.
chill. Half.
That's right, dude.
The bad half.
Yeah. You wish, dude.
All my setbacks.
You wish. Every time you got pussy, that was the Greek half.
Yeah.
All the DMs, that's for the Greek
Turkish
half.
tourists in Salonik could be like, wow, Turkish house is so quaint and beautiful, man. Yeah, I mean, this has been the case. The pushing Z. Do Russians go to Greece at all or no? Because Russians love Turkey.
Really? No, we don't get. We get the rest of like.
You get the Brits.
We get a lot of Brits. We get Germans. We get like in northern Greece you'll get like Bulgarians, shit like that.
Oh God.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. If only we could be. If only you guys would give back Constantinople, we can be friends again.
Like this video of Albania one. Wow Matt has one. This is the classic.
But I am more white than you. You look gypsy. I am blonde hair. Blonde hair I have. You gypsy.
That means that someone fucked your mother that is Turkish, but your father is not. Your mother is a whore and she got fucked from someone. You are weak sperm. You are weak sperm. This is the strong sperm. This is the Greek god. Okay, Greek god.
If you have Greek god, you would have win, but you lose.
Lose where? Lose where?
You lose. Why is Hagia Sophia this? Not.
It's so good.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. Anyway.
Fuck Turkey.
Yeah. Dude, your take about the Greeks not being white.
Yeah.
But hitting the fucking lotto is pretty good too.
We truly aren't.
Yeah.
We truly aren't. Fat Rascal on Netflix now, folks. For all the bits we're alluding to.
Yeah, before I destroy half of his bits by fucking retelling them
poorly,
being the most annoying guy out there who like.
Yeah, dude. Remember that thing?
What?
No. Just
yeah.
Dude,
Exactly.
Awesome.
It's not good. I'm not gonna do that. But yeah, Stabby Baby's in the building. Did you go on Joe Rogan again?
I did.
You did?
That's my boy.
How was it? Yeah, that's your homie.
He rules. Joe rocks, dude.
Yeah,
he
dude,
does.
He still 100% lives like he lives La Vida Loca.
It's all, dude. The guy has built his life around exactly what he wants to do.
Yeah,
he does more podcasts than he has to contractually because he loves podcasts.
No, many people are saying I'm the Joe Rogan of socialism.
Yeah,
that's what
not
they're
much
saying.
difference.
Yeah,
not much difference. You're not as fucking strong, dude.
That's okay.
Dude, you're not as strong.
That's true. It's probably true.
Joe's a fucking machine.
He's bald though. I have
That's
hair.
true. That is true.
That's what sets me back, honestly. Like, cause I just haven't let it loose. Like, I haven't fucking decided that R.I.P. to this thing. I'm just gonna do steroids.
You're gonna do steroids.
No, then you
do
turn.
Some tea.
What separates me from fucking?
I'm getting zemped up and doing testosterone.
Yeah.
You're gonna see me in 3 months. I'm just gonna be like,
do it.
I might
do it. I feel like honestly, what would separate me from a David Goggins type at that point, and that's my biggest fear.
No, you'll never.
I never.
No.
I never want to be a David Goggins type.
You're not gonna get up and fucking run for 2 days in a row.
Yeah, I don't.
You know what I mean?
That stuff pisses me off, dude. I know, like,
there is some. I don't understand. There's no joy in that style of life. You know what I mean? Where it's like you're supposed to have a nice time. You could now look. I could get a little more disciplined, sure. I'm not. You know, I don't think you should live like me either. But yeah, there's no point in just like getting up and your whole fucking life sucks dick, and you're in pain constantly, and you're training for something that's never gonna happen.
Yeah, I have 3 figures in this conundrum. You have the David Goggins, who I compared to that fucking billionaire guy who's like trying to make his penis underage.
That's crazy. What is the point of being a billionaire if you're doing that?
That's what I mean. He's like making his penis underage.
He's trying to get his dick to be 17.
Yeah, that's what he's
trying
trying
to legally jack off a child.
He's trying to do that. He's trying to do that so that he could be like, no, listen, this is not a problematic age gap.
Isn't he also on? Yeah, I think he's like kind of lightly becoming trans too.
Oh yeah, he's doing E. Yeah,
he looks like a older woman, like not an older woman, but like a 40. He looks like Tilda Swinton kind of. He's trying to become Tilda Swinton. He's trying to become child Tilda Swinton.
Yeah, it's odd because like.
But what's the point? To what end? You're drinking fucking seaweed and shit like that.
Yeah, we are 100% in agreement.
Oh fuck, I gotta go. This guy's texting me. I've arrived 8 times.
Wait, hold on. Do you want me to? I can unlock the door outside. Okay. Maybe they'll. Actually, you should probably go. Oh yeah, they fucking called me 4 minutes ago. This guy deserves all the. They deserve all the tips because they're fucking. I unlocked it. He might have just left it though. I hope he didn't fucking leave. Kaya, where you going? Oh, no. He's not out there anymore. Oh, never mind. Star Wars got it. So the thing is, like, it's not, like, prolonging your life is one thing.
Yep.
But it's not a life worth living if you...
Yeah, you're drinking fucking...
If you're doing it to eat, like, seaweed or whatever.
Fuck that, dude.
Yeah, I don't like that. But the same goes for David Goggins is my point, which is that, like, he is doing, maybe not for the same reasons, but like he's punishing himself for no fucking reason.
Yeah, it is like, it feels, what's the word? Like self-flagellation almost.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't fucking get it.
Yeah.
But there is, you know, it's impressive what he's doing, but I don't understand what the reason is. And I guess that's what I think about this guy too. Although this guy not even. This guy's just weird.
As opposed to, and I will show you my favorite guy. Are you familiar with this fucking guy? Sam Sulek?
He's been popping up on my show.
Dude, I fucking love him, dude. This guy, on the other hand, is like straight up killing himself every day in front of our eyes, but he's doing it for an honorable cause.
For the love of the game.
Where he's like, yeah, no, I know. Like, I know I'm going to die. I know that I'm like 24, but I can't fucking... Like, I have more breathing complications than you do, like, at the age of 24, and he's, like, 1% body fat.
He looks awesome, though.
He's 21? That's crazy, dude.
He looks fake, dude.
He looks so sick. I love, respect, and appreciate him endlessly. Like, people are saying dead at 24, dead at 35, 100%. Yes, but he will have lived a life worth living. A life freaky chest pump, fall cut, day 47.
I really need to start bringing spare pump covers. Because when I do shoulders, I'm going to put this back on. It's fucking drenched.
You think he gets pussy or no? No time.
I feel like it depends on how much gains he can get from pussy. Like, if he's not maxing out on the gains from eating pussy, that he's, not doing it.
How much protein does pussy juice have?
I don't know.
What do you think?
Check out his meet and greet. Wait, what? Bro rolling as he's the president of USA?
In the fucking Suburban.
Surrounded by fucking goons, dude. Those aren't his fans. Those are his, like, security detail, I think, chat.
Dude, what the fuck?
Or maybe some of them are his fans.
Dude, I'm having one. He's literally a little kid. He's 21.
Yeah.
He's kind of adorable. What, do you sell him fucking creatine and shit at Nature Zone?
Actually going, like, supporting what you can.
They have photos. Dude, this is why my theory that, like, you're gay if you go to the gym and you get more gay is 100%. Fellas, if you're getting a printout of your favorite fucking brolic figurehead from TikTok,
that's good.
If you're printing that shit out and you're bringing it to your meet and greet, like, that's gay as hell. One of the guys, wait, what? One of those guys is paid to whisper to him, "You are only a man," to him as they do that. He's not, dude. He's
no.
Someone's just like, gay men aren't this gay.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
That's way gayer than just jerking another guy's cock.
I mean, this is functionally a cum tribute. Like you just haven't done it the whole way yet.
It's coming though.
What's up, man?
Big man himself.
Dude, 10 years ago, this guy would just be alone in the gym.
Yeah.
Crazy. Good for him.
Hey, yo.
Let's go, guys. Come on. Chocolate milk for you, man.
Like,
I've never been so glad to receive something in my life.
He just has like he kind of looks and sounds like Carrot Top a little bit too. But I think Carrot Top also did like that level of steroids as well. It doesn't just look as good, but.
Perfect. I just had to eat 3 senzu beans real fast.
All right, Damien. Damien, frankly, if you don't start a bulk, I'm going to come after you.
Aw, he's cute.
How tall is he? I thought he was like 6'4" or something. People were saying he was like tall as fuck. My man looks...
Unless that guy's a fucking giant next to him.
Phony. He didn't drink it.
Like Obama drinking Flint's water, dude.
Yeah.
Obama.
Yeah, he's a diver originally.
Talking about the diving. I mean, you've seen the pictures when I was like...
He always wears the Cowboy Bebop hat. He's so awesome. I love him.
In high school, 160 pounds. That's a little bit different.
I would like to watch him have sex academically.
I didn't.
I'm not even horny for him.
Yeah, you wanna study.
I would just like to see how he fucks. I wonder how like being that jacked and being fat as shit. How does it
how does it hinder his
5'4"?
movement?
Someone said that's crazy.
No, I don't think he's 5'4". I think people are just coping. Oh. I don't see this being a good life if you can't eat food other than just chicken and shit like that. No, he eats like a monster.
Yeah, if you to get that big, you have to eat so many fucking calories.
He's definitely eating. That's why I said like he lives a life worth living. He's just yacked out of his mind on steroids. Like he has the most amount of steroids coursing through his veins.
Wear the hat during the flips. It actually comes off, but you get the idea with the mic. But let's
yeah, he does have steroids.
Let's do a little bit of a demonstration, as it were. See if my bodybuilding training has translated to any extra athleticism.
He looks dainty as fuck on the diving board.
Oh God, he's so impressive.
How many fucking flips was that?
I can't count that high. That was incredible.
So when you do steroids, does your cock? What happens to your cock? Because they say your balls shrink.
I think your balls shrink, so your cock probably
Does
just
your
like
cock get
looks
powerful?
bigger. It probably looks bigger in comparison.
But high testosterone, does that mean like harder ass dicks?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, right.
Interesting. Maybe I have to get a little Zempin fucking testosterone.
I think HGH probably makes your cock bigger.
Nice.
HGH definitely,
Can you
because
inject
it makes HGH makes everything bigger. So
Okay.
I would assume your cock gets bigger too.
That's interesting. I want to get fucking jacked, dude. I want to look like him.
No, really?
It doesn't.
She said the dick vein look like a Snicker bar. Oh God. HGH makes everything bigger. It doesn't. I've tried. Really?
That makes sense.
There's a lot of yak dudes on TikTok. I think this guy is there's like a Baki Hanma guy. You don't
When mom find poop sock.
Where the fuck's this little piece of shit? Fucking stupid motherfucker.
He got your ass, dude.
God damn it. I just clicked on it immediately.
And he got away with it.
Oh, it's not just him. There's another motherfucker in here that also was hitting the same one.
Banned.
Where's the guy? Who's the guy? Tell me now.
Find him. Snitch on him. Snitch on him.
Tell me now.
Don't snitch.
I'm gonna
stay
start.
strong. Solidarity, chatters.
Who's the guy?
Don't protect him at all costs. Put him in your attic. He's fucking Anne Frank and Hassan is a Nazi. Hide him. It's your fucking job. It's your job.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
You're fucking Landa, dude.
Wait,
Brad
was
Pitt
it?
is gonna put a fucking swastika.
Oh, it was him. I got the right guy.
Got him. Damn.
Yeah.
There you go, sus.
I already
Apple
capped
3D.
him. I already clapped his ass cheeks. Fuck you
There
guys.
you go, sus Apple 3D.
Yeah, you fucking bitch. If HGH made your dick bigger, you'd be able to buy it at 7-Eleven. It also makes your heart bigger and like shaves.
No, but it's true. People would, if anything made your dick bigger, we would know. You would the people
I
selling
guess
it would
you're
be
right,
so
yeah.
rich.
I guess you're right.
He looks like he does look like an anime character.
There's a bunch of other ones like him that are just like insane.
My For You page is all like, I guess the women version of this, where it's like jacked Filipinos with breast implants.
Lean Beef Patty is a friend of mine.
Salute to Lean Beef Patty.
She's been here. She said
America is the greatest country on earth. America is the...
What?
You know how much restraint it took not to, for the bit, start sniffing the chair?
Yeah.
After saying that, but I didn't do it.
I knew you were gonna do some shit like that.
I didn't do it. I respect.
My fucking For You page on my desktop is so bad.
Yeah.
There's like nothing. There's nothing funny or fun happening here. POV, you're a guy.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
Money for fun. Oh, you can't do gay shit, I guess. Money for fun.
Oh, yeah.
No, dude, masculinity is a prison. Don't do that to yourself.
Yeah, that's sus, bro. That's sus.
Be sus, dude. Being sus is fun.
Oh, they can't even see that. I forgot.
Come on. You don't want to lean every once in a while? You want to deep throat an apple turnover? Ridiculous.
Someone said losing weight makes your dick bigger. I can confirm.
That's true.
100%.
And let's just say we're struggling over here. I could not afford to lose cock inches, and I have done it. But that's why you have to get back on the true and righteous path for my dick, not even for my heart.
Yeah.
I need to get a little more hang time going right now. We're looking tough right now.
You're not looking too good?
The dick is
You're still fucking, though.
I'm still fucking, but it's taking a lot out of me every time.
Wait,
and
an inch for every 20 pounds?
No chance.
That's pretty...
Oh, so my dick could be fucking 13 inches long.
Yeah. You're just... I think there's diminishing returns.
No way. There's no fucking way.
There's diminishing returns, I think.
Oh, dude, that would be awesome.
Conor O'Malley.
He's the man.
He did a physique video.
Conor's so fucking funny, dude.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Come on, dog. You hit this? Be honest. Wait, I'm worried he's got some shit in here that's like terms of service violations, possibly.
Probably.
Yeah. I don't know if I want to.
I haven't seen the whole video, so I can't say.
Let's hide this for a second. I need you to help me. Drake, you are responsible for my health.
I got a 103 fever for the past 6 months and it ain't going down. Drake, if you don't give me some medical attention, I think I'm gonna get a big ass frown. My body melting, obsessed with a Family Guy Simpsons orgy. 18 and over sexual fantasies. Everybody looking so gorgy. Quagmire standing up on top of the bed, jagging off, conducting the sexual fornications. Peter suck Marge, Homer lick Lois, with Springfield Cohag, Quag, sexual congregation. Kidneys losing function, body aches, chills, and shivering. I feel like I'm gonna freeze. Drake, if you don't give me some pills, you come down here and heal me. I think I'm gonna die. Drake, you need to help me, please. Please, Drake. Help me out.
He's strong.
Yes, you got it.
What's your body count?
I have 103 fever, and I've had it for 6 months, and it's not. I can't do anything to get it to go down.
Bart Simpson. Would you hit?
Yeah. And Lois.
Okay.
And Lois Griffin.
$103, had it for the past 6 months.
Comedy.
It makes dating really hard when you got 103 fever. Dude, shut the fuck up, okay?
Talk about seltzer, why is it so...
Dude, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, okay? You keep talking, it's gonna be a bad fucking situation for you and for everybody else here who paid to see a good time, okay?
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
Damn, he's not on that. Okay, don't die, bro.
So good, dude.
He's not on that Matt Rife tip. He should be doing crowd work nonstop.
He needs to be doing crowd work videos, dude.
He needs
That's
to be
his
doing
problem.
more crowd work videos so he can get the TikTok numbers up.
He
You know what
really
I'm
does,
saying?
dude.
Yeah.
God, he's so fucking funny. I love Conor, man. He used to be fat as shit.
I must say, sit the fuck down. Sit the fuck down. Sit the fuck down. Dude, sit the fuck down.
Drake responded.
I
heard you got like a 103 fever for the past 6 months. I just wanted to say, me too. I heard you got a 103 fever for the past 6 months. Your body burning up like a weed-filled blunt. I know why your body temp is high, making you sweat like a boar. It's cause the whole world on the brink of a motherfucking war. World War III is about to kick off and it's giving guys like you a fever. To stop nuclear Armageddon, you must goon the pics of Lois from Family Guy's Beaver. You must create a new branch of the military called the Positivity Force. A billion-person army deciding to jerk off like they just got divorced. The Positivity Force is like the army, but for being nice. Instead of shooting bullets, we act sweet like Sprite.
For the Positivity Force, I had a fever of 103. It's like the military, but for smiles.
War is caused by people being angry online. The antidote is jerking off to make the world divine. People being mean, the atmosphere is polluted with negative vibrations. Airplane crashes are caused by this, and I love staycations. Deep in the Bible, it says jerking off is the deepest form of prayer known to man. Gooning will prevent a war in the Holy Land, but you got to edge to keep it inside the
Don't worry,
gland.
these aren't stolen valor. 600 tabs on Pornhub at once. You know, tabs on a browser. Come on, go. The state of, edging, you know what that is? It's like you guys, instead of shooting bullets, we're shooting smiles, we're having a good time, you know what I mean? Positivity Force. Whoa, is this the actual Matrix?
Across the world, all race, creed, genders, jerking their clit, tit, or prick off the porn. Positive edging vibes get trapped in the ozone, de-escalate global tensions, masturbation, Jason Bourne.
You know who wears hats like that? Leonardo DiCaprio.
What is the website?
Pornhub.com. How's it going? Hey guys, we started the Positivity Force. It's like the military, but for being nice, right? I love your vibe, man. We're just spreading positive vibes, trying to kill the negative vibes. I got this for 600 tabs open on Pornhub because you want to edge, and all the positivity vibes go into the ozone, and everybody's smiling, having a good time.
As soon as everyone blasts a huge crumb, the world's superpowers peacefully get back on course. World War III prevented by stroking clits and pricks, thanks to the Positivity Force.
The Positivity Force has caused me to be a more positive and a nicer guy. I'm less in my head.
И начал медитировать.
זה נקרא כוח החיוביות ואני כאן בשביל זה.
积极的力量提醒我保持水分和睡眠。
हम सभी को स्क्रीन टाइम सीमित करना याद रखना होगा.
A friendly reminder that masturbation is self-care.
Is this real? Chat, is this real?
I think it is.
Chat, is this real? He did this. He did all this.
What?
Damn, how Joe Rogan ruined comedy. We're not gonna watch that.
No.
That's your bestie. That's your bestie. We're not gonna. We're not touching that.
It's got a great comedy club. Check out the Mothership, folks.
Yeah.
Very good worker pay. You'd love it.
Yeah.
He really pays people like $1,000 a spot. It's insane.
Really?
Yeah.
That's good.
It's a socialist enterprise, folks.
Yeah. Well,
it is. He doesn't make. I'm not even kidding you, dude. He's running a workers' utopia in Austin, Texas. You should go cover it.
Okay.
You should go check it out.
I should go cover it, dude. I don't think he's too fond of me. If he knows who I am, he probably doesn't. But
yeah, he's the man.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you know about this? Do you know about the Cum Squad?
No,
bro. So since you were doing a lot of, I don't know if you know this, but like while you're doing fucking stand up,
yeah.
Okay, the world has been on fire.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Did they finally get to a two-state solution?
Yeah, a little country called Israel has been blowing up.
I've heard they've been on one.
Yeah, they've been on one.
That's one way to put it.
But the Cum Force thing is one of my favorite because like obviously, Israel does like such insane shit that when you hear about like a new thing that they are doing that they've been doing for a while, you're like, oh, that's anti-Semitic. Like, there's no way that's real.
Right.
And one of those things is the Cum Retrieval Force. Because like
is this the PSYOP hot girls that they post all the time?
No, dude.
That'd be
no.
awesome.
Hold on.
If those girls were milking me, I would sign up.
No. They're not. Does anyone have the fucking Cum Retrieval video from the Israeli account? Because like when I first heard about it,
Israel Cum Retrieval.
Yeah, that's a weird thing to. Yeah, no. We got to show Stavros. The video got deleted. No shot.
Oh, what the fuck?
No shot.
That sucks, dude.
Did they actually take it down because they got owned too hard?
That sucks, dude. What's the idea? I think she's eating the wheel of the chair.
Yeah. No. She's got a little toy in her arms.
So give me. All right. What? Yeah.
Wait, did they actually delete it? Oh no, they didn't. Here it is. Okay. So when I first heard about it, I was like, there's no way this is fucking fake, right? Like, you guys are making this up. This is like very clearly an anti-Semitic conspiracy. And then the Israel account openly fucking posted this like very well edited animated special. Let's read what the title says. Shaylee Atari's husband Yahav was murdered by Hamas terrorists. She did everything in her power to retrieve his sperm so that their dream of having more children would live on even without Yahav. Unfortunately, she was unsuccessful. There are still so many families that we can save. Every minute counts. Bring back our children now.
Whoa, dude.
She thinks it's just another rocket attack, but a gripping fear prickles through Shiley's entire body, and it's outside their bedroom window. Her husband, Yahav, fights the danger as Shiley runs, leaving everything behind to protect their baby, Shaya. She hides from the terrorists hunting her for 27 hours, terrified, praying that the love of her life will survive. She clings to hope that she won't need to raise their newborn alone. 4 days later, her heart shatters. She hugs Shaya tightly and knows she must fulfill Yahav's dream to create more life.
Wow.
It's like there's more. Hold on, but
so they go to a dead guy's balls and cut it open.
Apparently,
they cut a dead guy's balls open.
Well, there's a Wisconsin State Journal wrote a all the way from Madison, Wisconsin.
Why Madison?
We owe it to them. Families of Israelis killed in war find new hope through posthumous sperm extraction.
Damn, what's up with the fucking anchor? She's a fucking bad bitch, honestly.
Yeah, just
tell her I said what's up.
Okay.
I love Madison. Great town.
Yeah. As a medical social worker at Israel's Kaplan Hospital, Professor Shir Daphna Tekoa is no stranger to trauma. But when she was drafted into work on October 7th, the day Hamas attacked Israeli farms, villages, and music festival, the scale of the disaster quickly became apparent. I've seen dozens of people killed in accidents or shootings, but this was the hardest thing I've done in my life. So here's the thing, okay?
Did she suck a corpse off?
I've seen the horrors on their faces. I saw their eyes. Wait, where is it? Is this not about the... Oh, there it is. So the thing is, it's like, obviously, you know, October 7th, fucking gruesome, right? But then, like, to frame it in the context of, like, and that's why we had to do this sperm retrieval, immediately takes away the seriousness of the matter.
It's kind of... There's no way to think... Like, add cutting a corpse's balls off and freezing it to any tragedy... It's going to make it a little fun.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It feels a little slapsticky.
So we like to call them the Goon Squad. You croak, we stroke.
So I'm sorry. Do they cut the nuts off and put them in the freezer? How we? Because they said they want to cryogenically freeze it.
So what they do is, I think there's a couple different methods of extraction.
Okay.
So like, you can either electrically stimulate the prostate. Posthumously, or
Frankenstein his nut.
Yeah, they can. Well, they do that. I think for.
Wait, did they put a fucking?
Yeah, like a cattle prod type shit.
Up a dead guy's ass.
No, but they do that. They do that for like quadriplegic people too, if they want to like retrieve sperm from them as well. Which, by the way, I feel like that would be the greatest nut of all time.
Yeah.
Like if you literally can't. Well, can you actually? Do you feel it, right? You must.
Do you feel the nut?
If you're paraplegic, like if you're.
I don't think you feel the nut.
Do you? With the electrobusting, I would die. Like,
dude,
there's got to be someone who's paraplegic in the chat.
Is there a chiller way to do that? Like, could I put some kind of different, smaller thing up my ass that has a?
It doesn't have to be a cattle prod.
That has a lighter electrical thing.
Depends on where the spinal cord damage is. So the point for me, the point is like if you're
lucky enough where it ends at your prostate, but it starts at your cock. You got to be putting cattle prods up your ass every day.
Oh, dude,
100%. Feels so awesome.
100%. That's what I was gonna say.
They won the lottery.
Yeah, they just sit there and just like shove. They sit there. Walking. I would literally never move. I mean, well, obviously, but like, but like literally, I would just sit there and nut nonstop.
Yeah.
My asshole would be. It's so
That's
abused.
Fucking awesome.
I would be so abused.
Your shit would be fucked up, dude.
Yeah, you could shit so easy after that. On accident, I'd be shitting my pants nonstop. Anyway, my point is that's one method of extraction.
Okay.
Another method of extraction, I believe, is like they just literally go into your ball sack and just fucking hit it with a syringe and extract it directly, I think.
Interesting. I've never thought of that. I've never thought about how long a man's nut stays good in his sack.
Yeah.
Post-death.
Well, here, according to this story.
So, Shiley puts out a call for the unthinkable to retrieve his seed and be able to continue growing their family.
Who can help?
My husband just died. I don't want sex. I just want sperm retrieval.
Dude,
family.
Who can help?
My husband just died. I don't want sex. I just want sperm retrieval.
Dude, imagine the fucking freaks being like, I can. I know how to do this.
Like, wait, where do you go? Do you go to the cum retrieval posting group
who can
on
help us?
Facebook?
That's a really funny open question.
Yeah.
Like
Also,
there's-
yeah, apparently they have 2 hours to get a sperm.
She's in her own war against time, and the crowd leaps into action to complete her desperate mission. But it's too late. Shiley did everything she could to save her family. We still have time to save ours. Bring our children back.
This is such a weird way to, yeah.
Now.
It's like, it's just...
Dead cum is the same as children?
Yeah, it's such a weird fucking way to talk about this. But yeah, posthumous sperm retrieval was previously open to partners, provided other relatives did not object, but parents of the deceased had to apply for legal permission. But the Ministry of Health has recently slashed the red tape, finally, an end to the bureaucracy
Yeah.
that
Big
stops
government,
us from fucking retrieving the semen, dude. Jesus Christ.
Too many regulations on sucking, putting a fucking Capri Sun straw in a dead guy's balls and sucking out the cum.
Yeah, I hated that for me. That was what I hated. So from the deceased parents, without referring to them to family court, sperm lives on briefly after death, which is why it's possible for doctors, usually a fertility or urology specialist,
But sometimes the dentist is just having fun.
to retrieve it from the testicular tissue. Any live sperm cells that are found are transferred and frozen into liquid nitrogen. Dr. Noga Fuchs-Weisman, medical director of the sperm bank and male infertility unit at Tel Aviv's Ishalov Hospital, said there have been many requests for the bereaved families. The demand has been very high, she told CNN on a video call, adding dozens of families have access to service since October 7th.
I've never even heard of this as a possibility.
I can't
Did you? Who knew about this? That's kind of wild.
I just can't get over the fact that, like, because it's all about, like, everything's about birth rates and, like, improving birth rates, because it's a fucking ethno state, that, like, they got some crazy ass shit like this.
Yes, that makes sense. That's why.
Yeah.
That's fucking wild, dude. The nut is,
Detecting live sperm is most likely in the first 24 hours after death. The retrieval initiative is overseen by the Ministry of Health, which then splits the cases between 4 hospitals. Like, they have a crazy operation.
How many people are dying? Is that many people fucking dying?
I mean, there's a lot of people dying for sure.
Damn.
Yeah. There was a Hamas video of, like, them, like an Israeli unit that, like, propped up tents and shit. And these motherfuckers had a snake, like a camera snake, that they pulled up out of the ground and directly fucking was, like, right on top of the entire squad, which they said they blew up as well. The tunnel was inside of their camp. It's crazy. Does anyone have that video?
That is fucking wild.
Yeah. We operate 24/7. The race to preserve Israeli soldiers' sperm.
Damn, dude.
Yeah.
This is so weird. Has this ever been a thing in any other, like, conflict or war?
I don't know. I don't think so. I've never heard this
of
before.
This is crazy.
What is this? Prison smuggled sperm gives Palestinians hope. Women and husbands serving long-term Israeli jails have restored the sneaky sperm out and getting pregnant. Wow. Yeah, except, like, those guys are alive.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, the major point of like, I'm not anti, like, artificial insemination or something. Like, I'm more so talking about, like, well, that's a live guy who's, like, deliberately jerking off into something so he can, like, sneak the sperm out.
Sneaking hot warm nut.
Which is
back home.
a little bit different than, like, oh, my husband died, like, I need to get his sperm so I can get another one.
Yeah, that's fucking nuts, dude. Also,
conjugal visits are forbidden in Israeli prison. Another human rights abuse.
All right, now I'm on the team. I've heard too much.
Oh, here, this is the one that I was gonna show you. Look at this. This is insane.
What the fuck?
Their editing goes a little too hard, I think. Bro, look. This is an Israeli army tent right on top of their, like, directly on top of their tunnel structure.
What the fuck? Yeah, the swooshes. Swooshes are a little much.
Well, they're fucking Zoomers, dude.
Yeah.
Think about that. They're like,
damn, that's crazy.
That's the orphan Zoomer militia, basically.
Yeah. They taught themselves video editing.
Yeah.
Damn.
Like, I think about that a lot. Like,
Is that the snake they used to give you like to check your prostate and shit? Like, where did they get that thing?
I don't know. Probably not. I think about that a lot. Like, there's got to be like Mr. Beast fans in Hamas. You know what I mean?
Ooh, probably.
Like, there is a guy. There's like a Mr. Beast fan in Hamas. Like 100% statistically. Like, because they have phones, they have access to the internet. Like, when Israel's
Mr.
not
Beast
bombing them.
Yeah, Mr. Beast is out there making fucking, breaking records. Although GTA 6 broke his record.
Yeah, I know. We're sad about that.
Oh
you
yeah.
You didn't have to bring that up. We're big Mr. Beast fans.
Hey, shout out to Mr. Beast.
Yeah.
Sorry
what is Dracula for? Do you know what this is?
No.
I don't know. People keep trying to get me to fucking watch this, and I don't know what that is. It seems weird.
It's probably just a guy rapping as Dracula.
I don't know. But this says countries where posthumous sperm retrieval is legal. Areas with full bans.
France.
French
are like, I'm not wasting my nut. You must get mine, and not from a dead guy.
No, it's because that when you're dead, that's like the most you can be not 18. That's the furthest you can be. It's the furthest you can be from
pedophilia.
So they're like,
a dead person.
This is the only way that you cannot have the sperm.
Wow, they in line with the country's ban on in vitro fertilization for postmenopausal women. They're all about what's natural. Very interesting.
Press play, Haas. Don't listen to chat. Remember how unfunny we are? Yeah, I mean, that's true.
Areas requiring written consent.
Implied consent. Israel. No legislation. Belgium and the United States have no specific legislation regarding the rights of people on gamete donation following their death, leaving the decision in the hands of individual clinics and hospitals.
Interesting.
Okay.
Vegetative state. Yeah, can you jack your fucking vegetable husband off?
Yeah, I think that's
that legal?
Probably that's usually what it's used for.
You should be allowed. I think you should be allowed to suck off your vegetated husband personally, if that brings you some peace, and a child.
Might get him out of the coma.
Yeah, that's true.
Depending on how good
Have
you
the
are.
doctors tried that?
Yeah, depending on how good you are. But no, it's not. I don't think it's legal.
Let's get some.
All right.
Let's get some throat goats.
This is one of the. I kind of want to watch the full thing. Daily Wire did like a what was it? It's like Juana Man or the other one. What was the other one? White Chicks.
Good.
White Chicks.
Good. White Chicks is awesome.
Yeah, like they did a Juana Man, and they were like, woke Hollywood won't let you make this, and it's like, no, they have. Like,
they had when I was in high school.
Yeah, they've done it a lot.
2006.
They've done it a lot, actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, here, this is one of the fuck. Oh, here, I'll show you the trailer first. It's called Lady Ballers.
In a world where women's sports is being transformed, the Daily Wire calls foul with the most triggering comedy of the year.
So triggered. Most likely.
Guys, this is serious. Sports can be your pathway to a better life.
Well, like yours?
Please don't steal my catalytic converter again. Winning matters. It's the key ingredient in becoming a winner.
Well, maybe you should try it sometime. Are you gonna move?
I am not.
Let's cut to the chase.
The craziest part about this is that it's all the failed Hollywood guys getting together and like making a movie on their own.
I know you're not a woman.
Hey, you don't know how he identifies.
If you can beat them,
What do you know about the U.S. Opens for the Global Games?
You want us to compete as women. $5,000 prizes.
My lover says you were a great coach back in the day.
This is the way the world is now. My 8-year-old daughter told me all about it. So a guy can become a girl with no physical changes at all.
Oh, that's called gender fluid.
So I can be a woman on the court and a man in the bedroom. I can't believe it. Nice!
You mean when you're sleeping?
Yes. Coach? Alex, we could play basketball.
We'd have to get the whole team back together.
it's time
We're in. I'm in.
I'm in.
to play
Lady Ballers. Line up.
like a girl.
That's right. I'm with her.
I love the idea that these guys could magically just be
good athletes.
These fucking losers would not get washed by Brittany Griner. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, well they're women and we're guys.
One of the guys is 5'1".
Yeah.
Tyler Fisher's little as fuck.
Do you know him? Oh, he's big time.
Hero.
He's now taken over the role that Steven Crowder was supposed to, which is the constant, fake gay guy.
It's so
is he actually gay?
No, dude. He's just, The thing is, he was funny. That's what's so weird about this. And then during the pandemic, he started doing like Fauci impressions.
No.
And he lost his mind. He just got attention from Republicans. I remember having a conversation with him in the green room, and he was about to go on like Newsmax or something. And I was like, dude, or like Fox or something. I was like, dude, I don't know. I told him, I was like, personally, I wouldn't do it. I just don't think there's any point to it. Do what you got to do. Get fans however you get fans. But I was like, I literally remember being like, don't let it like influence you. Because he's funny and he is actually talented. And then you see him do his trans character and it's like the most hack. Here's the thing. I don't even care if it's offensive. It's just hack and not funny.
That's what exactly. It's like, if it's funny, you can be, I mean, I don't personally give a shit if you're offensive. Well, you know, I'm a white guy, so that's probably
you're Greek.
a big part of that. Yeah. Us Greeks over here. But it's just like, it's just so silly when the material's so fucking hacked.
Like, day one of being a girl actor.
Yeah, it's always like, I'm a man, but I'm dressed like a woman. You
don't know
weird.
how he identifies as blank. I mean, it fucking sucks, dude.
Yeah.
I love being a girl.
Yoshiros.
We could dominate every woman's sport. Running, swimming, soccer. I said sport, Felix.
Nice.
Yeah,
dude.
soccer is fucking
the sport all of the world loves more than anything else.
Yeah, these guys they're real Americans. Like, soccer sucks.
Also, take a couple hormones. You know what I mean? Get a little skin in the game.
Well, that's actually interesting that you pointed it out, because turns out originally they wanted to make a documentary about this. Yeah, they wanted to literally originally make a documentary where they were gonna like bring these guys in to go and actually join like a women's
be
league.
Like, no.
Here, let's hear what Ben had to say about it.
You approached me and you said we should make a fictional film about this topic. Now, to be fair, I think I'd actually suggested to the Crane Boys that they do this as a doc.
Yes.
I originally went to them and I said, you guys should like go try out for a bunch of ladies' leagues. And that became not possible because, as it turns out, most ladies' leagues don't allow in actual men. And they weren't willing to go the full distance in terms of what it would require in order to, the actual hormone treatments and everything.
Yeah, it destroyed the entire premise. Like, that's fine. Like, okay, but how are you so? Did you just rip out like an extra snack from?
Oh, I found a wrapper.
A little road
wrapper.
snack.
Yeah.
That's fun. I do love that they are just like, this problem that we claim is happening all the time is totally invalid. It turns
to play in some of the ladies' leagues, but in any case, it turned into
every 1,000 times.
Yeah.
Do this. So explain.
Yeah. Well, I think the thing that you have to understand is that I was getting ready to leave the country to go make our Pendragon series on July 9th. And somewhere about mid-March, I thought, wouldn't it be great if between today and July 9th, we wrote and produced an entire feature film? And so, the Crane Boys mentioned the idea that you had given them, and it had been in the back of my mind that, we really should be making the movies that only we can make. In fact, I think that's a line that you had come up with. What are the things that only we can do? So I
the
thought,
hackest bullshit of all time.
Yeah, a thing that like has been done in Hollywood a million times.
And it's not fucking interesting or funny.
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck?
There has not been a true comedy made since Barack Obama became president. I mean, Barack Obama destroyed three things: rock and roll, comedy, and America.
Rock and roll, comedy. What the fuck are you dunces talking about?
I've heard them say this before in like a incredibly leathery ass room as they
love their leather room.
Yeah, where they like blow cigar smoke,
pretending to be men.
Yeah,
so fucking pathetic.
Other than that, he was a perfectly average president, but it became impossible to tell a joke during the Obama administration.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's why we just became the least funny version of ourselves that we could be.
God damn, that's so annoying. Comedy's thriving, baby. In fact, right now on Netflix, you go watch Fat Rascal, folks.
True.
That's right. Top 5. It was number 4 on the Netflix top shows. Let's get it to number 1, folks, okay? Let's show these fucking liberal snowflakes that you can still joke about having a little penis, about your penis not getting
Barack
hard.
Obama ruined that.
Barack Obama
Yeah,
ruined
you're a bit of a hero.
I am a hero.
You're a bit of an American hero for bringing back little
Suck my
penis
dick,
jokes.
Barack Hussein Obama.
Yeah.
Where's your fucking birth certificate, pal?
Yeah,
Right,
exactly.
Hasan?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, dude. Exactly. It's not there because
It
let
ain't
me tell
there.
you, he's Kenyan.
No, dude.
He is. He's a Kenyan Muslim man.
That's right.
All right. What is? George Santos is on fucking.
No, he's the man.
George
That guy
Santos
fucking rules.
George Santos is now doing what's it called? Like,
Ice cream, so yum. he should be doing that. That would be. I would watch that.
That would actually
be fucking
go
awesome.
hard. He's doing cameos.
Attention all sussy rumblers.
Oh, man.
I've been alerted that Sneeko is a soy grifter and likes to be twerked on by fresh oily butt in the club. Love Speech wants to thank you for being a cock and helping us escape the Matrix. Lots of love, George Santos.
Yes, dude.
I mean, dude, this is the first honest dollar he's earned. You
He's the
know,
fucking man.
$250 too high,
Not
or
high
just
enough,
right? Not high enough. Okay,
No,
fair.
250 is actually great. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
I might have to get one. I'm gonna have to buy myself one.
Get him to fucking talk about your stand-up special.
You're a fucking genius. I am literally going to do that.
Yeah, it's marketing. It's marketing, baby.
I am literally going to do that.
Oh my God, he's earning 6 figures from his cameo
dude.
vids, dude. Holy shit.
That's a good way to get pussy from irony poisoned women, dude. Get a bitch. Oh, dude, you get a girl that hasn't been giving you the time of day. A George Santos cameo. You're in, no, dude. You're
Yeah.
in, bro. You are so in. That's
you are
free
so
game, brother.
You're so brain broken. Like that's who the fuck is tapped into irony poisoned Twitter?
Dude,
women?
how many? Every woman on here right now getting a George Santos fucking cameo would increase the likelihood. That's better than flowers 5 times to most of your fan
Also
base.
$250. So
Something.
it came to $240.90 for the one I got you. Oh shit, I got some coming my way. It seems okay. But yeah, he's fucking caked up. Finally, he's making money. Good for him.
Respect.
React to this Stavi cameo.
Hasan, your buddy Vorlo wants you to know that your little clipped Turkish penis is despicable, and you should
It's true.
not just circumcise it, not stop there with the foreskin, go all the way, lop your whole cock off.
It's fucked up. It's fucked up. He's a despicable.
That's fucking true. Those are my words too.
Yeah. They didn't even put that in there in the
They literally-
cameo.
I'm not even kidding. I did it to like raise money for some shit, and they were just like, "Say Hasan's dick is bad."
Love that.
Mhm.
Stavi insulted my friend's penis in a custom video once. It was amazing. You know what's really funny? That's like you are an OnlyFans thought.
That's true.
Like
Yeah,
that's
yeah, dick
you're
rates.
doing dick rating. Yeah, that's fire. Okay, respect. Cutie's dad said in a fight he would have you 50-50 chance, no shot.
How old is Cutie's dad?
I don't know.
Or we can talk about this more when we do the pop.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, well,
You know?
that's a good. See, yeah, good idea. See,
man.
good podcast brain. I
Come
gave you some
on.
marketing tips. You give me podcasting tips. Okay. This is the other Daily Wire thing.
Just tell me what you need.
Jump into the first one. Rolling, speed, action.
Sawbuck's looking a
That's what I mean. That's why it like kind of shocked me to my core a little bit. But I guess they're homies with Adam Carolla.
little chubby wubby. So I bought him some new food. It's organic
I can kill looks kind of nice.
She's looking
and vegan.
Dogs are supposed to eat meat. They're descendants of wolves. You ever see a vegan wolf on the Nature Channel?
I'm a vegan.
Dude, every
it's
joke
got
is
a
from
top bun.
every joke is from like 2008,
It's
dude.
so brutal, dude.
That's what they mean when they say Obama killed comedy. Like,
yeah.
they're like, that's the last time they've heard a joke and laughed at it, I think.
Yeah.
No, coffee is for closers, ladies. Listen up.
Hey, don't make this a prison.
This killed me a little bit.
That guy will do anything for a paycheck, dude. Come on.
Don't do anything stupid.
Now, this killed me.
That's what I mean. It goes from Danny Trejo to Candace Owens, and I'm like, come on, bro. There's no amount of money that like.
Yeah, I bet they've hemmed him up.
Don't do anything stupid. Than last year. I'm a heteronormative cisgender.
This is his whole shtick, bro.
It really is.
He
And
just-
I'm not even kidding. He actually is a talented performer. It's pathetic that he did this, that he chose to go down this road. I
Yeah.
actually, like, we used to be friends. And I mean, you know, I'd still talk to him and be like, dude, what? If it ever
Basically-
came up, I'd be like, please, why did you do this? But, you know.
Yeah,
I get-
it's very like.
It's just, his main thing was he was complaining about, this happens a lot in comedy, where average comedians will say they're not getting anything because they're white. He literally.
Oh, yeah.
He's the guy. And here, you know what the problem is? A manager told him that, right? They're like, oh, sorry, there's no. And the thing is, managers are paid to lie to you because you're not that good.
Yeah.
And that's an easy scapegoat. And he believed it. That's how fucking like, it's like, dude, you're just not that good. That's
especially because like, just look to the field of comedy.
I
Like,
know. Look at
what do
every
you
writer's
mean?
room. Every writer's room. Like yes, more black people and like, you know, different like ethnicities, more women, gay people are getting jobs. But look at the percentages. It's still fucking
it's
crazy.
still heavily dominated. It's just like, no, the real thing is they probably see a bunch of talentless white dudes in comedy rooms and they go, well, I didn't go to Harvard, so I couldn't get into this fucking
and that's
room.
what you should be mad at is the old white hacks that still have the jobs.
Yeah.
Like seniority is still there. But anyway, you just gotta try. And here's the thing. Sometimes getting passed over helps you. I didn't really get anything from the industry ever. And then I was like, all right.
No, I didn't.
Hello. Good, how are you?
No, I know it's from the Video Game Awards. They sent me a gift. Okay, well, Kaya's coming out. You gotta hang out with her. Okay, Kaya, come here. Okay. It's the same as the barrage of Muslims complaining about Transformers. I mean, kind of, yeah. It's just like, it's
not even though, because it's like this is just you just got to get better. That's all there is to it. And it's like even if you're like, I actually think not getting any industry attention for a long time helped me now because I had to build it on myself. I had to fucking get better, and then it was like, you know, I got lucky with the algorithm and shit, but still, I put out a bunch of work and shit. Anyway, whatever. It's like it's fucking loser talk. And by the way, it's entertainment. No one is supposed to have a career in entertainment. It's a fucking it's a lottery. It's like you're playing a lottery even if you're fucking good. Anyway, whatever. It's just I just hate resorting to being a fucking hack for any kind for just so you can get a fan base, even though it's fucking the worst fan base possible that understands comedy the least.
Yeah.
White male, for which I apologize.
I'm black, and that used to be enough, but I'm also bilingual, and I'm non-binary. We're the Army! We drink more before 9
This one killed me, honestly.
9 a.m. than you Navy pukes do all day.
He rubbed all the fur off his emotional support ferret. The damn thing looked like a four-legged penis.
Also, there's no, like, I have no idea what this is about.
Right.
They just show, like, the star power behind it.
Charity and work. 2 words that should never go together. Like women and opinions.
I want a burly man. They're salty and make me dizzy.
Sorry, just need to find a thingy to fix my gaming chair.
When I was on the construction site, my chair was a 5-gallon bucket. It was also my toilet.
I have not. He makes fun of Bill Maher. It's so good. So why is he hanging out with the most Bill Maher? This is like Bill Maher, but not as successful.
I don't. Honestly, my hunch is that some of these people were just like, hey, here's the money, and it's one day of work.
I thought it was like I thought this was like Adam Carolla's like buddies. You know what I mean? Like he probably
did. They know that the Daily Wire bought. Like, did the Daily Wire produce it? Did they just buy it? I don't know. Anyway, it's probably just literally a paycheck. They can kill you.
Hey, I'm done. I'm going back to bed.
Yeah, neither
Thanks
is she.
a lot.
She's looking good too.
He does.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kyle Dunnigan has a great Bill Maher.
I don't know how you. Yeah, Daily Wire dropped a huge bag for this. Probably not. They don't have that kind of bag, do they? That actually blows my mind a little bit. Is Bill Maher?
My uncle wasn't married or had kids, and I was always like, huh, don't, you're wrong. You people, there's no God, okay? And if you think there is, it's very like, I know everything. I kind of do agree with a lot of what he says.
It's awesome.
That's very good.
Yes.
No, it's an incredible one, dude. And he does these videos. He's a great. He's really funny, and he does a lot of impressions. He does a good Biden, and he has like. He does like the face thing. He does a great Caitlyn Jenner. He's awesome.
Oh, he does like the AI face
yes,
shit?
Yes, he does.
Oh, that's, yeah.
If anybody has a nice one. But yeah, he's got bangers. I wish I had one off the top of my dick, but I don't. He was on Reno 911, yes.
You got to see the media dropping for Lady Ballers. It's just Daily Wire spamming articles trying to hype it. Daily Wire surpassed like 1 million subscribers. Dude, that's the thing. Like, these motherfuckers are caked up, bro. They have literally more than 1 million subs. Is what the Axios is saying. And I don't know if it's like one of those
wait, subs like they
paying subscribers, bro.
Oh, they have their own like
Yeah,
like,
for to see like the
service?
extra racism.
Oh, I see. Oh,
They paywall it like OnlyFans.
Oh,
You know how like the OnlyFans girls like give you a
That's
little.
where Shapiro shows whole.
Yeah.
He just shows tits on the free one.
Yeah, they give you a little bit. They give you a little bit as a taste.
Here's my butthole. My butthole.
Yeah. Hypothetically, what if I were to say the N-word behind a paywall at Daily Wire?
Shout the N-word into my ass. That gets me off.
So that's like Joe Biden versus Joe
They're not
Biden.
clippers, they're clizzers, man. Hey, who are you? I'm you, man. Come on. It's me, Joey B. How'd you get in here? This is a security beach. Look, I got a surprise for you. Your name isn't Jocko Biden. It's Barack O'Jiden. Who sent you? Vice Pina Colada Hairless? No, man, look. You gotta get your ass to Neptune. Not Neptune, but Mars. Not Marshalls. She said, let's go behind the bleachers. No one's looking. $5.25 for a sniffing tug. It was a dude, man. What? Huh? You're being nervous. Look. All I know is if you don't vote for me, you ain't a China guy. Wait, hold on a second. Hey, where'd you go? Your pills, man. They're not.
Yeah, he's got a ton of good ones.
Yeah.
I wonder if he just hasn't. I want to see his he had a good Mar where he was just hosting an orgy or something. Great stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if these guys are like Vivek just fat shamed Chris Christie. Oh hell yeah, let's fucking we don't stand for that here. No. I mean, he is. I'm a big Chris Christie boy. Wait, this is on News Nation.
Chris, your version of foreign policy experience was closing a bridge from New Jersey to New York. Yeah. So do everybody a favor. Just walk yourself off that stage, enjoy a nice meal, and get the hell out of this race. Chris,
Dude, that guy has no juice whatsoever.
He couldn't even fat shame him right. He was just like, walk off that stage and enjoy a nice meal. Like, that's such...
Dude.
Oh, he's such a nerd.
Trump needs the debates need Trump so bad.
I know.
He's talking about dropping a bag. Everyone should come together. If Trump starts a GoFundMe, I'll pay for it, dude.
Oh, for
I
him
want
to
to see him destroy these dorks.
I mean, I forget who like originally said this, but like there is a dollar amount and like assurances that you give to Trump that he's not going to jail, where he just doesn't run and he's just on television. Like he has his own TV show,
fucking awesome.
Which is like
Trump TV would be
his
sick.
best. Like 24 hours, just fucking put a camera on him and let him ride.
Yeah, it'd be so fucking awesome.
Because like when he's out of power and he's just like being bitchy, he's at his best as peak Trump.
When he was talking about how Washington looks like shit or DC, it looks like shit. There was a video. I wish I had it. Such good stuff. Oh, there we go. Here's the Bill Maher
orgy video.
Bill Maher celebrity gangbang.
Okay.
Wait, first of all, he does go to orgies.
Right,
Bill Maher
well, let's
does.
get this gangbang started. And I hope everybody's here. Because I'm not waiting.
Present. I was thinking, since I love dinosaurs, perhaps I could, your sore ass. Yes.
Okay, Jeff. I like it like this. Military anal on my back, like a girl.
This is going exactly where you think it's going, so please feel free to stop watching. And remember, I did not write this. This is brave little Caleb's sketch. So, okay, back to Bill Maher getting gangbanged.
Your wish is my command. But before we get started, would anybody like a lozenge, a fisherman's friend, or a Ricola? Yes.
I'm all set, but thank you. Could you scooch?
It's a real
Wait, who's
honor,
that?
Mr. Vice President. Now, why don't you grab a foot, and you and Jeff try to split me in two.
His Bill Maher is so good
incredible,
that
dude.
like the other ones are not like the other ones.
Bill Maher is like it's Bill Maher talking. It's
Yeah.
out of control.
Okay.
Let me just slide in here if I could. Oh, nature finds its way. Yes.
New rule. Next time, put lube on your penises before you jam them in a virgin asshole.
Oh, well, here's an inconvenient truth. I think I just got some shit in my dick hole.
Oh God. Okay. He said, "Here's an inconvenient truth." It's live, bro. Dude, I don't know if I want to. I don't give a shit about this, dude. I mean, we can take a look at it and see what the fuck's happening.
DC. That's just a fact. These Republicans in Washington have spent. It's driven your prices higher, and it's driven your interest rates to the point where you can't afford. I met a young fella in Iowa. He had graduated college a couple years ago, and he's like, Governor, I don't have a chance. I'm gainfully employed. He's like, I have no chance to afford a home and start a family. That is taking the American dream away from people. So we're going to get the inflation down. We're going to get the interest rates down. We are going to reduce spending, and I will be willing to veto, and I vetoed a lot as governor of Florida. And
Bro, this is you know you know how bad things are for these fucking debates when News Nation was like is hosting
Yeah,
it.
I guess we'll do it. We got nothing else.
It's just like this is literally like Fox dropped you at this point, and you're, oh my god! Like, isn't this News Nation is like is Chris Cuomo's network, right? The one network.
Because I'm going to get to the root cause of the problem. These student loans are going to be backed by the universities because they need to have an incentive to produce gainful employment for people. They should not be indulging in ideological studies. They should be focusing on things that work. And we're going to take some of this money and we're going to move it to.
He's also been so
vocational
cucked though.
training.
Chris Christie at least has like, you know, fat Jersey guy vibes, which like immediately should make him more likable, especially in this group of charlatans.
That's what I mean.
But he's too busy being like, sir, Trump ruined democracy and I'm here to restore it. Like he's too busy doing that shit.
But that's what I mean. That big a loser is still better than these. I mean, not that any of them are good.
Currency like Bitcoin as an opt-out from our, quote, broken financial architecture.
Oh,
and you
God,
oppose
Vivek would
efforts
be
to
a
regulate
crypto
it.
guy.
The head of the
Still to this
largest
day.
international crypto exchange just pleaded guilty to allowing his platform to launder money for terrorists, including Hamas. You say your cryptocurrency plan will, quote, ensure economic freedom for Americans, end quote.
That's good. I love
Won't it
freedom.
also ensure economic freedom for fraudsters,
Hamas.
criminals, and terrorists?
Look, fraudsters, criminals, and terrorists have been defrauding people for a long time. Our regulations need to catch up with the current moment. The fact that SBF was able to do what he did at FTX shows that whatever they have as the current framework isn't working. And I think it is nothing short of embarrassing that Gary Gensler, the current leader of the SEC, in front of Congress, could not even say whether Ethereum counted as a regulated security or not.
Oh, yeah,
and so I
everybody
think that
knows
this
what
is
the
just
fuck you're
another
talking
example
about.
of
Shut
the
up, you
administrative
fucking dork.
state gone too far.
He's such, oh
Here's the
my
dirty little
God,
secret
oh
American
God.
politics. The people who we elect to run the
Ooh,
government.
look at Ron.
Damn, Ron's looking powerful.
even
That's a powerful
actually
stance
running
from
the
Ron.
government.
Oh, why is he doing that?
It
Is
is
he
the
yipped
bureaucrats in those three-letter agencies that are writing regulations that Congress never gave them the authority to write. And the good news is a U.S. president can absolutely fix that. That takes a U.S. president with a spine.
Yeah, he's
So what
really
I've
going to
said
win
is
over everybody by saying we need to regulate cryptocurrency. Like the 78-year-old racist Alabama man that's watching is like, why is that terrorist Muslim man on television?
Why is he talking about a thing I don't know?
Yeah, talking to me about cryptocurrency. He's like, you're not fucking voting for this guy. Get out of here. I
just
can't
a
even
dork.
say his name. What the hell?
Dude, he's a dork.
He really is. He is so.
He makes me want to bully. I feel.
He is so Reddit, dude. He's the most like right-wing Reddit candidate out there. He is like, even Pete Buttigieg, who is like the neoliberal version of this.
Yeah.
Even he had like the stage presence to know when to not be like annoying.
Yeah, he was stealing Obama. He was doing karaoke Obama, basically.
Yeah. And it doesn't work because Obama had, you know,
he
love him
had
or hate him,
swag.
but he was swagged out.
was cool. He was
Yeah,
cool.
he got that Muslim swag.
He had that
you know?
Muslim swag, dude.
Yeah.
He had a lot of time to think about saying cool stuff while he was
90%
praying.
of Ramaswamy,
You're out of time. 15
5.
seconds, Governor.
Well, he was extra. He was doing one extra. Yeah, he's like, yeah, he's like, I love Islam and Allah. That's why I do it 6 times a day.
Absolutely regulate your purchases. On day one as
are you
president,
about
we
9/11?
take the idea of central
I
bank
was
digital
part of it.
currency and we throw it in the trash can. It'll be dead on arrival.
Gotta get a break, a whole second hour to get to. It's exciting. And when we come back, we got a
It's
big subject.
exciting. No, it's not, dude. There's nothing, dude.
No,
you
no
could
one's
not.
excited.
You could not at gunpoint make me fucking clap for Ron DeSantis. No self-respecting Republican should ever do that. Okay.
It's so funny to be wearing fake heels and hiding heels and be transphobic.
Yeah.
I love that
Ooh,
combo.
RFK Jr. Took ads.
It's your chance to ask the independent presidential candidate why he thinks he's best for the job. Cuomo, tomorrow,
Did you
8,
hear?
7 Central.
He went on Jesse Waters, and Jesse Waters was like, "They're saying that you've, been on the Lolita Express," and he was like, "Yeah, I've done it like 3 times." No, he literally openly was like, "Yes, I have. I went on it. I went on it with my little children." Straight up, it was crazy.
Hillary asked me if I wanted to help kill Epstein, and I said, "Yeah, you got my vote, Hill."
He is. If you could debate them on stage, would you? I mean, sure, it'd be fun. Here it is. Here's.
You weren't ever on Jeffrey Epstein's jet, were you?
I was on Jeffrey Epstein's jet.
By the way, I wasn't off base with that.
That's
okay,
awesome.
that impersonation was
That's
solid.
2 times. I was on it in 1993, and I was on it and I went to Florida with my wife and 2 children to visit my mom over Easter. My wife had some kind of relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell, and they offered us a ride to Palm Beach. So I went then, and on another occasion, I flew again with my family, with I think 4 of my children, and
he gets into like detail.
I kind of respect it, dude. He's just like he did the same thing when he was talking about Israel. He was just like, look, they're our only ally. He was like, they can pretty much do whatever the fuck they want. Like, he just says it.
He also said they have nukes.
Yeah,
he leaked it.
Yeah.
The other thing that, I mean, he's also insane. Where he was like, he literally was just like, COVID was created by the Chinese and the Ashkenazi Jews, which was like an insane thing to say.
That's
as like someone who at the time was running as a Democratic president.
You honestly have to respect it.
Yeah.
Like, you have to respect just being like, yeah, I was on Epstein's jet,
Yeah.
and the Chinese and Jews did COVID.
Yeah.
Vote for me.
Yeah. Which, by the way, I think his popularity increased after that. Because Americans were like, hell yeah, that's right.
Hell yeah, brother.
The Chinese Jews did do COVID.
Yep, that's a powerful combo.
And Mary, my wife, to Rapid City, South Dakota, to go fossil hunting for a weekend, and but otherwise I was never on his jet alone. I've been very open about this from the beginning. This was in '93, so it was 30 years ago. It was before anybody knew about Jeffrey Epstein's his nefarious issues, and I agree with you that all of this information should be released.
Yeah, with a private jet.
And we should get real answers on what happened to Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh wait, okay.
yes.
First of all, that makes it more suspicious.
That's awesome. He's like, yeah, I was on the jet, and I want to see what happened to my boy.
Yeah,
They got
yeah.
him.
The Friends of Jeffrey Epstein Foundation deserve answers.
That's awesome.
Jeffrey Epstein flight enjoyers deserve answers about what really
honestly,
happened.
Respect
Yeah.
the way he comports himself.
Yeah. Epstein had 9 contacts for RFK Jr. in his black book. What the fuck? 9. Damn, he had an emergency contact number 2. Who the fuck is Carrie Cuomo? Wait a minute. Kennedy, Bobby, and Mary?
Damn, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
They lived in New York, huh? White Plains. Interesting.
And any of the high-level political people that he was involved with, all of that should be open to the public. It should be absolutely transparent. And, I don't see why any of those records would have any redactions in them. Why would we be hiding that from the American public?
Well,
I think
I mean, technically, if Epstein had dirt on him, then trying to find out what happened to him would be exposing himself. Yeah, I mean, 9 contacts, dude? That's crazy.
That's fucking insane, dude.
Highlighted the debate so far, 3-minute exchange. All right, let's
Takes
see.
an outsider to see this through. Look at the blank expression. She doesn't know the names of the provinces that she wants to actually fight for. And
This bitch is dumb. He's fat and she's a dumb bitch.
Now, Nikki Haley is like technically the only one that gains from these debates, which is really shitty for Ron DeSantis because like she's the reasonable Republican,
Right.
And now like the Koch brothers have actually started backing the Koch brother, and their foundation literally has decided like Ron DeSantis sucks, and now they're going with Nikki.
He doesn't have the sauce.
Yeah, she's second in line with donors, which is terrible. Terrible for Ron.
Let me just say something here. His
Wait, it's on the CW? What is going on? Wait, what?
They're doing picture-in-picture with One Tree
Trees
Hill
are a threat to
reruns.
us. You look at what came across the southern border. What worries me the most are those that came from Iran, from Yemen, from Lebanon. Those areas where they say death to America. That's where you want to be careful. It's not about a religion. It's about a fact that certain countries are dangerous and are threats to us. A president has one job, and that's to keep Americans safe. And that's what we've got to do, is make sure that we have good national security in that process. And that's the way you should look at it, is where the terrorist threats are, how we're going to deal with it, and what we're doing about it. And the biggest threat we have right now is communist China. But you have to also look at what Iran and Russia are doing as well. And we need to be paying attention to that. That's why we have to focus on things like cyber, on space, on artificial intelligence, and not just the regular things that we've always focused on.
It's not just terrorism, though.
I mean,
That's
they all
important.
agree.
But
This
look
is like
what's
the
happened in
shittiest
Europe.
part about it, is that like you just have a bunch of people who agree with one another trying to be like, I'm more racist than you. And like the funniest part is, if they actually were competing on a racism Olympics, like that kind of would be interesting to watch. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Who could say the hardest R?
Yeah, who
can
could
really roll their R?
It would be like unearthing tombs to find like new, previously unheard for 100 years slurs. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That's what I want to know.
Dusting off an old book.
Yeah.
This is what we
Gaza.
used to call
You had
gay
some
people.
of the squad wanted to import 300,000 people from the Gaza Strip. I said, no, we're not taking anyone from Gaza because of the anti-Semitism and because they reject American
God.
culture. So we've got to get smart about this. We cannot let the United States.
I love also the Israel stuff has made conservatives so funny, because they're like, they literally are like, yeah, if someone says like Hitler is awesome, then that's fine. But God forbid you say Israel is doing genocide, then you should be killed. You should be killed, because there is no free speech in this country, actually. I decided there's only free speech for Hitler. Literally Hitler. Only he can do anti-Semitism. You can't even say Israel's doing genocide.
Local law enforcement to enforce those ICE warrants. And it shocks me that nobody in the Republican Party is talking about it, because there are 1 million then officials, law enforcement officials in this country. And against that backdrop, we absolutely have the ability to deport anybody who's in this country illegally.
Thank you,
we
Mr.
need to be talking about it
Ramaswamy.
more in this country.
Thank you. Governor Christie.
I actually did that as governor of South Carolina.
Governor Christie asked last night in Iowa whether he would be a dictator if he wins a second term in office.
Back in the day.
Quipped, no, quote, except for day one, promising to seal the southern border. He has also pledged to begin the largest deportation operation in American history, saying that migrants are, quote, poisoning the blood of our country. He has pledged to round up and expel an estimated 11 million undocumented immigrants in the United States. What do you make of that plan?
See, that now they're going to do a racism
I think
off.
it's completely predictable. I mean, look, he's made it very clear. There's no mystery to what he wants to do. He started off his campaign by saying, I am your retribution. 8 years ago, he said, I am your voice. This is an angry, bitter man who now wants to be back as president because he wants to exact retribution on anyone who has disagreed with him, anyone who has tried to hold him to account for his own
you're
conduct.
running for the Republican
And
Party,
every
dog.
one of
Just
these
say you would be way more racist. Be like, I'm gonna,
Not enough.
yeah, I'm gonna bring in undocumented immigrants so I can deport them. Is what you're supposed to
Three
say.
colleagues on the stage, when asked
He's like
if
11
he would be
million? How about
convicted
20?
of federal felonies, would they still support him, raise their hand, looked into the camera, and let everybody know that they would still support him, even if convicted of federal felonies? Federal felonies, by the way. Federal felonies, which involve our election process, federal felonies, which involve...
He's like constantly talking about like he's constantly talking about like, oh, Trump's, attempts to...
You're right. It's sad. It's sad.
Dismantle our democracy. It's like,
over.
shut up, dude.
You're right. Seeing him there's would be like seeing fucking Mitt Romney there. It's over.
Yeah,
the
it's
time's
done.
over, boys.
It's done. Just lean into it. If he was like funny and like was just suspiciously had like a thick ass Italian accent out of nowhere,
That
like
would
a
be
New
cool.
Jersey accent, like, yeah, I'm
He
gonna
grows
do.
his hair out.
I'm gonna start deporting people that don't even look white. That's
fucking
like,
up the neighborhood.
yeah, that kind of thing. Like he would literally get. I mean, his polling results would look way better. He's just so unpopular. At the top of the hour, however, there's another unpopular thing. It's a 3-minute ad break, which I'm gonna run right now. There it is. He is not learned that the Liz Cheney strap fucking sucks? No, I think he's just like angling for a book deal and an MSNBC spot.
Thank you, Governor Christie. Governor DeSantis. Governor DeSantis. Thank you. Governor DeSantis. Donald Trump would be older on day one of his second presidency than Joe Biden was on day one of his first. You have said Trump is not the same man he was when he ran in 2016. Your campaign is running ads showing Trump confused. And you have said he has, quote, lost the zip on his fastball. You seem to be saying Donald Trump is no longer mentally fit to be president. Is that what you think?
Look,
lost the zip on his fastball.
Father Time is undefeated.
What is this, 1953? He sounds like Captain America. What the fuck? He's lost the pep in his step.
And so we have an opportunity to do a next generation of leaders and really be able to move this country forward. We also need a president that can serve 2 terms. I don't think Donald Trump, I think he's going to have, I don't think he'd be able to get elected. The Democrats want him to be the nominee. We see that. They are going to turn the screws the minute, if he got the nomination,
but do you think
you're
he's
going to see it.
Fit to be president?
I think we need to have somebody younger. I think when you get up to 80, I don't think it's a job for that. But let me just respond to some of the things there.
Fucking base. Look,
the media is making a big deal about what he said about some of his comments. I would just remind people, that is not how he governed. He didn't even fire Dr. Fauci. He didn't fire Christopher Wray. He didn't clean up the swamp. He said he was going to drain it. He did not drain it. He said he was going to build the wall and have Mexico pay for it. We don't have the wall. He
That's
did
not
say
true.
in
Joe Biden is
2016
building it
he'd
right
have the
now.
largest deportation
Hell yeah, baby.
program. And
Joe Brandon.
He deported less than
regime.
Barack Obama did when Barack Obama was president. So some of these policies he ran on in 2016, I was cheering him on then, but he didn't deliver it. Here's what I can promise people. 100% of the things I promised as governor, I delivered on those promises.
100%.
I beat the left time and time again, and that's what I'll do for you as president.
Not
we
Disney,
got to start
bitch.
winning again as a
Mickey
party.
fucking
Yes,
put
win
his
the
big
election,
boot in your
but
ass.
we've got to start getting these issues. I will go in and wreak havoc on this bureaucracy. You will see people fired, and we are going to bring a reckoning for how this government handles it.
You're fired. I'm going to say you're fired.
Now, Chris, you had your chance.
Bro, if you're screeching for Ron DeSantis, you should be institutionalized immediately. If you're going woo about Ron DeSantis, anything that he said,
is he fit to be president or isn't he? The rest of the speech is interesting, but completely non-responsive. And if we were in a courtroom, they'd strike the answer and say, Governor DeSantis.
No, they
you're
wouldn't.
Smart,
they would say
you're
that
a smart
they would
man.
argue that
No, they would.
No, they wouldn't.
They would
Chris.
strike the answer
No, they wouldn't.
because you're not answering.
You just
Is he
Hypothetical
fit
you
or
have your
isn't he?
thing.
No, I don't have my thing.
We don't.
He's the thing. Is
we
he
do
fit
not
or
want
isn't
to
he?
do
You're
someone
talking
that's
about him being 80 years old.
It doesn't mean
Ron,
that somebody
is he
couldn't
fit?
get elected. That's
Ron,
up to the people.
Chris is getting his ass shit
Ron,
out.
is he fit or isn't he?
Somebody who's
Governor
in.
DeSantis, let him finish.
Ron, is
I
he
think we have an
fit?
opportunity to do somebody.
he's playing to the mods. He's like, mods, mods, get this fat man off my back.
Stop. I'm going to come to you. Finish.
Look, Father Time is undefeated. I don't know how he would score on a test, but I know this. We have an opportunity to nominate someone and elect someone for 2 terms who's going to be spitting nails on day one and for 8 years
So
deliver
you think he's
big
fit?
result. We should not nominate somebody who's almost 80 years old.
Okay. He's afraid
he's getting
to
worse.
answer.
No, I'm not.
You have to either you're afraid or you're not listening.
No, it's not.
Here's a simple question.
Let's
go.
No one can hear you. They can't hear you. You finish, and then you get it back.
All right.
Look, I'm a simple guy. Okay? I hear the question, and I answer it. Is he fit or isn't he? I'll concede you're fit, Ron. You're a new generation. You're 44 years old. I wish I was still 44 years old. Okay?
45.
So, well, congratulations. I'd still take 45.
Yeah, this is Italian on Italian violence. Now that I think about it,
the problem with my 3 colleagues. They're afraid to offend. And let me tell you something. If you're afraid to offend Donald Trump,
he's the #1 Trump dick rider there.
then what are you going to do when you sit across from President Xi, you sit across from the Ayatollah, you sit across from Putin? You have to be willing to offend with the truth and answer the question. Fit or unfit?
Listen.
Fit or
I
unfit?
promised Ron DeSantis a minute and not a full minute.
I've got
a second.
It is not about offending.
You can weigh in and then we're moving
It's
on.
about pointing out, do you want to elect somebody who will be older than Biden was when he went in 2021? I don't think he's as bad as Biden was at all, but I do think that over a 4-year period, It is not a job for somebody that's pushing 80. We need somebody that's younger. We need somebody that's going to be able to go in there and clean house on day one and do it for 2 terms. And I'll be able to
Here's
do
my
that.
issue with all 3 of my other colleagues on this debate stage.
He's the only one who's willing to suck Trump
licking Donald
raw.
Trump's boots for years for money and endorsements. Ron DeSantis, you've been a great governor, but you would have never been one without actually begging Donald Trump for that endorsement.
And you attacked him in your book a year ago.
Same thing with Chris Christie as a lobbyist, begging them for COVID money for his special interests in New Jersey, prepping him for the debates last time around. These people are now Monday morning quarterbacking some decision he made. I think the real enemy is not Donald Trump. It's not even Joe Biden. It is the deep state that at least Donald Trump attempted to take on. And if you want somebody who's going to speak truth to power, then vote for somebody who's going to speak the truth to you. Why am I the only person on the stage, at least, who can say that January 6th now does look like it was an inside job? That the government lied to us for 20 years about Saudi Arabia's involvement in 9/11. That the great replacement theory is not some grand right-wing conspiracy theory.
It's sad
but a
because,
basic
like, the
statement of
constituency for that is, like,
Democratic
diminishing because Tucker
platform.
Carlson no longer
that
has
the
his
2020
show.
election
But he's doing the
was
Tucker Carlson
indeed
hit.
stolen by big tech. That the 2016 election, the one that Trump won for sure, was also one that was stolen from him by the national security establishment that actually put up the Trump-Russia collusion.
that was also
opening. It was
stolen? He
false.
won it, but
there's a
he
reason
still
why
stole
I'm
it
the
from him?
only person
That'll
on
do
the
it,
stage
sir.
who can
Thank
say
you.
these things. That's what it's going to take, not people who are licking his boots one time and now Monday morning quarterbacking him and criticizing him when it's convenient.
Governor Christie. You do not favor a ban on trans medical treatments for minors, saying it's a parental rights issue.
Let's play the hits.
The surgeries done on minors involve cutting off body parts at a time when these kids cannot even legally smoke a cigarette.
It's just not.
Kids who go from puberty
It's not
blockers to
true.
cross-sex hormones are at a much greater likelihood of winding up sterile.
The only thing they're gonna end up doing is like fucking ensuring that like cis girls that have like a weird form of breast cancer that develops before the age of 18 can't get their like life-saving surgery. Like, sorry, you have to fucking die now.
We can't cut off tits at all.
Yeah, it's illegal now.
Not more. And less involvement with government, not more in government involvement in people's lives. And you know what, Megan? I trust parents. And we're out there saying that we should empower parents in education. We should empower parents to make more decisions about where their kids go to school. I agree. We should empower parents to be teaching the values that they believe in their homes without the government telling them what those values should be. And yet we want to take other parental rights away. I'm sorry. As a father of 4, I believe there is no one who loves my children more than me.
Did you listen to yourself
There's
just
no
now?
one who loves my children
I love the fucking
more than my
weirdo
wife.
transphobes who are
There's
like,
no one who cares more
I
about
can't believe
their
you
success
corrected the record with the truth. Did you hear yourself? No, dude, you don't understand. A million young girls and boys are getting their fucking shit chopped off every day. I am the most schizophrenic person in this chat, and now you have to listen to what I have to say
who
about
earned their new rank. And we're going to put
it.
my
It literally
children's
is
health-
like the Republican Party's policy, unironically, is like being dictated by the most insane person at the metro station.
Yeah, no one gives a fuck about. That's the thing. Like, statistically, how many people is this even fucking affecting? Who gives a fuck? It's insane that this is all they fucking talk about. That video of Trump where he's like, you see that where he's trying to talk about? He's like, I talk about tax cuts.
Yeah, nobody
No
cares.
one cares. I talk about this trans stuff. Everybody goes crazy. He just says it. It's awesome. Yeah, I mean, this is fucking ridiculous.
But this authority, the authority they're going to take from you next, you're not going to like. I'll stand up for parents each and every time.
So there are laws
you do not-
banning
you do
smoking
not have-
or drinking by
you
a
do
certain
not
age.
have the right.
Hold on,
This-
hold on,
hold on.
hold on. Let me tell you something. I have a follow-up question for him, and you guys are going to get to weigh in, okay? Here's my follow-up question. You talk about parental rights. Let's talk about them. When you were governor in 2017, you signed a law that required new guidelines for schools dealing with transgender students. Those guidelines required schools to accept a child's preferred gender identity, even
he's
if
the
the minor's
governor of New
parents
Jersey,
objected.
dumbass. What do you mean?
And it said that there is no duty for schools to notify parents if their son or daughter changes their gender identity, allowing this serious issue to
simply not
remain
true.
a secret between the school and a child. How is any of that pro-parental
By the way,
rights?
that's simply not true.
You're doing what you accuse me of, Chris. It is absolutely true.
That's simply not true. That's simply not true. That law was put into effect in 2018 and regulated in 2018 after I was
you
out of
mandated
office,
the
Megan.
guidelines.
No, we did not, Megan. We did not issue those guidelines, and you're wrong about that. Simply wrong. I have stood up each and every time.
So I think if this is one
Wait, I don't get it. Like he said, parents should be made like it's parental responsibility, parental decision, or doctor like decision made by doctors, like or he says the government shouldn't interfere into decisions of American citizens, and then he's like, but they also should.
That
like
we
I didn't
disagree
fucking make that.
But the minute you start to take those rights away from parents, you don't know that slippery slope, what rights are going to be taken away next, and what's going to be focused on.
As a parent, you do not have the right to abuse your kids. This is cutting off their genitals. Reversible procedures, and this is something that other countries in Europe, like Sweden, once they started doing it, they saw it did incalculable damage. They've shut it down. I signed legislation in Florida banning the mutilation of minors because it is wrong. We cannot allow...
this is not like this has not been a motivator for people to go out and vote at all, and I get why, because it's like, sure, maybe the people that are in that room that are also cheering for Ron DeSantis, chat, remember, they don't necessarily represent... Are you trying to leave?
No.
Oh, they don't necessarily represent the fucking the broader American public, or even the Republican Party for that matter. But nobody gives a fuck about this. And time again, this loses, okay? This loses votes because people literally are like, it's gross. This is gross. Stop talking about baby dicks.
Little baby, chopping off little baby dicks.
It's literally like the intactivist conundrum, okay? Intactivists, myself included, have an honorable cause to stop circumcision.
Absolutely.
In medical practice that is
Finally.
unfair, unjustifiable,
Let's
disgusting.
talk about something fucking important.
Yeah.
Keeping children's cocks as is.
Yeah. However, when you fucking make that your life's goal, you're
true.
only talking about baby dicks, dog. You're literally, you got baby dick on the mind.
Baby dick on the brain.
And that's not a good fucking, that does not make a good political movement.
Look. You're right.
Yeah. You can't be talking about baby dicks left and right. These guys,
you have to pick your spots.
They looked at that and went, no, it's baby dick time. Like, that's all I care about is like teenagers' penises and pussies. Like, what the fuck? It's nasty, dude.
It's fucking gross.
It's a fucking gross ass thing.
Statistically, how many people are we even talking about?
There's just, it's like so insanely marginal, not even a thing at all.
Yeah.
And also, like, not a thing that you can do in any state, as a matter of fact. Like, with respect to just like a top surgery or bottom surgery under the age of 18, and even on the edge cases, it's like the only plastic surgery that kids get are like rhinoplasties and fucking boob jobs and shit when they're 16.
Right.
But of course, they don't give a fuck about that.
Yeah. Rich girls on Long Island get a nice nose job. No. Is that real?
No, it's not. But it feels real.
Feels real.
Reasonable peace deal in Ukraine.
Oh wait, hold on. Where the fuck were we? I'm missing our CW sponsored News Nation sponsored show.
You didn't do it, and there was this going on. I was actually just in South Carolina. Some of the legislators told me at the time there were boys going into the girls. That's the whole reason why they did it.
No.
And so they say when she does that explanation that doesn't hold water. And this is the upstate of South Carolina. I signed the bill. I protected the girls.
Do you know South Carolinians?
She did not do it.
Do you know
I know
South Carolinians? Because South Carolinians. No. You are not going to talk about my state like that, because I will tell you for a fact, South Carolinians never allowed that to happen, and we did not have that issue at the time.
So are you for mutilating kids and eyes? Kids are getting this done before 18. There's proof out there. So goes for puberty blockers.
But hold on one second.
Puberty blockers are an entirely separate conversation. And you know that too. That's why you immediately shifted the attention over to puberty blockers, which happens with medical consent, with parental consent, parental supervision, and a doctor. If you think that you, some dumb fuck with an anonymous account online, know better about like child health care than a fucking medical professional who has literally dedicated his life to doing this, then, sorry, luckily you have no say in the matter. Suck my dick, okay? Suck my unfortunately circumcised penis.
Yeah, dude, that's so fucking
very nice. But, they took that from me.
It's so embarrassing you're fucking circumcised.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's Islam too, but
He made a point of referring to Ambassador Haley by her given first name, Nimarata,
of course,
even though she's gone by Nikki for her whole life.
Well, my whole deal is if Nikki Haley, of all people, should know how to pronounce my name correctly, the rest of the news media can learn it.
It is interesting.
My deal is I'll call her Nikki when she can say my own name right. That's our little fun side bet there. Here's what I will say.
That's
is
our
I
little
don't question
fun
her faith,
side belt.
but I question her authenticity.
God,
and I
hate
think
this
that's
guy.
deeper here. We were just talking about the trans issue. This is a symptom of a deeper cancer in American life.
Cancer? Why does his fucking jaw pop out?
This new religion that says your race, your gender, and your sexuality are your identity. It is anti-American. It is meritocratic. It's anti-meritocratic.
No more
It is
gender.
dividing this country
Only man.
to a breaking point.
Not even
And
women.
I've
Fuck
spoken about
that.
this to the left. My books are all about this. I've preached this to the left, but it's even worse when Republicans try to play the same game. We're talking about that trans issue. And Nikki Haley's campaign launch video sounded like a woke Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light ad talking about how she would kick in heels. At the first debate, she said that only a woman can get this job done. That's what she said. After the third debate, when I criticized Ronna
God,
McDaniel
he is
after 5
such a
failed
school shooter.
He
Like,
fucking stinks.
he's such a his aesthetics and his politics are like a school shooter who aged out of the demographic.
Yeah.
Like he's literally like, a woman brought up gender in her
Too timid to commit sexual assault, but wants
corrupt. This is a woman who will send your kids to die so she can buy
Just like that, he brings me right back in.
This is the
That's good.
problem.
They got props.
Politics.
That is
more
really,
effectively
really-
than
that's a
Kamala
great
Harris.
quote. It
Is
says
a
it
form
right
of
there.
intellectual fraud, and it actually needs to end. There's our donor puppet masters wielding their
awesome.
puppet right up here tonight. This is how this game is played. The puppet masters put up their
Played.
puppet, and I reject the use of identity politics in this party. It has been a cancer coming from the left, and I'm sick and tired of the double standards the people of this country are too, having two X chromosomes.
This is so stupid. Like, Republicans love identity politics, dumbass. Why are you shitting on them doing it? Like, the whole dog, like, you being there's two Indian candidates up there, okay? Like, that's identity politics for the Republican Party.
Because his thing
The
is like
fuck?
he's the good Indian.
That's what I mean.
Why he's doing it.
That's,
He's
that's
like,
literally like him playing the role of like Indian guy that loves white supremacy. Like he's like he's the Israel
classic kind of guy.
That is
A
yes,
classic kind of
yeah.
guy.
You
to
can
be fair.
anytime write anything about Israel and you will see that guy 1,000 times. Oh, my favorite, Tom
Enforcement
Fitton.
agencies
Tom
have
Fitton
abused
is
his
dick in his
civil
mouth.
rights.
Yeah, he's so
for the
hot.
last 8
He's
years
so
by,
jacked.
among other things, spying on him and now prosecuting him while having treated Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden with kid gloves. A recent Gallup poll shows that Americans
they let him
think
zoom
more
in for
highly
this?
of the U.S. Postal Service than they do the FBI or Justice Department. What would you do as president
Yeah, because
to
the FBI is
restore
not
the faith of
delivering
the American
fucking
people
medicine, dog.
in
That's
these
why.
agencies?
Well, first off, I'm the only person on this stage who's actually done a job in the Department of Justice. I was the U.S. Attorney in New Jersey in the 5th largest office in this country, appointed by President Bush on September 10th, 2001. And it was
Damn,
an
he did
extraordinary
9/11.
time in this country to be on the
He's
front
like,
lines of
he's like,
fighting the
I was
greatest
hired
attack against our
suspiciously
country
right before
since
that
Pearl
other
Harbor.
thing.
He let me
And I'm
pick the book
proud
he
of the
was
7
gonna
years
read
I
and
spent
pretend he just
in the
found out
Justice
about it.
Department. And one of the reasons I am is because I had an Attorney General when I came in named John Ashcroft. And John Ashcroft stood up and told each and every one of us our job was to do one thing, to make sure
9/11.
justice was done every day, regardless of
I was to
partisanship,
do one thing.
regardless
9/11.
of gender.
It's very
or race,
important you
or any other
understand. We're about to do
consideration.
9/11.
And that's what we did for
Don't
7 years.
fuck this up,
and at
you
a time when our
meatball.
country
We
was
bought
at
a lot
its
of
greatest
machine
moment
guns.
of
We bought a
danger
lot of fucking
in the last
tanks.
40 years.
9/11's got to go through.
We did exactly that, and there was not another domestic terrorist attack on this soil. So what I would do as president, having had that experience, and the only one who's had that experience, is to pick an attorney general who will absolutely do the same thing that John Ashcroft
9/11
did.
too.
To pick
It's
U.S.
saying-
attorneys who
He's
will
saying we gotta
only
figure-
care about making sure that
we've lost
justice
touch
is
with our
done
patriotic
without
ways. We gotta
regard
do
to
another
any
one.
other
Yeah.
consideration,
Chris
but the
Christie bought
facts that are
a
presented
million
and
American
whether
flag
someone
bumper
is guilty
stickers.
Yeah.
beyond
And
a
we
reasonable
needing
doubt, and the
9/11
government
to
can
unload those.
prove it. We have had
He's the guy
attorneys
who's like
general
shorting.
Eric
He's the
Holder
guy who's shorting
and
airplane
Loretta
stocks
Lynch
right before now.
and Jeff Sessions.
What would be a good
And now,
date for
our current
'cause
attorney
9/11
general,
is so iconic.
who have
It's like
not met
9/11.
that standard.
Yeah.
The numbers are
And the
close
only way you
together.
restore
7/11,
people's
fuck
faith
it.
in the Justice
But
system
July-
is to put someone like that in charge
Well, it
of
would
the
have to be
Justice
Russians
Department,
then. You
and then
couldn't
as
have brown
president
people and call it
to get
7/11.
at
Yeah,
the hell
also-
out of the way
That's
of
right, it's
anything
too on the nose.
that involves criminal investigations. The president's involved in
I don't think
trying to do
11 can
something
be
and put their
there.
thumb on the scales. Donald Trump says he will do. That makes people
I don't know.
much less likely to
410,
believe our justice system.
420 would be funny,
Thank
I
you.
guess.
Governor DeSantis, next one's for you. Back to
8-8.
Tom Fitton.
We just do October
Many
7th. We
Republicans
just
are
steal
concerned
Israel's
about the
thunder.
legitimacy of elections. A federal judge just
would be
ruled that
fucked up.
Pennsylvania
That would be
must
fucked
count
up.
undated mail-in ballots.
10-10
And
maybe?
unlike
10-9? I
Alabama,
don't
many
know.
states still don't require any identification to vote. What should states do now to increase election integrity and voter confidence for
what the
Oh shit, it's shorting out.
What the fuck was that?
That was weird, dude.
What the fuck was that?
What if fucking someone comes over it? This is it's Donald Trump.
Did they get hacked?
What if Donald Trump banes this whole thing?
Wait, I'm gonna restart it. Hold up. Did they get hacked or something?
No, the deep state.
That prosecutes people for violating election laws. The result of that in both 2020 and 2022, we counted millions and millions of votes on election night, produced the results, it was transparent, and everybody was happy. That is not happening throughout this country. But let me tell you this as the nominee. I think it's important. Not every state's where we need it to be. There is ballot harvesting in places like Nevada, all these places. I am not going to fight with one hand tied behind my back. I'm going to have organizations in all the swing states.
What was that?
If they're harvesting, we're harvesting. If they're Zuckerbucks, we're Zuckerbucks. We are going to exploit whatever the rules are. I favor changing the rules to be like Florida and some of the other states that have done a good job. But until then, we have to do that. And then just on the Justice Department and FBI. I mean, I remember being, in Iraq working with FBI on the ground and being, and then I was a special assistant. I used to have such a high regard for these agencies. What they did to Donald Trump with the Russia collusion was one of the biggest abuses of power in the history of our country. These agencies need to be cleaned out. With me, you'll have a new FBI director on day one. We're going to clear out the DOJ, the IRS, all these.
He always loves LARPing, like he fucking served. You know what I mean? He's a JAG lawyer. Like that's all he did was like, all this motherfucker did was basically like sanction off torture.
Right. Do JAG lawyers handle like if they get in a
rules
fight?
of engagement, like what level of torture is like allowed?
I see.
What kind of torture is like permissible? Rules of engagement shit. You know what I mean? It's just a very stupid. Isn't that verbatim what Trump said about the swamp? I mean, yeah, they're doing the same shit. All right, I'm gonna go pee real quick.
All right, I'll hold it down.
You hold it down,
and then I'm probably gonna take off. But I'll do you this one last solid. Ooh, just us, folks. Just us gals. So, yeah, so listen, folks, enough of this fucking bullshit. Clearly, you guys don't really give a fuck about entertaining stuff. You watch this stream all the time. So what you're going to want to do is go to Netflix right now, and you're going to want to go on Fat Rascal. You're going to want to click. You want to put in Fat Rascal in the thing. You're going to put Stavros Halkias. Keep watching it. Keep running it up, okay? I'm not taking money from you motherfuckers. I work for my shit. I put on shows. I travel to different cities. I'm not lucky enough to sit in front of a computer and be like, can you believe that Ron DeSantis is saying something stupid? Yeah, no shit he fucking is. All of them fucking do. What a fucking easy job this motherfucker has. Oh my God, Nikki Haley's being a fucking dumb bitch. Yeah, they're all fucking morons. No shit. Wow, you really got them, Hasan, you fucking prick. So, in fact, if I had this shit, I would be doing cool stuff. I'll be watching, chicks jello wrestling with big cans. I would be watching, female bodybuilders with big tits, maybe releasing their quads. You know what I mean? Stretching their hamstrings, stuff like that. So anyway, he's back. he just pissed. But go to Netflix, watch Fat Rascal, and I'll be making an appearance on the fucking pod. What a time! Thanks for having me, little buddy.
Are you leaving?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna call a car and get the fuck out of here.
All right.
I'm gonna take a shower and then go get dinner with a friend.
Nice.
Have
a little sex.
Maybe. Who knows?
Have a little sex session.
I'm meeting up with a platonic male friend, but maybe he'll suck me off. He is hot.
Hell yeah.
Oh shit, this shit's gonna be here soon.
Stop. Where are your glasses from? Is a question.
Zanny.com, baby.
What is that?
Online website.
An online website as opposed to offline websites.
Oh hell yeah. The Lady Ballers. Oh yeah, and I also wanted to plug the Daily Wires, the Lady Ballers.
Yeah,
check that out.
Great show.
That's I should have played Dracula Flow while you were gone.
Yeah, we would have missed it. I would have missed this incredible.
Era. I don't know how the fuck.
Damn, me and Stavi have the same glasses. Fucking hipster.
Yeah, dude. They cost $7.
Nice.
Yeah, dude. I'm a man of the fucking people.
Zenny Optical. Wait, oh, it is like, isn't this like the Walmart shit?
It's not Walmart. It's a nice fucking brand.
It's $12
for good, honest people. There he is, another fucking champagne socialist, folks.
It's fucking
I'm the only one who understands you.
Yeah,
I get you guys, not this fucking rich prick.
Yeah.
Stop supporting him.
Which is why you should watch his Netflix special.
Oh, and also buy the calendar. I forgot. That's what I should have plugged while you were gone. I didn't.
Oh yeah,
bring you one.
we stole your shit. We did a fucking
I bet you
nudie
fucking
calendar.
did. Go to Stavi.biz and let the people see it before I leave.
I can't believe you didn't bring me any. You didn't bring me any fucking
My
Greek
mom
cookies.
had her hip replaced. She's out this
Yeah,
Christmas.
you didn't bring me any Greek cookies. You didn't bring me
wants
any
a-
fucking calendars.
he
What the
wants
hell? Fame changed you, dog. It changed
he
you.
He wants an elderly woman in her hospital bed making him treats.
Yes.
The Turkish mind
Greek-
hasn't changed.
Yeah, exactly.
The Turkish mind hasn't changed.
Yeah, exactly. I'm
The
like,
fuck-
where's my? I want to
Go to Stavi.biz and show these motherfuckers the calendar right now. One more plug before
Wait,
I go.
I can't show it. It's TOS, isn't it? We didn't even talk about Matt Rife.
Well, next time. I don't think it's TOS.
Well, if you're naked in it.
I'm not fully naked. Is that TOS?
Damn, dude. This is the only thing you show from the calendar, you son of a bitch. You don't even want to fucking show the rest?
No.
Okay,
of
this is
course
incredibly tasteful, dude.
Yeah, see?
This kind of, I'm not going to lie, this kind of blows out our shit.
Of course. You motherfuckers can't see me. I'm a true artist.
That's fire.
That's good, right?
That's the best one.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Go to Stavi.biz, folks. A great calendar.
I see your titties.
Yeah.
Get head brewery.
Get head brewery.
Munch.
That's right. It's a beautiful product. A nice way for you to keep track of the days. Anyway, I got to get the fuck out of here. My car's here.
Right.
Love you, buddy.
All right.
Thanks
Don't
for
show the camera, the fucking
I
phones.
won't.
All right.
All right.
Peace, brother.
It's disgusting to see what happened. You know, if this had been the KKK that was doing protests on those campuses, every one of those college presidents would have been up in arms. This
and
is
they would be
just as
defending it
bad.
unconditionally.
The idea that they would go and allow that kind of pro-Hamas protest or agree with the genocide of Jews and try and say that they needed context on that, there is no context to that. This is what we need to do to deal with it. First of all, we have got to get foreign money out of our universities. You've got Arab money, you've got Chinese money, you've got others. We need to go to every university and say, you either take foreign money or you take American money, but the days of taking both
Wait, I don't
are
get it.
over.
So, like, Israeli money is good, though? Like, what do you mean? We can't take any foreign money in our college campuses. Only money from Israel, no Arab money.
Definition of anti-Semitism. If you don't think that Israel has a right to exist, that is anti-Semitic. We will change the definition so that every government, every school has to acknowledge the definition for what it is. The third thing is we really do need to ban TikTok once and for all. And let me tell you why. For every 30 minutes that someone watches TikTok every day, they become 17% more anti-Semitic, more pro-Hamas based on this. We now know that 50% of adults 18 to 25 think that Hamas was warranted in what they did with Israel. That's a problem. When campuses also don't go and protect when they have these rallies and you've got students that are scared, we need to go to these universities and say, if you're not going to protect these students, if you're not going to acknowledge anti-Semitism, we'll take your tax-exempt status away. That'll fix it, and that'll take care of it for good.
Staying with you, Ambassador Haley. On October 6th, the Israeli government...
How do you measure that? Like, what do they got? Like, they got like merchant memes, and they just put it in front of you, and every 30 minutes they look at it and they're like, do you like this? And the guy's like, I'm thinking I agree with this 17% more.
Blinking red. The threat level has, quote, gone to a whole nother level since October 7th. Which of the threats facing our country do you worry could blindside us?
What worries me and what keeps me up at night is what happens between now and Election Day while Joe Biden's in office. That's what worries me more than anything else. But I'll tell you that America right now is acting like it's September. Easiest way to get to
They're
America
literally
is
doing
through
the
the
Family Guy
southern border,
9/11 meme.
and we're not doing anything
They're
to
like,
stop
remember
it.
9/11.
We've got to get the foreign infiltration out of our country, whether it's in our schools,
Remember
whether it's
what
on
it
our
made you
social
feel
media,
like.
whether it's we need to stop all foreign lobbying that's happening to members of Congress, and we need to start securing America again. Until we do that, we are going to be at threats. We've got to look at Iran, China, and Russia want to destroy the West. We have to start acting strong again. We've got to start protecting Americans. Right now, Americans don't feel protected, and we're not doing anything to strengthen it. So Joe Biden continues to be a problem. That'll change on Election Day.
Governor DeSantis, if China invades Taiwan, would you send American troops, as President Biden has said he would do?
We will be able to deter that from happening. I think that's the important thing. We need a strategy of denial so that we're deterring Xi's ambitions.
What if it doesn't work?
It's going to work. Taiwan's an ally. We have longstanding American policy, and you know how that's done, and we will follow that. But here's the thing. Taiwan is important not just because of semiconductors. It's important because if China is able to break out of this first island chain, they're going to be able to dominate commerce in the entire Indo-Pacific. They will use that to export authoritarianism all around the world, including here in the United States. You look at some of these guys, actually some of them that are supporting Nikki on Wall Street, they grovel to China. Anytime something happens, they got to go do that. So they already exert a huge amount of authority over this country. It will get a lot worse. So deterring China's ambitions is the #1 national security task that I will do as president, and we will succeed. The 21st century needs to be an American century. We cannot let it be a Chinese century.
Mr. Ramaswamy,
I think we need to be clear on, I'll be clear on the same issue, if I may.
I'm coming to you next on Taiwan. You said, if you want to stop Xi from invading Taiwan, quote, let's open a branch of the NRA in Taiwan and put an AR-15 in the hands of every family and train them how to use it.
I love him. That's so
Xi,
fire.
A taste of American exceptionalism, end quote. The National Police.
He's like a secret op. He wants everyone in he wants Taiwan's mass shootings to go up.
It's a serious policy proposal, and if it isn't, why do you keep repeating it?
Well, it's part of a broader deterrence strategy, and so I think I'm going to respectfully disagree with Ron here. I think the next U.S. president needs to be crystal clear that at least for the foreseeable future, the U.S. will absolutely defend Taiwan, and it is with that clarity that we actually achieve deterrence. But I have a broader strategy than that. We need to get on side in our relationship with India, take it to the next level. India has to be able to block the Andaman Sea, which is where China gets most of its Middle Eastern oil supplies. That's critical. I also do believe the Second Amendment is a critical way of preventing foreign autocrats from being able to. It's worked in America. Why wouldn't it work in Taiwan? So it is part of a broader strategy. But I do think that we need to be specific about our deterrence strategy, or else Xi Jinping is just encroaching by the day. And the reason why we're not doing it for China, I want to be crystal clear, is because we're scared. Why are we scared? Because we depend on them for our modern way of life. Why do we depend on them for our modern way of life? It's because Nikki Haley's latest friends like Larry Fink have created commingled economies with BlackRock telling Exxon and Chevron they can't drill here, while being a shareholder of PetroChina, not applying those same constraints in China. So it is our economic dependence on China that makes us scared. If that were a Russian spy balloon, we'd have shot it down in an instant. If that were a Russian spy base in Cuba, we'd be actually going hard on them instead of turning the other way as we are with China. So it comes back down to that economic dependence. We cannot depend on them for our pharmaceuticals, our semiconductors, and people have been lied to for a long time. Our own military, the F-35 jets that we make in this country, depend on China, and it's going to take an outsider to fix that broken establishment.
Thank you, Mr. Ramaswamy. Ambassador Haley, would you like to respond?
I mean, when it comes to China and Taiwan, the one way that we keep China from going into Taiwan is, one, make sure that we win in Ukraine, that we protect our friends, but also let China know that they'll be hell to pay if they go into Taiwan. They need to know that there is going to be a force that's going to go against them. And they need to know it's not just going to be the United States. That is why we need to build our partnerships with India, with South Korea, with Japan, with the Philippines, with Australia. We need to start pulling that alliance together. And the first way we do that is we need to make sure that on day one we look at the fact, if China pulled the rug out from under us tomorrow, would we be ready? Think about what happened during COVID. Everybody told you to wear a mask. They were made in China. Everybody told you to take a COVID test. They were made in China. Everybody went and, I mean, everything that happened, if you go to the drugstore, all those medicines are made in China. We have to make sure that we are not relying on China for anything related to our national security, which means let's start focusing on doing deals with our friends now.
Thank you, Ambassador. Governor Christie, I'd like you to weigh in on that. And do you think arming every family in Taiwan with an AR-15 is a plausible policy?
You know, I don't think we have constitutional authority over Taiwan to give them a Second Amendment. I think they can only do that for themselves. But look, I want to be really clear. Once again, I want to play the role of actually answering your question, which is if China went after Taiwan, you're absolutely right. I would, as president, have us go militarily and defend them. Secondly, I'm not afraid. based upon those economic relationships to do that, because these economic relationships mean nothing. Nothing. If what's going to happen is that China is going to come and act in that region of the world however they see fit. It's not right. And I'll say this about what I heard from Nikki earlier. She said that Donald Trump was good on trade. He wasn't. And the proof that he wasn't good on trade with China is that all he did was impose tariffs, which raised the prices for every American. You want to know what has contributed to inflation in this country? Yes, it's more government spending. Yes, it's the fact that we're printing too much money. Absolutely. But it is also the increase in prices that were driven by Donald Trump's tariffs. And one last thing. You can't say he was good on trade because he didn't change one Chinese policy in the process. He failed on it.
Thank you, Governor Christie. Governor DeSantis, switching subjects here. For 15 years, Republicans have been burned by politicians' promises to repeal Obamacare. Trump repeatedly promised to replace it with, quote, something terrific, but failed to propose anything. You're now promising something better. But Florida has more uninsured people than almost any other state. Why should Americans trust you more than any other Republicans who've disappointed them on this issue?
Well, I think we have millions of Americans who do not have access to affordable health care. And it's not just getting some type of card and Medicaid, because a lot of times they don't even get access to doctors. Do you actually get access to care? The other thing is we have millions and millions of people who don't have access to good doctors and good hospitals. Florida did not expand Obamacare. I think the states that did that, I think, are struggling financially. So that, yes, we declined to do that, and I don't think that that was the right policy to do. But we are going to go after the cost. You're paying too much for everything. We've actually addressed this in Florida in some ways, but you need price transparency. You need to hold the pharmaceuticals accountable. You need to hold big insurance and big government accountable, and we're going to get that done. I think it's very, very important economically. I think it's very, very important for the country that we get that done.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I actually wanted to, this is a very personal issue to our family. I wanted to take actually a minute to recognize my wife who's here today. Badass surgeon. She did a bunch of cases with cancer survivors earlier today, flew here to be tonight. We'll be back at 7 a.m. in Columbus, Ohio tomorrow, taking care of those patients in the OR. And on the front lines of people who have actually not swallowed for years. And here's what's something that's awful that's happening in our healthcare system. They'll pay for anything like feeding tubes, doctors to be pill pushers, but for the procedures that can actually make these patients better, we have a broken healthcare system that doesn't pay for it. My wife, Apoorva, in many cases, does not get paid for those procedures. She does them anyway because it's the right thing to do. But that does not work system-wide. So here's the answer. We don't have a healthcare system in this country. We have a sick care system. We need to start having diverse insurance options in a competitive marketplace that cover actual health, preventative medicine, diet, exercise, lifestyle, and otherwise. And here's how we deliver that. End the antitrust exemptions for health insurance companies. That's where the competitive marketplace begins. That's crony capitalism, and that's the answer.
Okay, through Operation Warp Speed, the Trump administration and private industry...
Dude, I can't watch this. This is so boring. Like... I'm not having a good time with this. I feel like you guys are really into
claims
it.
Filed,
but
10% decided, only 8 payouts so far, in a forum with no right to counsel, no hearings, no appeals.
Without Trump, they have
Mr.
nothing.
Trump says he's very proud of Warp Speed. Should he be?
Well, this question specifically on liability goes back to actually Reagan. And Reagan is a president who I admire. Many of us do. I think that reviving that spirit is in many ways going to be good for this country in so many ways. But one of the areas where he erred was this special form of lobbying to say that one kind of manufacturer, a vaccine manufacturer, cannot be sued for their product liability. So I have pledged, it is part of my legislative agenda, we will repeal that, just like we will repeal every other form of crony capitalism. People who have been harmed by those vaccines deserve accountability. They cannot be forgotten Americans.
Alan Wake right now.
And I think one of the top lessons we learned from that COVID pandemic,
I know you guys keep saying this over and over again,
is most important,
but like
in those alleged times of emergency.
Right now. Okay.
If we had been allowed to openly debate the merits of those vaccines, they would have been never mandated in the way that they were.
Like if I'm done with the debate, I'm just gonna end it.
We want capitalism and democracy to share the same bed anymore. It's time for a clean divorce. Let companies be companies, but I don't like the crony capitalism. This dates back a long time in both parties. And I think that we need to end the lobbying. And I personally believe that if you have been working in the government, you should not lobby that government for 10 years. If you have been a government elected official doing deals with companies, be they Boeing or be they pharmaceutical companies, you should not join the board of that company for 10 years after. The former chairman of the FDA, the leader commissioner of the FDA, ended up on the board of Pfizer. Nikki Haley did deals with Boeing, ends up on the board of Boeing. I don't care if it's a Republican or a Democrat. We need some basic principles that end the corruption in government. That's how we got the health insurance exemptions. That's how we got the pharmaceutical product liability exemptions.
Thank you.
We end the corruption.
We need a reckoning for what this government did during COVID-19. That includes the mRNA shots. They put it out. It was experimental. People wanted it. Then the government started trying to mandate it, to say you don't have a right to put food on your table if you don't take an mRNA shot that was under emergency use. They tried to take nurses away. Now, in Florida, we blocked that. We provided protections for everybody so that they wouldn't lose their job. You also have the FDA approving an mRNA shot for 6-month-old babies. There was no data to support that. They're doing it because Big Pharma will make money. So I'm going to go in there, CDC, NIH, FDA. We're going to clean house. There's going to be a reckoning because right now nobody's been held accountable for any of the damage. And they're going to try to do it again. When I'm president, this will never happen to our country ever again.
Thank you, Governor DeSantis. And we will be right in just a few moments for our closing statements from our four candidates at the Republican primary debate.
You know, I'm not taking money from you motherfuckers. I work for my shit. I put on shows. I travel to different cities. I'm not lucky enough to sit in front of a computer and be like, can you believe that Ron DeSantis is saying something stupid? Yeah, no shit he fucking is. All of them fucking do. What a fucking easy job this motherfucker has. Oh my God, Nikki Haley's being a fucking dumb bitch. Yeah, they're all fucking morons. No shit. Wow, you really got them, Hassan, you fucking prick. So, you know, in fact, if I had this shit, I would be doing cool stuff. I'll be watching, like, you know, chicks jello wrestling with big cans. I would be watching, you know, female bodybuilders with big tits, maybe releasing their quads.
Okay, I do watch that.
Stretching their hamstrings, stuff like that.
Okay, honestly, that sounds fire, and I should do that, actually. I actually should do that. I think that's respectable. That's some real quality content. None of this well, this is quality. Tomorrow's a short stream, right? Because of Video Game Awards? Yes. Don't you love that he acts like if he streamed, it wouldn't be super popular? What? Yeah. I just, like, I don't know what it is. I can't even get myself to fake it. Oh, I wanted to finish this. I can't even get myself to fucking fake it.
And supporting my channel. I hope that someday I'm able to play a key role in someone's journey to radicalization. Peace and love.
Before I forget, yeah, we should promote this guy's channel.
Do you guys remember
it's pretty
2020?
good. I'm very excited to see what else he has. Don't think he would make it. He'd get banned pretty quickly. Yeah, he'd do porn reacts and then boom, and be over and blammo. I think quality. Just saw Nikki Haley say we get 17% more anti-Semitic for 1 minute we watch on 30 minutes we watch on TikTok. Yeah, I mean, that part is funny, but that took so much. There was so much that happened for that to even come to fruition, you know? Donald Trump, Biden doesn't know he's alive. Trump responds to Biden's stunning claim about running for re-election. Explain this, Hassan. It's not true. It was such dog shit. What are you talking about? Nothing about that was good. Have you covered Twitch Korea? I have not. I haven't really been able to come to terms with that in general. I think it's pretty crazy that they just shuttered their operations. I feel like maybe it has something to do with, it might have something to do with, like, I guess an additional fee that makes it even, I guess, less profitable for Twitch to even exist. But I also found out that, one, server hosting in Korea is insanely expensive. But two, it also is not very popular. Like, streaming in general is not really popular at all in Korea, which was shocking to me. I thought it was because it's like the esports capital. You know what I mean? Yeah, Africa TV. No, Africa TV, you said is pretty popular. You're wrong. Africa TV is less popular than Twitch. And even then, no, Africa TV is literally gets less active users monthly than Twitch does, apparently. And also, even Twitch's monthly numbers are not very high either. So I guess I don't know why. I really thought that like it operates in only one country is on. Yeah, we're talking about Korea numbers too. Yeah, basically South Korea doesn't have net neutrality, which is why big providers of content are all being forced to pay extra. YouTube, Netflix, and Twitch are just some names, but it's a big issue. No, I'm not comparing Africa TV only to, which is only in Korea, to the entire world of Twitch. No, I saw somewhere that Twitch gets 97 million, active users or something, like in comparison to Africa TV getting 70 or some shit. Like it's not in comparison to like Twitch's numbers, globally is massive. Twitch NA numbers are massive. Let's see. But I mean, the reason why they're shuttering it, it got significant traction among gamers in South Korea. Firm does not publish users' numbers, but it was widely reported in 2021 that have 6 million users in South Korea, more than 4% of its global total. The country is known for passionate competitive gaming space. Shares in South Korea, video streaming service Africa is almost 30%, soared almost 30%. Some of the country's Twitch users were devastated. One streamer, Yumi2, said, "It feels like I'm losing my job right now," which it is. That is what's going on. I think it's so funny how people take Twitch seriously. I mean, it's an entire fucking platform and a shit ton of people's jobs at this point. You realize that, right? I don't know why you're saying that, but there are a ton of content creators who just now, like overnight, and I know that they're going to fully pull out, that they're going to fully pull out by 2024 February. To be fair, you said you couldn't take YouTube seriously the other day. What do you mean? Yeah, that's a little bit different than if YouTube fucking shut down an entire country. The fuck? And the consequences of that would be pretty severe. Like, there are thousands of people, many of which actually serve a Western audience, that, I mean, this is the problem, the sender's pay policy. The sender's pay model is poised to create fragmentation of digital rules and standards, compromising the digital ecosystem that have been at the heart of the internet's innovation and growth. This is what the issue is, as far as I understand it, which is that Hasan has never contributed to it. I love this, like, immediately, the gray names coming in. One going, Am Israel Shy, and then the other one going, Hasan has never contributed to an argument, day 3. Okay, dude, you owned me, all right? On the third day, I'm banning you. Okay, thank you. Motherfuckers wait for like literally one opening where I'm like not fully focused on coverage to be like, all right, I waited here for 7 hours and 51 minutes, and this is the opportunity now for me to be a fucking stupid loser. Christ. On the third day, he got banned again. Amen. Yeah. Jesus on his ass. I asked him for 2 days, what do you mean by this? Like, give me a thing that you have an issue with. Give me your gripe, and I will try and help you. I will try and answer you. So funny. Motherfuckers are like, dude, is the debate over? Not yet, but it's basically over. It's funny because it's like half the time I don't want to ban people because like I think that we do ban too much. And then the other half, if I don't ban people, they're like purposely antagonizing all day. And then inevitably I pop off on a chatter and then they're like, haha, we got him. He fucking finally popped off. Let's go and brigade a subreddit to fucking complain about how angry he is all the time. So we can use another opportunity to just like unload all of our own personal anxieties we have about this dude. Like, I got it, dude. I know. A small budget, or what is it? What do they say? It's like he lives a luxurious lifestyle, and I hate that. I hate that he's socialist but rich. Just that said in like 15 different ways. After a clip chimp. We all know they're losers, but who won the shit bait? I wasn't even paying enough attention.
That's unconstitutional and it's wrong. And if you thought COVID was bad, what's coming with this climate agenda is far worse. We should not be bending the knee to this new religion. That is what it is. It is a substitute for a modern religion. We are flogging ourselves and losing our modern way of life, bowing to this new god of climate, and that will end on my watch.
Thank
you,
it's
the most critical issue that's coming up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our country is in chaos. We see it on the southern border. We see it in our streets, in our cities. We see it on college campuses. We feel it with our economy, with inflation and with debt. And we feel it around the world with wars in Europe and within the Middle East. We have to stop the chaos, but you can't defeat Democrat chaos with Republican chaos. And that's what Donald Trump gives us. My approach is different. No drama, no.
This would be way more fun if they routinely ripped into Donald Trump like the entire time, forcing him to address the remarks and maybe even forcing him to come to the debate stage. But none of them had the actual courage to do that, and therefore it just sucked. It sucked overall, and Donald Trump never showed up. And now the field has been withered down to 4 candidates, and it's like they all agree. That's the other part. Pretty much all of them also agree on Donald Trump being the president. That's the hilarious issue here. They're running against a guy who they know is going to win the candidacy. Unless something nutty happens and like all of a sudden all the polls are wrong and there's just like a massive Bergamaniac rise, it's just as expected. It's business as usual. God, it sucks. It sucks so bad.
Election, which we've struggled to do, but also win on these big issues. And nobody has defeated these people more than what I have done in the state of Florida on issue after issue. We have won, and we have won big, and that's what we'll do for you. We also need leadership. Leadership is not about doing what's easy. It's about being willing to set out that vision, knowing they're going to shoot arrows at you. They're going to come at you. I will fight the good fight. I will keep the faith, and I will finish the race. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, all of you.
Thanks for watching the top of the hour ad break, chat. Boom. Yeah, that shit was ass cheeks, straight up. It was so stupid. Donald Trump falls at rally tonight. Okay, dude. How did I click on it without looking at the fucking thing? All right, we're talking about Twitch Korea. Netflix is the first major generational firm to cry foul over South Korea's rules on network fees, getting entangled in lawsuits with SK Broadband, one of South Korea's biggest internet service providers. It does seem to me like the issue here. It seems to me like the issue here is no net neutrality, no regulation whatsoever. So like ISPs can just like charge whatever fucking carrier fees they want to major corporations. And when that happens, obviously, that makes it less, I guess, that makes it less profitable or not profitable at all for corporations to keep serving, to do web hosting. So that's it. So why are they giving preference to other platforms or something? No, they're just like fucking shellacking them with fees to a degree where even mega corporations decide not to operate in the country. They want more money. They want money from streamers. That's what the Korean ISP wants. I mean, this was literally a big part of the reason why major companies were actually fighting tooth and nail against the evisceration of net neutrality. ISPs wanted to destroy net neutrality. They wanted to have their own like pay-as-you-go or their own like faster service tunnels, I guess. Which, by the way, is not even a real thing. They were just going to charge more for the same service for the most part and give different tiers where they, I guess, shut off the faucet. And obviously, yeah, like lanes, basically, like tiered lanes that you have to pay for. And obviously, that was a very stupid idea. And for that reason, Google, Amazon, Netflix, and all the big players online got together and fought back. It was corporate on corporate lobbying violence, I guess. Corporations went up against even larger telecommunications giants, and they were able to technically, I guess, win the hearts and minds of the public a little bit. But South Korea, being the hyper-capitalist dystopia that it is, seemingly did not have such considerations. Similar to the issue with how you can't use Google Maps for directions in South Korea, you have to use a domestic maps app. That's not exactly true. They could actually provide higher speed lanes by putting priority levels for different types of data streams. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. Especially because in practice that's never how they do it. It's like, I wouldn't say it's manufactured what is it? It's like artificially created nuisances is what they would make. It's like TSA. Okay, instead of actually creating fast track lanes, the TSA, what do? They create bottlenecks artificially so that you pay extra money to not have to deal with the I mean, it's kind of like planned obsolescence, but it's not it's not actually obsolescence, but it's similar to that in the sense that you are basically creating artificially a shittier service overall for everyone, so that now you have to pay extra to get the normal service you could have previously gotten. Yeah, it would be slowing down everyone else to speed up some who will pay extra. So, and here it is. I mean, it's obvious that this structure is not great. And now, unfortunately, Twitch streamers in Korea are receiving the shitty end of that stick. And almost overnight, they're just like lost their jobs, which is crazy to think about. Obviously, there are, I believe, alternatives that they can work on, whether it be, I think they have, what do they have? They have they have Africa, but I don't know how long that will last. Or they have, I guess, Kick, which ironically also works under the same structure. It's still AWS, so I don't know how long. Or I don't know if Kick would be down to continue working there. I guess they have YouTube. Koreans aren't going to Kick Lamau. These aren't even for Korean-facing Korean streamers for the most part. I think these are English-speaking audience serving Korean streamers. Now, there's also another thing. There's also another thing that can save you. You can still technically stream to Twitch from Korea. Like if I go to Korea tomorrow, I can still do a Twitch stream, right? I just have to go to American servers. I have to connect to American servers. However, the monetization side is cooked if you are a Korean living in South Korea and streaming from South Korea. You can still technically stream to an English-speaking audience, but there's no payout. There's no structure. There's no way to just like get subscriptions and then have those subscriptions get filtered through and then pay you. And like before people say like just move, lol, it's not that easy to do that. You can't just like move your entire life.
It just feels like I lost my job. My career, everything what I'm partner streamer will be gone. I mean, even all of my viewers are English, English viewer. It's just like there only two options: moving platform, or second, moving to the other country. But even if I will move to the other country, I need to make new channel and I need to get partner again from that country. I'm gonna show the email.
I actually couldn't make the
I lost my job.
Probably I need to move to YouTube, and I'm not sure how many viewers are following me. They are like literally Twitch chat. Originally, really Twitch chat. They're not used to YouTube thing.
Can they use a VPN? Guys, you don't understand. If they wanted to, they could still fucking stream on Twitch from Korea. Okay? The problem isn't that. They just can't get paid. There's no infrastructure to get paid. CEO said he hasn't decided if Korean viewers are able to watch streams or not. Wait, really?
Things, many people...
Why can't they do payouts? Just get dollars from America? No, I'm just confused. There is no Twitch Korea. If there's no Twitch Korea, like, if there's no infrastructure for it, then how are you going to get paid? There's no ads. There's no one selling ads. There's no service of the monetization at all. Nothing. No support. Chad is not thinking about the people in Korea that are consuming non-Korean Twitch content. Yeah, I didn't even think about like possibly not even being able to access Twitch from Korea.
Told me I'll follow you, but then to be honest,
would you not open an American bank account and stream on US Twitch to get the payout? I don't know how that works. I also don't understand why they would just like shut that off entirely, because there is still, if I'm not mistaken, first of all, you can't open a bank account if you're not an American citizen. You can't just like open an American bank account like that randomly and then have that money funnel into that bank account. I think there's definitely laws against that. But also, I wonder if Korean protectionism was forcing them to operate on expensive subsidiary tax codes and stuff. No, they said it. I thought they openly stated that it was the additional fees, like the fees that you have to pay. No net neutrality in Korea. ISPs are ridiculous, and they charge like insane fees for live web hosting. Dan said your partner account stays Korean no matter where you move. You need an actual social number in the U.S. to open a bank. You were all talking about NA servers, but wouldn't it make more sense to use Japanese servers? Because it's against Korean streaming regulations, using a VPN or OBS outside of Korea is likely illegal, so Twitch just cut off monetization completely. Twitch, most popular among South Korean gamers, will shut its business there. In February, streamers in South Korea would no longer be able to make money through Twitch. Twitch was one of the most popular platforms of gamers in South Korea, even as it competed with domestic services like Africa TV and giants like YouTube. Analysts say the service, owned by Amazon, draws about 35 million visitors a day worldwide, according to the company. Twitch was once in the driver's seat among South Korean pro gamers for a while, said Ha Jae-pil, a professor of esports at Kookjae University in South Korea. There's a professor of esports? That's crazy. Some League of Legends, Overwatch, and Apex Legends tournaments in the country were streamed exclusively on Twitch, he said. Then it downgraded video quality to a resolution known as 720p, which the company said reduced its operating costs, made text less legible, and caused users to jump over to YouTube, he said. Twitch's influence has been weakened since. Now it plans to shut its South Korean business on February 27, 2024. It was not immediately clear whether viewers in South Korea would keep their access to the platform, but the company said the streamers in the country would no longer be able to monetize through Twitch, and that viewers would no longer be able to make purchases on the platform. While we have lowered costs from these efforts, our network fees in Korea are still 10 times more expensive than in most other countries, the company said. Twitch has been operating in Korea at a significant loss, and unfortunately, there's no pathway forward for a business to run more sustainably in that country. South Korea has charged higher network usage fees to foreign content providers, prompting controversy and legal disputes, arguing that it had no obligation to pay network usage fees. In 2021, a court in Seoul upheld the provider's right to receive such fees. I don't understand the higher fees on foreign content providers, said Han Nam-hee, a professor of sports at Korea University, adding that the country should be giving more opportunities to content providers, not less. This is an unnecessary disruption to streaming and esports in South Korea at a time when it needs to keep growing globally. Yeah, that's the other part about it, is that like South Korea has a massive esports scene, and esports and live streaming go hand in hand, which is very shocking to me that they would not be more aware of that and would not be working, hand in hand to continue beefing up that aspect of it as well. Daniel Clancy, Twitch's chief executive, said on social media that this was a very difficult decision that we delayed for some time, adding that he was aware that this will have a real impact on Korean streamers. Like, they have fucking esports professors, man. Read the first paragraph of page 2. Over the past year, legislative proposals have been tabled to the Korean National Assembly's Science, Information, and Communications Technology, Broadcasting, and Communications Committee. Some proposals seek to impose an obligation on CAPs to enter into network usage agreement with Korean ISPs. Other bills would additionally mandate that CAPs are required to pay network usage fees to Korean ISPs under such an agreement. Failure to comply would result in the issuance of a correction order or a penalty surcharge. First paragraph of the second page. For the past several years, Korean internet service providers have actively campaigned to shift the cost of running and expanding their networks onto services their customers demand. As these content and application services grow in popularity, they generate increasing data flows, often from U.S. suppliers. In response, Korean ISPs have sought government action to mandate imposing so-called network usage fees on designated global caps, in parallel to what they also argue seeking to impose on Korean caps. In 2020, the Korean Telecommunications Business Act was amended to require designated caps to ensure a vaguely defined goal of stability of service in delivering content to Korean end users, but did not mandate the payment of network usage fees. What? Read my dono? Is it the Joe Biden guy? Stay on your stream? Time in prison? Any thoughts on Hamas getting drowned out of their tunnels like the fucking rodents that they are? You call tens of thousands of dead Palestinians a good start? Is that the guy? Is this the guy who wrote that stuff? That's weird. I mean, it says Joe Biden wrote it, but I don't know. That wasn't the chatter? Oh, okay. Signs of struggle with Twitch have emerged gradually over the past year. After lowering the video resolution, Twitch in February began blocking South Korean streamers from posting VOD footage, an archive of previously streamed content. Other than YouTube, Twitch has been the most widely used streaming service among South Korean gamers this year. Yeah. See, it's more popular than fucking Africa TV, which is like the domestic live streaming service. Twitch attracts about 300,000 South Korean viewers daily, about half of whom are men in their 20s. Twitch said that it would help South Korean streamers on the platform migrate to alternative services by lifting the ban on broadcasting streams simultaneously on another platform and by encouraging them to share links on their channels on other services. Twitch is the most established gaming and streaming community, and to be losing it is unfathomable. Ms. Brooks, 28, says she's considering moving to YouTube. but worried about retaining her American viewers for whom Twitch remains a dominant streaming service. She was expected to lose several hundreds of dollars in monthly revenue. Yeah. Problem with Africa is that it's Korean for Koreans. So even that change alone is going to be obviously costly, shitty for a lot of people, right? But also, Korean company Naver just announced a streaming platform yesterday. They're also doing this to prop up Korean companies. Wait, really? God, this shit is so ass, dude. So they're just trying to they're making like a domestic product. But again, something to remember. Let's say you go to Africa, okay? Guess what? That's not, if you're an English-speaking Korean content creator that is like, you know, serving a Western audience, you're cooked. You're fucking cooked. You're completely cooked. Because Americans are not on Africa. So you have to go to YouTube. And even then, you're taking a big L on your audience, on your viewership. Anyway, it sucks. But that's the last thing I'm going to cover. I have a headache. We'll maybe get into this a little bit more tomorrow. But for today, done. Tomorrow I'm going to go to the Video Game Awards, by the way, for the record. That's where I'm going to be. But I will, of course, stream before then. But love you guys. Yeah, Video Gay Awards. Fucking got them. Yeah. Friday, we got the blacksmithing stream. Saturday, Chad Vice. It's Slam. We got a jam-packed week, baby. Let's go. Shut the fuck up about gaming, okay? I love you guys. Stop complaining. None of you motherfuckers watch gaming anyway. I don't want to fucking hear it. Jesus Christ. All right. Bye, everybody. Holy shit.
Starlock to the topic just begun. There is again Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There is again Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments. Austin show Chad Vice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is street.